Round 4 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly lubricated by Valvoline.
Good morning, everybody, on our live stream, wherever you're tuning in from all the way around the world. This is carco.com.au Raceway here in Perth, Western Australia. We're located some 40 minutes out of Perth to the north. And thank you very much for spending your Saturday or your Friday night, wherever you may be around the world. Thanks for joining into carco.com.au Raceway. We currently have a red flag situation at the moment with a little Holden Gemini in our time challenge category. Just run off the track. It is very, very cool here in Perth this morning. We woke up to around about 3 degrees at 8 o'clock this morning, and it's now just after 9 o'clock. So we would expect around 7 or 8 degrees out on the circuit at the moment. And as we've seen with our previous 3 categories, that we've always had a spinner going off in these cool conditions. But as the morning progresses and the get some sunlight happening on this SMA surface, it'll start to heat up and it'll become the grippy surface that is renowned here at carco.com.au Raceway. On our program today, we have Formula V's, historic touring cars, our time challenge, which has just come to a close, and our XLs. Our XLs already sitting down in the dummy grid at the moment and getting ready, and it looks like a really good sized field of XLs here this weekend as well. Of course, racing for Retrovision this weekend. My name's Vaughan Brewer, and I'll be joined by Rob Haggerty. As Rob out there in the time challenge event at the moment. So Rob will be getting out of the car, just doing a quick little maintenance check, and then Rob will be up here in the commentary box to bring you all of the action of day number 1 of round number 4. This is the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championships for 2025, brought to you by our friends at Valvoline. We'll have a grid walk at lunchtime with Slim Jim and Demelza, and they will be interviewing some of our XL Cup competitors during our lunch break, and that will go to the stream. So make sure you can stick around. Hopefully you can stick around with us all day today. If you can't, we're going to be back again tomorrow for day number 2 of round number 4 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championships. So hopefully you can join in again around about 9 a.m. tomorrow morning on the Sunday, and enjoy some best of the local motorsport that you'll find anywhere in Australia. Of course, coming to you from CARCO Raceway, as I said, up in Wanneroo, about 40 minutes north of the capital city in Western Australia of Perth. Looking for 16 degrees today. Fine, there's not a cloud in the sky at the moment, and we don't expect any throughout the day. Although tomorrow, if we listen and can believe the Weather Bureau, looks like we might be having some thunderstorms and some rain, up to 30 millimetres of rain expected sometime tomorrow, possibly in the afternoon sessions. So, yeah, it's going to be 2 different days. One day of brilliant sunshine, and then tomorrow it's going to be the total reverse of what we have for today. We're going to take a very short break here, play some announcements on our advertisements. We'll be back here at carco.com.au Raceway very shortly.
Get trackside for the 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship, featuring 6 rounds of racing over 10 days. For information about the 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Valvoline, Radlink Communication.
Oh, no, yeah, we only went live after it went off. Oh, right. Yeah, I got it though. Is there any way I can get that footage? I'm not sure, to be honest. It'd be going to the headquarters in Malaga, so yeah, sorry.
WA XL Cup Racing proudly presented by Retrovision, Tech Mechanical, Racetech, Nexter, and Revolution Race Gear.
Joined this morning and, of course, tomorrow morning as well by Mr. Rob Haggerty. Good morning, Rob, and welcome to the live feed. You're going worldwide here from CARCO.com.au Raceway.
It's exciting, isn't it? Thanks, Vaughan. Really great to be here this weekend and good to be back here at CARCO.com.au for another magnificent local motor racing meeting.
Yes, and how did you go out there in the time challenge practice? We saw the number 6 out there.
Yeah, that's such a lovely car to drive. I mean, I think that anyone can get in that and do a good lap time. It's so well balanced and beautiful little car to run. So I had a ball, basically.
And I've done the wrong thing because I didn't take any attention of your lap times out there at the moment.
That's
so
okay.
We'll pick them up in race number 1.
Yeah, no, lap times don't matter as long as you do the same one over and over again. That's the main thing, and that's what I'll be looking at doing later on today. So it'll be interesting to see what sort of lap times I was doing because the tyres are pretty old. They're over a year old now, and they've done a fair bit of driving on the road as well. So, but yeah, look, the track's fairly grippy. I was quite surprised out there. It was a little bit slippery for the first couple of laps, but I think that was just my tyres. But it gripped up quite nicely, so I think the track's actually in fairly good condition.
Oh, that's great. Hearing it straight from the horse's mouth, a guy that's just jumped off the racetrack 5 minutes ago. And did you see the little Gemini go down sideways there into turn number 1, unfortunately?
I didn't. I was on the other side of the track, but I did see him when I came around, obviously, with the yellow flags out, and paid good attention to those, and then the red flag, which was shortly afterwards, so made sure that I didn't have to have a visit up to the race control and get slapped on the wrist, so that was good, and everyone else was doing the right thing as well. And no, it was a good little session, I thought. A little bit of unfortunate for the Gemini to go off the track, but he's a new guy and he's going to learn, and that's how you learn.
That's exactly right. You've got to push the limits, push the boundaries, and then you'll know that, okay, I went 105% then and I should have only gone 100%.
Exactly.
You missed a great qualifying session for our historic touring cars. The top 2 cars, both Mustangs, separated by 2/100ths of a second.
I was lucky enough to be sitting down underneath one of the commentary horns down there in my car waiting to go out for my session, and I heard you saying that actually, and it looks like it's going to be magnificent racing for the historic touring cars. Unfortunately, I'm going to be strapped in the car and not able to watch it, but I'll certainly be watching it on the live stream when I get home later on this evening.
Definitely. 3 Mustangs will start out of position 1, 2 and 3, but for Retrovision, a big decent sized field of XL category cars out on the circuit at the moment. And I was just having a look through our entry list last night, and the name Cove has been coming up quite regularly over the last few race meetings. 3 in the one family out there.
Yeah, they're coming.
How good is that?
Coming absolutely out of the woodwork, aren't they? And I was up here last race meeting taking photos, and they did a magnificent job as well, and really, really good to see a family getting out there and enjoying themselves. One of the things I did ask Derek Burns, who is our occasional Formula V, FSR commentator up here whilst we were down at the drivers' meeting this morning, was, are the Burns that run in this category related to him? And he said no, they're not. So a second Burns family up here running this weekend as well, and we've got 2 of the Burns cars out there in this event as well.
Yeah, well, good to see Dean Hill making a return too in car number 53.
Yep, he was here last race meeting, and he was right at the pointy end of the field, as you'd expect from
As
Dean.
you would expect.
Absolutely.
Carlos Ambrosio wearing the number 1 on the side for very good reason as well.
Yeah, and Carlos does a lot of hard work on social media, looking after his sponsors and looking after the category as well. Every now and then you see one of his posts pop up, and he's always very happy to give a shout out to all the photographers and everybody who's out there doing a hard job, in the officials and the WA Sporting Car Club management who do a good job to put all these events together. And it's great to see that he's out there with the number 1 on the side. Had a few years in the doldrums, did Carlos, but he's managed to well and truly come back now. He's looking pretty strong for a second championship this year as well.
He certainly is. And Harrison Perez is out there. Now, I can remember Harrison when he was racing up here as a 14-year-old. He's now 16, and I still remember those XL Nationals, and Harrison really put in a great effort. I believe he was in the top 10 for a 14-year-old.
Getting old, isn't he?
Yeah.
Absolutely. No, and Harrison Perez has absolutely improved hand over fist since his first couple of efforts up here as well. Not that he did badly by any stretch of the imagination, but he's certainly doing very, very well at the moment as we watch him cross the line for the first time, and we start to get some times up there. And it's Zane Rose, who I would suspect is Carlos Ambrosio's main opposition for the 2025 championship. Zane's up there at the moment in pole position with a 72.6, but he's only just 1/10, or in fact 11/100ths in front of Carlos Ambrosio in car number 1. So they're both in the 72 second lap times. Once again, Zane Rhodes has gone fastest again for the first and second sector. But then we're back to Byrne, and then Burns and Fisher, and then the other Byrne in car number 3, which is Shane Burns, and he's doing a good job up there. In fact, both of the guys from the Burns family are doing very, very well for a new family coming into the category. And then we're back to car number 9, which is the William Panizza car. So great to see him out there as well.
Yeah, age 15. And the Auto 1 Black XL number 9 is currently sitting 5th overall in the WA Trophy XL Cup Championship for 2025. He started racing the XLs at round number 1 this year, and up to that point it was only his second drive of a race car. So he's doing quite well, is young Will Panizza in car number 9.
Yeah, and we're looking at car number 1 at the moment, which is on the screen, which is our current state champion, and he's making his way up through the S's, and he's out on a hot lap as well. Still Rhodes in front of him though, so he's got a little bit of work to do to put a little bit of a time together to try to get over the top of Zane Rhodes. Hard man to beat is young Zane though. He's well and truly got the bit between his teeth in season 25.
And Rhodes, as we saw as they went up and over the top of the hill there, he's sitting behind Ambrosio on the circuit as well. So he's not close enough to be getting any tow at the moment. There's Dean Hill in Cairo Jet, car number 53. He's looking for a pass down the inside here of one of the slower runners. Gets it done on the way down into turn number 6. One of the lowest points of the circuit over that side of the hill, and now they make their way up and over the top of the hill, and we're still focusing on car number 53 of Dean Hill as he crests the top of the hill and down into the hardest braking zone in Australian motorsport besides Mount Panorama.
Yeah, absolutely, and airline pilot I believe, so he knows how to come down from a high altitude into a corner like that, and he's also been up here running for many, many years on and off, and had a very big rollover in turn 4 a couple of seasons ago, and I think there was an end for end at one of our night meetings that he had, and totally destroyed the car, but it only took a couple of meetings and he was back again. So he's a keen competitor, and competitor he is. He's a very, very strong competitor in this category.
Harrison Burns leading Will Panizza as they head up through the right-hander here in carco.com.au Raceway. 7 turns, 5 of them are to the right and only 2 to the left. There is turn number 3, which is a slight right-hander. Number 2 is a slight left-hander, and then of course we've got the big left-hand sweeper as well, turn number 4, which takes them up and over the blind corner at the top of the hill here at carco.com.au Raceway, and then down into the section where we can pick them up on our live stream at the moment. Car number 9, that's Will Panizza, trying to make his way through.
Yeah, they're very much gaggled together here, to be honest with you, and I'm quite surprised. We've got a yellow flag, have we? It looks like a green flag at the bottom of the hill, so it must be a yellow at the point before that, but I can't see anything off the track, so it may actually be a blue flag. It might just be the colours a little bit distorted by the sunlight between the point and where I'm standing, but blue flag certainly waving for a lot of these cars that are gaggled together, which is quite a surprise given it's a qualifying session, and you want to try to find a little bit of track for yourself to just get out there and concentrate on your own lines and your own speed, rather than having to be distracted by cars that are around you. So probably a good idea for some of these guys. Oh, big spin there at the exit of turn 1, and almost noses into the fence where the Battery World sign is. I think that might be car number 9.
Is that the Auto 1 car of Panizza?
Yes, yep. Panizza. So Panizza's tried just a little too hard, unfortunately, coming out of turn 1, and almost put that car nose first into the fence, but did an outstanding job to keep it off the fence, and he's straight back in it again, and letting one of the cars go through there through turn 4, but he was straight back on the loud pedal again there, so he hasn't disturbed him at all by the looks.
So we have Zane Rhodes in car number 73 from the current state champion Carlos Ambrosio out of 2, Noah Byrne in 3, Dean Hill in 4, Harrison Burns car number 333. I think that's Harrison Burns in P5, then D'Souza in 6, Ward 7, Cooper 8, Burns, that's car number 3 in 9, and then Fisher round out our top 10, and there is 11 100ths of a second between our top 2 drivers.
I tell you what, that Noah Byrne, where did he come from? He's outstanding. It's the first time I've commentated with Noah running in this category, and it's outstanding to see him doing such a good job. But I'll also mention Zane Rhodes on that last lap, once again, the fastest section one time on the lap. So he's not letting go whatsoever of that pole position at the moment. He's got his eye right on the back bumper of Carlos Ambrosio as they head over turn 5 at the moment, and he's well and truly making sure that he doesn't let Ambrosio in that door.
Look at that, 0.3 of a second difference between Rhodes and Ambrosio as they went over the top of the hill. And picking up on Wesley Lahair in car number 27. This is coming out of turn number 2 at the moment through the right-hander at 3, up and over what we call the bus stop. It's got a nice little ripple strip that you can use to your advantage. You hook the right-hand side wheels up and over the top of that, and it's a great place for photographers who sit down there in the bottom of turn number 4 and look back towards the bus stop there. Not uncommon to see cars up on 2 wheels, sometimes all wheels off the ground as they come up and over that rise.
Absolutely, and still this group are gaggled together as they come down into turn 7, and we watch those come down towards the bottom. We're also watching car number 11, which is just in front of Carlos Ambrosio at the moment, heading down, and car 333, which is Harrison Burns, and he's, as we've mentioned, doing a very good job up there in 5th position at the moment as we watch him go up through the S's. Winding down towards the end of this session, about 1 more minute to go.
And our top 6 covered by 0.6 of a second. So some very, very close and competitive racing, as we promised in our introduction here this morning.
Yeah, so XLs always turn it on. They're a little bit like the Formula Vs and the Formula Fords. You can always guarantee that you're going to see a magnificent race when these guys are on the circuit. And it looks from the times that we're seeing this morning that it's going to be the same this afternoon, as we still have a look at one of the Burns cars. It's still the 333 car of Harrison Burns, going through turn 6 and coming out on really quite a nice line and heading up over the top of the long stretch to the top of the hill. And he'll be coming down to put another lap together. Just having a look at his lap times, he's about 0.4 of a second off the fastest time in sector 1, and probably around about still another 0.6 off in sector 2. So he's got a little bit of work to do, and he's going to see that checker flag come out, and he's going to run out of time fairly shortly. Just have a look at what lap time he's just done then. He's actually jumped up into 4th position, so he's done a great job. He's 0.6 behind the pole position. He's just done a 1 minute 12.27.
Yeah, so Dean Hill unfortunately dropped from 4th to 5th. Fisher into 6, Hasty up into 7. And Ambrosio now goes to the top now.
We've got a spinner in the middle of the track in turn 4 as well,
yes,
so we're just focusing on that as well, and that's car number 17, which is Charlotte Cove. So Charlotte's had a little bit of a whoopsie up there in turn 4. She'll pluck a gear, I think. She's just about got that sorted as we watch the cars all come down to a slower speed under the double-waved yellow flags, which is good to see. Good driving standards.
And in the end, by 6/100ths of a second, it's Ambrosio over Zane Rhodes, back to Noah Byrne in 3, Dean Hill out of 4, who's got that back because he went down to 5. Now he got that back. And Harrison Burns round out our top 5. Half a second difference between our top 5.
Absolutely brilliant. Jacob Fisher back there in 6th place. And he's just in front of car number 55, which I can't quite see on our program. However, that is the car of Cooper. And then we're back to Hasty, car number 3, and that's Shane Burns. Then back to 25, which is Wagner de Souza, who's been up here running that car for several seasons now. Car number 31 is the next car in the list, and it would be Brad Ward. And then we're down to the first of the Cove family. Lachlan Cove, in car number 36. So that's your top 12 as they stand at the end of qualifying for the XL Cup here at carco.com.au at the WA Sporting Car Clubs Championships, proudly brought to you by Valvoline.
3 sessions now completed, and all 3 sessions have been, the top couple of cars have been separated by very, very little. So as our Retrovision XL Cup drivers return to the paddock area, we'll take a short break here and prepare for race number 1 and our official opening here at carco.com.au Raceway. Back very shortly with the official opening.
Get trackside for the 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship, featuring 6 rounds of racing over 10 days. For information about the categories racing, results and upcoming rounds plus more, visit wascc.com.au/championship.
Welcome to CARCO.com.au Raceway. This is round number 4 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championships, proudly lubricated by Valvoline. I'm Vaughan Brewer in your commentary this weekend, and after a couple of gigs over east for some speedboat racing, it's great to be back here at CARCO.com.au Raceway. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please be upstanding for the Australian National Anthem? 16 degrees and fine today. Light winds coming from over the top of the hill from the northeast. And at 8 o'clock this morning, it was still only 3 degrees here at CARCO.com.au Raceway. On the program today, we have historic touring cars, time challenge, XLs, and out on the circuit very shortly for race number 1 will be our combined category of 1200 and 1600 Formula Vs. Joining me for race number 1, Miles Lockett. Good morning, Miles. Welcome to CARCO Raceway.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, very. It's a little bit warmer in here in the commentary box compared to outside. It is freezing outside.
Yes, it's fairly cool out there this morning, and we saw a couple of spinners down there. We believe it may have been car number 42 of Danny Chero that went in at 7 in the giant Mandra car. And,
I wasn't actually here for qualifying, but there was a little bit of telltale dirt marks on Kenny White's 1600 as well. He's Jacer, so I think he may have had a bit of a trip to the sand trap as well.
Is Kenny running the blue giant car as well? I'd say it was probably Kenny more than Danny Chero.
Yep.
So hopefully they can get that sorted out, ready for this race. And a slightly smaller field than what we're used to this weekend.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. We've got a few unfortunately, either away or with mechanical issues. Mackenzie Gow, they're getting her engine rebuilt because her engine went kaput at the last round. As we go through the starting grid, we've got Dave Casely and Paul Maltoni on the front row, followed by Rod Lisson and Michael Lloyd in the GAC, followed by Kathy Lisson and Kenny White in the Jacer. Then it's back to Danny Chero, the first of the 1200s. Next to him, Isaac Scarey. And then it's back to Ronald Block in the Stinger, followed by Jonathan Scarey in the Venom. Then it's back to Ben Wilkins in the Polar from Campbell Gow in the Alpha NG. And then it's David Stuckenberg having his first run up here at CARCO.com.au Raceway, followed by Sammy Casely, and Alan Yeo rounds out the field. And I believe we might have the onboard camera aboard Dave Stuckenberg's Mako. I think I saw the guys from Turn 7 putting the camera on his car down in the pits. So Dave has run down a collie a couple of rounds ago, as we see live onboard shots right now over the right shoulder of Dave in the Mako. So this is his first run up here at CARCO.com. That's a car that used to be out of the Giant Mandurah stable, and then went Paul Maltoni drove that car, Franz Esterbauer's driven that car, Jason Fowler's driven that car. It's gone through a lot of hands, and good to see Dave having his first run up here. Dave's actually one of our FIFO workers, so doesn't get to run very often up here at the track. But as I mentioned, Mackenzie Gow, yeah, she's getting an engine rebuilt. We've got none of the Welsh crew up here. A couple of the 1600s as well. So a small field today. I think only about 15 cars, but certainly still a quality field out there today.
I saw a post last night from Mrs. Welsh up there sunning herself at Darwin.
Yeah.
29 degrees.
Shucks.
Yeah. Certainly does. If the Welshes are tuned in this morning, good afternoon or good morning, guys, and hopefully you're not getting sunburnt up there in Darwin.
Well, yes and no. Want to rub that into us right in the middle of winter, but no, good to see them getting away. And Bruce was talking about maybe running this weekend again, but I don't know whether he's actually gone up to Darwin as well with Leanne. But obviously, yes, he didn't make the entry. We're still trying to get Andrew back on track in the Crusader. Hopefully, he might be back for the September round, which would be good. And as I said, yeah, we've still got a couple of cars sort of sitting out there who haven't turned a wheel this year, which we're trying to coax back out there to try and bolster the numbers again. But as I said, still a very good quality field. Dave Casely, obviously in his newly acquired AJ, I think it's the AJ 16 or 15. That's chassis number 5, I think 5 or 6 out of the AJ stable. He's got Paul Maltoni next to him, and then it's Rod Lisson. He was playing around with his suspension a little bit earlier when I was down in the pits. Michael Lloyd doing a great job in the GAC, car originally out of the UK. Then Kathy Lisson. Kathy's got a bit of an issue with an axle, the right rear axle at the moment, which Anthony Lees was trying to diagnose, but ran out of time. So he basically said it's probably the best he can get it. Kenny White next to her, sorry. And then it's back to first of the 1200 runners being Danny Chero and Isaac Skerry. Looks like he's pointing the car straight across as the lights go out. Yes, it's a drag race for the 1200s off the line, but in terms of the 1600s, it's Dave Casely who's going to take the lead down into turn 1 from Maltoni. From Rod Lisson got a great start. Kathy Lisson got her usual rocket start. The one who got a very poor start is Michael Lloyd. He's actually dropped to the tail of the field and he's pulling up, by the looks of it, on the outside of turn number 1.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That car got off the line okay, but then seemed to slow down. And I don't know if he's actually running. Yes, he is still running under his own power.
Yeah, he's gone right inboard, which is great.
That's
driving
great
there by Michael. So we're going to have no safety cars or yellow flags out. So it could have been possibly a gearbox issue, maybe first to second, and something may have gone snap. I'm not sure, but I'll see if I can try and diagnose that one between races 1 and 2.
So as you would expect, it's Casely, Maltoni and Lisson as they come out of turn number 6, ready to crest the hill. And Dave Casely's already got a comfortable 5 or 6 cars over Paul Maltoni, who has maybe 1.5 cars over Rod Lisson. And Rod's starting to get a little bit eager very early.
Rod's getting very racy today.
He's obviously found something in that car in between qualifying and race number 1, because he was well off it during qualifying this morning as far as Rod Lisson standards.
It certainly was. The battle for the 1200s coming down the start-finish straight here. We've got Danny Chero followed by the 2 Scary Boys. So that's going to be a great battle for the duration. This one looks like one of the Scaries. I'm not sure whether that's Isaac actually diving underneath of Danny, and we've got Jonathan right behind them as well. So this is a super battle already for the 1200s. And then it's back to Kenny White. Kenny had a bit of a moment during in turn number 7. And then it's back to Renan Block as we see Danny Chero. Oh, we've got one of the Scary Boys out of control and onto the outside of the circuit. Danny Chero also run wide. Not exactly sure which one it may have been. It may have been Jonathan.
That was a wheel? I just saw a wheel go past and down into the tyre wall on the inside.
That's Dave Stuckenberg.
The right-hand side.
Yep.
So that has our onboard camera on it, we believe. But look at the back suspension. That has collapsed gone big time.
Yep.
And
so
it's missing a wheel.
To be called. Yes, safety car boards and flags are out. And we've got the safety car coming out. So
there we go. There's our onboard as David climbs out of the car. Great to see him moving around and just looking over his shoulder to make sure there's nobody coming before he exits the car.
Yeah.
But that wheel was rolling very, very quickly into the tyre wall, which separates turn 4 from the back straight.
Yeah, yeah.
And we've got a replay coming up very shortly. We'll be able to see what happened to poor Dave.
Dave was actually running behind the Scary, so that happened behind what I saw going on. You can sort of see, one of the Scary boys got all out of shape and went firing off to the outfield, and Danny Chero as well. And then as we pan the camera back, there's Dave just coming to a halt, and the wheel has already parted company. Now, obviously being that's the loaded side of the car going through that left-hander, that would have been a very scary moment for Dave.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see where that wheel ended up, whether it did actually go into the tyre wall that separates turn 4 from the back straight, or it's actually made its way right over the top there and slammed into the wall. There it is. It's just over the crest of the top of the hill.
Yeah, I can actually see it from our commentary box.
Oh, there it is,
yeah, just where the tow truck's going past. Wow, geez, that has jettisoned a long way from that car.
It certainly has, and glad that there was nobody coming up and over the top of the hill at the time that wheel decided to exit Stuckenberg's Mako.
Would have been an interesting sight for Dave Casely in the lead cars coming over the top of the hill and seeing a tyre sitting on the left-hand driver's left as they crested the hill.
Very reminiscent of Craig Lowndes in Bathurst there, where one went through the windscreen of his Commodore.
Yeah.
That certainly had David Stuckenberg's eyes wide open like dinner plates as he would have been trying to just drive that out and do the best he could on 3 wheels to try and avoid hitting anybody else. Our replay, unfortunately, didn't catch what actually happened there, but we could see one of the Scary boys got it all sideways, had a big tank slapper.
Yeah, it was Jonathan actually looking at the timing monitors because he's plummeted right down to P number 13. So it was sort of Isaac and Danny getting very close together up through the left-hander. And I think maybe Jonathan went for a move, or again, you were talking earlier about the track temperatures being so cold. It doesn't take much for one of these cars just to step out, and a great correction job, I must admit, by Jonathan to get that car straight again, and looking actually at his car just as it comes down the start-finish straight, I think it may have lost a nose cone in all of that.
There
yes,
it
is. Yep. So car number 23, he's got a little bit of. He won't really want extra air conditioning on a day like today. It's a bit too cool to be running air conditioning. So not sure exactly where Jojo's nose cone is, but most likely somewhere, I'd presume probably up around flag point number 5, because that's where he would have rejoined the circuit after his little off-track excursion.
Going to have a look at another replay here on our live screen and see whether we can decipher what had actually gone or took place here. And this is from a different angle, I believe, this time. So there's the 2 cars that we saw. So Scary was all out of sideways, and the blue car running around the outside. So he's only very lucky he didn't take the back end off that blue car. I think
absolutely.
That might have been
that's
Kenny White.
No,
that's
Danny Chero. Yep, they were side by side up through the left-hander.
2 giant Mandra cars out there today, making it a bit different to work out whether it's Chero or Wyatt.
Yep, and that's probably where he's lost the nose cone there as he's rejoined the short circuit. Yep.
So just trying to work out who that car was in front. But, well, there's obviously been a coming together there into turn number 4. And we're now down to 3 minutes remaining. The Mako getting put onto the back of our recovery vehicle there in turn number 4. So it'll be a pretty touch and go whether we get this one actually started.
We might get one lap flyer, possibly just like what happened at the last round. So the tilt tray is doing a great job, just securing the Mako down on the back of it. He'll disappear straight down into the back of the infield pits. And I'm sort of thinking we'll have one more lap behind the safety car, and then we might be back to green flag.
2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining here at carco.com.au Raceway. Of course, this is round number 4 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championships for 2025, proudly lubricated by our good friends at Valvoline. Dave Casely is the leader on the circuit at the moment, from Paul Maltoni, then Rod Lisson. Kathy Lisson's moved up into 4th now. She's been able to get in front of Ken Wyatt. Then we've got Block. Car number 70. Tell us a bit about car number 70.
Yeah, so Ronald Block just going past the start-finish line now. That's obviously one of the original cars out of the Stinger factory, which used to be run by Dylan Thomas over in New South Wales. And Reynolds bought that car. The reason why he bought that car is because Reynolds is probably about 7'0", so he needed a car that he could actually fit into, and that was probably the only car in terms of its design for the interior cabin and the height of the roll hoop that enables him to actually get clearance. So that car was previously run by his son Jensen a few years ago, and then Jensen, the Block family, moved to America, and then they've come back, and Jensen's now just started to concentrate on two-wheel motorsport in terms of motocross. So it was always going to be a case that Reynolds was going to have a drive as well at some stage. So he's now jumped in the car this season. Now the safety car is out, and...
Sorry, mate, one of these cars is smoking there. I got a feeling it might be Kathy Lisson. Oh, no, it looks like it's Rod Lisson.
Yeah, there's a bit of smoke coming out the back of Rod's car. Look, it could be just these cars, when they sort of do back off the throttle, the 1600s, they do puff a bit of smoke out the back, about the exhaust pipes, obviously through the rings, etc. So should be okay.
Safety car is coming in this lap, so we will get one, possibly
I reckon we'll get two, yeah, because it's usually time plus one lap. So
yep.
they'll get across the line. So I reckon we should have two more flying laps here.
And it'll be all up to Dave Casely to hold off Paul Moltoni and Rod Lisson. Kathy Lisson in 4, and then Ken Wyatt round out our top 5. And then we go back to our 1200s.
Yep, so Isaac Scary's he's now just closing the margin up back to... actually, it looks like in terms of the 1200s, Campbell Gow's actually in front. I've just picked that up. He's actually the first of our 1200s. So Dave Casely is controlling the pace here, and he's gone very, very late. So no overtaking before the control line, and we've got overtaking already, unfortunately, before the control line. So we might have a bit of an issue there, but I'll let race control sort that one out. And so into turn number 1, we've got Casely from Moltoni, followed by Rod Lisson, then as Kathy Lisson, back to Ken White, then it's back to Ronald Block. Campbell Gow, the first of the 1200 runners, back to Jonathan Scarry recovering, then it's Danny Chero, followed by Alan Yo. Now, a car that's slowing actually at the moment is one of the Scary boys, and that's Isaac Scarry.
And there's a little message from Motorsport Australia that the start will be under investigation.
It would have been, yeah, absolutely. Certainly from our vantage point, there was a little bit
passing
of
before the start-finish line there.
Look, it happened at the last round, to be honest, as well. So I'm sure there'll be a few people called up just to explain what was going on there. So, but that's racing, that's the rules.
That is the rules as they crest over the top of the hill. And again, Casely's out to 5 or 6 car lengths over Paul Moltoni, who closes up under brakes and runs it a little bit wide there, a little bit late on the brakes, or the tyres have gone down in temperature and pressure as well. And he's coming under attack now from Rod Lisson, as we see Rod Lisson move out to driver's right and try to make a run up the inside of Paul Moltoni into turn number 1. It's not going to come off. But look at these battles back here for our 1200s. You can forget these 3 out in front.
Yeah, now the last lap board actually didn't come out then, Vaughan, so not exactly sure what's going on here, but they're still racing. So maybe they're going to get an extra lap or 2 possibly.
So a bit of racecraft there from Dave Casely to back the field up. Maybe he was knowing that after the last race meeting, the same thing happened again. So maybe a bit of smart driving there from Dave Casely.
Well, at the end of the day, it's up to the leader to dictate when he wants to go. Once the green flag is waved, it's up to him. So we've actually had an amendment, by the looks of it, to our race time. So we've got a minute 40.
Oh, that's gone. That's up. Positive. Yep,
that's counting up. So
Casely
slowing.
He stopped. So Moltoni takes over the lead now from Rod Lisson.
At the top of the hill, it's just slowing to a stop.
And Kathy Lisson going past as well with Ken Wyatt.
He's pulled infield as well. So not exactly sure what's happened to Dave Casely there. So you're right, but now it's promoted Kenny White to 3rd, Kathy Lisson to 4th. Then it's back to Ronald Block. The battle for the 1200 is still on. We've got Chero from Jonathan Scarry from Campbell Gow having a super run in the old Alpha NG. It looks like the checkered flag has been waved. Yep, so the guys didn't get the last lap board. Now, the 2 guys at the front are actually still hard on it, so I think they've actually pulled the checkered flag out and waved it to Kenny White. So Kenny White may have won the race. Who knows?
Who knows? We'll have to wait for race control.
Again, same happened at the last round where it was a little bit confusing in terms of when the checkered flag got waved. So,
well, according to our scoreboard, the win will go to Moltoni over Rod Lisson. Ken Wyatt taking out 3rd and Kathy Lisson for 4th. And Danny Chero will take out the 1200s from Campbell Gow, and Jonathan Scarey is your first, second and third for the 1200. So stand by. We'll have some more information from race control as it comes to hand.
Yeah, as you can see, Paul Maltoni and Rod Lisson are still going out. It's hammer and tong, so they obviously didn't get the checkered flag the previous time by.
And it's not going to matter anyway. Maltoni will take the win from Rod Lisson. Miles, thanks very much for coming up for race number 1. We'll take a short break here at carco.com.au Raceway, proudly lubricated this weekend by our friends at Valvoline. We'll be back with the historic touring cars coming your way very shortly.
Formula V Racing, proudly presented by Home Chef, Lytech Systems, BM Graphics and Promotions, Giant Mandra, Arrivo Rentals, Straight Edge Steel Frame Homes, and Perth Motorsport Tyres.
Welcome back to carco.com.au Raceway this weekend, lubricated by our friends at Valvoline, and joining us up in the commentary box for race number 1 for the historic touring cars is Martin Dennis. Good morning, Martin. Welcome back to the commentary box.
Yeah, good morning, Vaughan.
That was a pretty exciting qualifying session there this morning. 2 100s separating our top 2 Mustangs.
It's yeah, certainly is, and it's great to see. The guys are and they're all sort of bragging their best down there in pit lane. But certainly, yeah, very close. The track's not offering a lot of grip early, but it'll be interesting to see how they go during the course of the race.
And for all of our spectators here at the circuit itself, we don't forget our track walk coming up after our XLs. So our XL drivers, they'll be getting interviewed down there on the start-finish line by Slim Jim and Demelza. And we invite you to come down to the grid area there, go for a walk with Jamie and Demelza and learn a little bit more about the cars and the drivers that you see racing here at carco.com.au Raceway today. As I hear the engines fire up and 1 minute board being displayed to our drivers, and it was a great qualifying session. 2 100ths separating our top two of Mark Cates and Graham Woolhouse, and then the third of the Mustangs of Peter Piscaneri will start on grid number 3 with Conno Onofaro, the little mini, the Cooper S, up there battling with a 351 and a couple of 289s.
Yeah. Actually, Piscaneri's is a 302, 5 litre. And they're certainly going to be battling. It's like I said, the Mini makes a brilliant start, gets plenty of grip.
And he has our onboard camera as well. So we're going to get some great footage for our live stream customers here this morning at CARCO Raceway.
He'll certainly be in the mix of it. He's like a fox terrier at your heels, that one.
Then we go back to the first of the Holden products, and that's Stuart Young alongside Randall Beavis in car number 58, the Ford Capri. Then the second of the Onofaro family in car number 112, also in a Mini. Then Simon Northey in the BMW. Malcolm Bowden in car number 23 in another Mini. And then Ken Waller in the XU1 Tirana. This is Ken's first run this morning in that car. So he'll be looking at improving. He's currently in about 11th or 12th. Brian Edhouse is down there. He had a big off in qualifying this morning in the fastback, car number 79. Then the Vandenwright family with Paul and Mike in their Series 3 Cortinas, the TC model Cortinas. Then Mike Gallagher in the Mark 1 Jaguar.
Mark II Jaguar.
Mark II, sorry. Trevor Fairs, 95, and another one of the Minis. Wendy Cover, our only female driver in historic touring cars at the moment, in the EH. Ian Brown, unfortunately, retired from qualifying earlier this morning. Looks like he is back out there.
He's back out there.
I didn't see Rob O'Neill in the Holden HQ.
Yeah, I noticed Bobby's not here, and he's supposed to be, so I don't know. I actually should ask Wendy where brother Bob is.
Yeah.
So
he's been having a few problems with that HQ since he bought the car. He stepped out of the EH and bought the Monaro, and a few teething problems.
Well, actually, it's a
HQ, isn't it?
It's a Kingswood, not a Monaro. You can't run a four-door Monaro in our category. But it's a different animal, I suppose. And Bob's taken a bit of getting used to it.
A couple of extra cylinders in there too,
and a fair bit more horsepower and stuff. Even though it's when Simon had the car, he said it was actually a beautiful car to drive. Like anybody, you got to be in the right frame. So Bobby will get there. It's interesting. I had a quick chat with Ken Waller, and his car's fine. It was just it was actually lacking engine temperature. He was concerned that something might have gone wrong, and it wasn't nothing at all. It was fine. And then Ian Brown had it looks like a fuel issue, and pulled her in so he didn't do any damage. And by the look of it, they've got it going and sorted, so that'd be great.
Historic touring car racing proudly presented by Axis Hire, Moylan Grain Silos, Perth Brake Parts, and iWrite Signs.
Race number 1 for historic touring cars making their way to the start-finish line with Mark Cates in car number 69, the green, black and white Mustang. And he's going to start alongside Graham Woolhouse in a very quick 289.
Yep.
In car number 86. Then we go back to Peter Piscaneri, the third of the Mustangs on row 2, and alongside him the Cooper S of Conno Onofaro that has our race cam on board. And I've just seen Brian Edhouse move straight back up into the dummy grid area. So there's an issue on board car number 79, unfortunately for Brian Edhouse. We're waiting for green flag at the back of the field as our official and all of our hard-working officials here at carco.com.au Raceway gives the sign. We are now in starters' orders for race number 1 here at CARCO Raceway this morning for historic touring cars. And it looks like Mark Cates has really jumped the start big time.
Yeah.
That's
keen to get it going.
He certainly is, and so there'll be definitely a penalty coming up there.
And not only did he jump the start, he's muffed it completely because now Graham's got out in front.
Oh, there's contact there with Piscaneri and Onofaro.
Yep.
So that looks like the front of the Mini there's taken a bit of a hit there. And there was Vandenwright that's run very, very wide to avoid Conno. And Conno's missing half that Mini, unfortunately, as Edhouse back out onto the circuit. So we will go back under safety car conditions at the moment with that stricken car of Onofaro's facing oncoming traffic down there in turn number 1.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't quite get that, what happened. All of a sudden the Mini was going around sideways. Not a pretty thing.
As you can see, the track temperature this morning being so cold, 3 degrees at 8 o'clock this morning, it's probably, I'd say it's between 8 and 10 degrees out there at the moment. It's still very cool. That wind coming up and over the top of the hill, she's fairly cool, as Martin just checking on the current weather conditions here at carco.com.au Raceway.
You're clever, aren't you? It's 8 degrees.
It's 8 degrees.
But track temps will be down.
Yeah.
They'll only be half of that.
And unfortunately, that would be the day done for Conno Onofaro. There's significant damage done to the front of that little Mini.
Yeah, that's...
Hopefully we might be able to get a replay from our Turn 7 media guys. We did have a camera on board that car. Here we go. We've got our replay coming up very shortly for our live stream viewers. Here we go. We're going to jump on board car number 22.
In car.
So Woolhouse leading Mark Cates, and he's lost it all by himself and driven straight into the passenger door of Peter Piscaneri. So that's just a case of very cold tyres, no grip down there, and it's very unusual to see a Mini lose it like that. They're a front-wheel drive car. They can normally drive out of an incident like that, but unfortunately for Conno, and all the years of experience, it can still catch you out.
Yep, that's that hard push going at the start of a race, and it's for all the experience, it's let him down. That's a shame. It actually was. It looks quite bad. It probably ain't. It probably is not that bad, but certainly I think his day is more than likely done.
Well, we need to have a look at Piscaneri's car as well and see what type of damage has been done to that door. I can see them just crawling up to turn number 5 at the moment, and it certainly had a decent punch in the passenger door, but whether that may have done some damage to the sill, as we can just see it go past us.
There's nothing significant on Pete's car. Obviously there will be some bruising. We've got a good saying, it might buff out.
Yeah, but it's something that we don't like to see in historic touring car racing. It's that was all hard and fair. That was just simply an accident. There was nothing intentional about that. You don't purposely drive into a competitor's door.
Certainly not when that's going on. Certainly a racing incident. Real shame. The shame of this is because this cuts into time.
It's red flagged. Unfortunately, this event has now been red flagged. So, unfortunately, race number 1 for historic touring cars will be a non-event, as we didn't complete 75% of the race duration or distance.
Yep.
And that's not a way to start our day. Our race suspended due to track conditions, which would be the amount of... There'd be a fair bit of oil down in turn number 1, which is going to require probably a significant bit of a clean-up from our hard-working recovery crew. And a big thank you to all of our officials and recovery crew, our medical, timing, Motorsport Australia officials. Thanks for giving up your weekend so that we can go racing here at carco.com.au Raceway. Well, it brings to an end race number 1 for historic touring cars. A non-event will be shown on the NatSoft timing boards, and unfortunately for Martin, we'll see you in race number 2 as we throw down to Demelza and Jamie. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Good morning, Vaughan.
And welcome to Pit Lane for the WA Sporting Car Club Championships Round 4.
Proudly lubricated by Valvoline, would you believe? Now we're joined by Dave Casey. Dave, congratulations. Sorry? Paul Casey.
Paul Maltoni.
Paul Maltoni. I beg your pardon, Paul. I was told it was David Casey.
He's my main opposition.
I beg your pardon. So, Paul, tell me about today's race. You did really well, but you had a bit of luck on your side.
Yeah, I did actually have a bit of luck. Dave had a bit of incident with his car and flat battery, unfortunately for him, but so it handed me the lead. So I was able to hold that, which is good. I mean, Rod Lisson had a few chances there, had a good look up the inside, but I managed to hold him off and keep the lead.
Now, you were talking about this before we came on camera, and you did mention the fact that, what's the track like on a bitterly cold morning like today?
Oh, it's slippery. It's not wet like a wet track, but the tyres don't get any temperature into them, so it's like riding on hard plastic, hard rubber. So if I just skate across the top, and it's hard to get the car. My car particularly doesn't like it. It's hard to get it to turn into the corners, so I'm having to play with the brakes and be aggressive with the turning to get the car to pivot. And once it's turned in, get on the gas and drive it out.
Now, Paul, you have started off your day quite well. You've just won the last race. With the way that the car is travelling, we are going to see it get a little bit warmer today. How are you feeling going into the rest of the day?
I'm pretty confident. But, Dave, fortunately for me, he's going to start from the back at this race, but he'll come through the field pretty quick. And I think we've got an eight-lap race. By lap 5 or 6, he'll be on my tail. So it'll be an interesting race after that.
Paul, how competitive is out there on the track with the Formula Vs? I know you guys are a pretty tight unit as club, but I'm interested in the 16 and the 1200s and so forth. Where do you feel the most competition's coming from for you when you're on the track?
Oh, for me, it's definitely the 1600s. Dave Casey, Rod Lisson. There's a couple of guys out this weekend that aren't here, unfortunately. Franz Estebar, Jason Fowler, Mason Legg, and Callum Lamont. They're all, any on a good day, anyone can have it. Dave's probably the legend in the field, in the club, so everyone likes to beat him.
But Paul, when you're out there as well, do you actually feel the heat of the competition? Can you actually see and feel what the energy is around you that's coming at you competitively?
Not really, hey. I mean, it's a great club. They really help each other, and they're all trying to get the best out of each other. So it just lifts the whole club. So, the competition's there, the pressure's there in a fun way. But, you go to a competing driver and you've got a bit of an issue. They're not holding back to give you hell. So it's great competition.
Now, Paul, the Formula V category is sponsored by Home Chef. I believe you have a little bit to do with that. Could you tell us a little bit more?
Yeah, Home Chef's my business. We provide meals for elderly and the disabled to their homes. So it's all of the metropolitan area, southwest of WA. It's a family-run WA-based business.
It's great to see that your business is actually supporting a car club in particular. I think that's really fantastic, because really the car clubs need as much support sponsorship-wise as they can get.
Yeah, they do. I mean, it's not probably one of the most popular forms of marketing these days, but it works for us. I guess, there's a lot of people who got means, but also the age group is there looking after their parents or, that sort of thing. So it suits our market, and it's great to support something I love.
So who do you have to thank when it comes to looking after your vehicle as well? I know that you do a fair bit of hands-on stuff yourself, but do you do anything with the motor, or is that somebody else's responsibility? Oh, yeah, I've used
Anthony Lees and Dave Casey do most of my motor work. I tend to leave that to the mechanics, and I focus on the car setup, handling, and get the car doing what it should do on the track, and leave the mechanics to somebody else who knows what they're doing.
Listen, we're going to hand back to you, Vaughan, but thanks for joining us, Paul. I really appreciate it. Sorry about not identifying you correctly. And I want to thank Valvoline for these wonderful beanies, especially on a day like today. Over to you, Vaughan.
Jamie and Demelza down there doing a great job rocking the Valvoline beanies down there this morning in our Formula V pits with Paul Multoney, the winner of race number 1 earlier this morning. We're just waiting to see what is occurring, and it looks like our historic touring car drivers, they've all lined up back in pit lane, but they are now being advised to head up into the paddock area. So as we suggested, race number 1 will be classified as a non-event, unfortunately, with the field only making it through to the apex of turn number 1, and unfortunately that incident between Piscaneri and Conno on a Faro. So good to see that Conno was out of the car and is A-OK, and the same for Peter Piscaneri, although his car has got a bit of a mini indentation in the passenger seat. That confirmation that this race will not restart, and our drivers heading back up into the paddock area. So next out on the program here at carco.com.au Raceway for round number 4 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championships, proudly lubricated by Valvoline. It'll be our time challenge, 5 laps plus 1 lap. and this is not door handle to door handle. These guys have nominated their lap time earlier in that practice session that we saw before race number 1 this morning, and now is the business part of the deal. They have to get that allocated lap time to the closest 100th of a second that they can. Otherwise, they'll be penalised for going too fast or penalised going too slowly. So we will wait for our time challenge competitors to get the 1 minute board. We'll take a short break here at carco.com.au Raceway. Hope you're enjoying the sunshine out there on this pretty chilly Saturday morning. We'll be back with time challenge very shortly.
This broadcast supported by Turn 7 Media, Streamer, Real Human Photos, Unlabeled Photography, Top Step Designs, and New Start Finance Group.
And there's no sponsor for the time challenge?
No, that's run by the Sporting Car Club.
Gotcha.
So it's part of their Tarmac Sportz series, which is designed to get, people from interest in performance driving. And then
round number 4 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championships for 2025, proudly lubricated by Valvoline, and our time challenge vehicles making their way out onto the circuit. Our onboard camera is in the HSV Marloo of Tom Mickelson. And the HSV, the big V8, the 28-year-old out there leading the field around behind the safety car. Then we have Neville Zockerly in the Chevrolet Camaro. Gary Utterson out there in car number 8, the Holden Tirana. That's our top 3. And then we have Matty Galton, Joe Douglas. Mick Moylan is right up the field there. And that's on our scoreboard, but I can see Mick, he's about the 3rd or 4th last car as we go on board and have a look at the beautiful carco.com.au Raceway. We've just gone over the top of the hill and down towards turn number 6. So the guys will be doing well over 150 kilometres an hour as they come down here, get to the 75 metre mark, down a gear, hard on the brakes. They'll be right out wide where the safety car is, and then they come right back across to the right-hand side of the racetrack. And there's a little grate which we've just gone past there on the right-hand side. You get right down there, the right front-hand wheel makes contact with that grate, and then you let the car come out to the left-hand side. Some people will actually use that little bit of a concrete apron that you can see out there on the driver's left, and then let the car flow up and over the top of the hill, up through the gears, up into 5 if you've got it, or 6, and then down the hill. The big roller coaster ride here at carco.com.au Raceway, and then hard on the brakes. Really, really hard on the brakes, particularly for one of these time challenge vehicles. This is the second hardest braking zone you'll find anywhere in Australia, behind the Chase at Mount Panorama. It actually comes back up. Once you're right down in the lull of the corner, the racetrack actually comes back uphill again, which allows you to be later on the brakes than what you would normally expect into turn number 7. So you carry that speed through turn number 7, let the car come out to driver's left again, just make contact with the ripple strip on the exit on driver's left, and then hard on the gas down towards turn number 1. And already we can see the Marlou starting to scoot away from the Chevrolet of Zoccoli, and Utterson in third place on the road at the moment, with Maddie Galton in P4 on the road at the moment. Joe Douglas in the BRZ Subaru as well, the blue car at the back of this little field of cars as they crest over the top of turn number 5 and drop down the hill into turn number 6. There is our onboard camera in that beautifully presented Holden Marlou with lots of extra additional aero on that car. You can see that splitter, or the skirt down at the back of the vehicle, and that big V8 supercar wing hanging off the back of it, trying to get some aerodynamics to push the back of that car down onto the circuit as they come out of turn number 7 for the first time. And across the line, it is Tom Mickelson on the road. Now let's see what happens here. Zoccoli just knocked up 567. Maddie Galton 470. So she's in the lead at the moment. Oh, Toey's just come in with a 327, and straight away Rob Haggerty, my fellow commentator, gets 75 points, and he's been eclipsed by car number 9 of Dixon, who gets 2 demerit points. That's an outstanding lap there, particularly on the open lap. He nominated a lap time of 1 minute 13 flat, and he's gone a 1 minute 13.02. So only 2/100ths of a second slower than his lap time, and that equates to 2 demerit points. He has a 73-point lead over Rob Haggerty in the MX-5, and Justin Chaffee, a saloon car driver and one of our hard-working committee members up here at the West Australian Sporting Car Club. He finds himself in third place at the moment. Peter Dybel also having a good run in P5 at the moment. Jamie Scott in 6th as they come across the line to reel off lap number 2. Let's wait for our scoreboard to update before we give you some placings. But it's still Dixon, Haggerty and Chaffee. Only 1 point difference between Haggerty and Chaffee. 75 for Haggerty and 76 for Chaffee, as King now gets in between those two guys. We're waiting for the Mazda MX-5 to come across the line. And Rob Haggerty's done an outstanding lap, and so's Dixon. Dixon's just done a 1 demerit point lap, and Haggerty's done a 2 demerit point lap. So we're talking 1/100ths of a second here, and the guys are lapping within 1/100th of a second of their nominated lap time. Outstanding so far from Dixon and Haggerty. Chaffee back on 127 and King on 162. Then we go out to Dybel on 228, and Jamie Scott round out our top 6 on 239. So our leaders on the circuit have already gone past. Zoccoli now takes over the lead. Oh, from Mickelson, a big puff of white smoke out of the back of the Marlou as they go up through the S's. As now we're focusing on Malkin. No, that's Joe Douglas. Coming down into turn number 1, a beautifully presented Subaru BRZ. As we said earlier this morning, Joe's had a couple of wins up here at carco.com.au Raceway in this BRZ. A very nimble little car and doesn't lack the horsepower either. It's a very quick little car. So word from our stewards is that this one has been extended out to 6 laps. So it's still Dixon on 153, Rob Haggerty on 211, Justin Chaffee now up into 3rd on 233, and Jamie Scott is moved up into 4th on 260. Rounding out our 5 is Peter Dybel in the Pertec tribute livery, little Ford Falcon. Gary Utterson just coming across the line with Matty Galton, and here's Joe Douglas down hard onto the brakes. Got the lights flashing now for... I don't know why he'd be flashing the lights down there. There's nobody in front of him for a long way. Matty Galton's a good couple of 100 metres in front of him. But it's still Dixon, Haggerty. Jamie Scott now moves up into third. Dybel up into fourth. And Chaffee falls from third to fifth. The white flag on display at turn 5. There's a slow car up and over the top of the hill there. That's what the white flag indicates. And there it is. It's the 98. And I don't actually have him down on my list, but he is crawling. So unfortunately for him, Pete Platter on probation. It looks like it's a ex-saloon car as well. There's Zockerly coming into turn number 1 now in the Chevrolet Corvette, car number 95. Tom Mickelson in 157. As we have a look, it's still Dixon and Haggerty. Only 2 points the difference between these two drivers. Chaffee in 3, Jamie Scott in 4, and Dybel still hanging on for 5. But 2 points difference after 4 laps. This is incredibly close. So keep your eye on car number 6, the white Mazda MX-5, as he just comes across the line now. Can he get to the front? He's gone out to 301. We're waiting for Dixon to come across the line. Nominated a 1 minute 13, and he did a 1 minute 13.13. Scored 13 points last time through. So he has a commanding lead at the moment now, 254, then 301 to Rob Haggerty, 368 to Jamie Scott, and 429 to Justin Chaffee. So checkered flag has flown on this one for our leaders on the road, which was Zockerly. So all of the cars now completing their allocated 6 laps. And then we'll get a correction done on our scoreboard, and we'll give you the final winner very, very shortly. But it's a very, very close race. And looks like Dixon in car number 9 is looking good to take this one out from Rob Haggerty and Jamie Scott. Still no changes at the moment. There's been an update now, and it looks like Jamie Scott has gone to the lead over Matty Galton in the VW. Dixon into third. No, sorry, Haggerty up into third. Dixon down to 4th. Chaffee in 5. Joe Douglas in that Subaru BRZ in 7th. Dybel in 8. King 9. And McGavigan in car number 99. 1 lap down, so we're still waiting for him to come across the line, but it looks like it might be Matty Galton going to take a win here on 181 points from Jamie Scott on 227, and Rob Haggerty 278. So that's everybody across the line now, I believe. So we should just wait for our scoreboard to update itself for the final time, and we'll make things final. And Matty Galton driving the Focus RS. She's got a hand out the window. So whether she knows something that we don't up in race control. The Ford Focus. A very quick little motor car. So jumping out of a Volkswagen Beetle into the Ford Focus. It's car number 5 on the screen. That's Hayden King. Hayden King finishing down in position 16. As it stands at the moment. We're still waiting for a final point score to be allocated. It is looking good for Matty Galton over Jamie Scott and Rob Haggerty. Nobody scoring the perfect score there, although it was Haggerty and Knox, I believe, scored a 1 point there, so only 1/100th of a second away from their allocated time. So very, very close. And there it is. It is now official. Matty Galton takes the win from car number 51 of Jamie Scott and the MX-5 of Rob Haggerty. You know, co-partner in the commentary this weekend. He takes out P3 from Dixon, who held the lead for most of that lap, or that race, in P4, and Justin Chaffee round out our top 5. That's a very exciting way to open up the time challenge event here at carco.com.au Raceway. We've got one more race to go before our grid walk, and that will be for Retrovision. The XLs over 12 minutes plus 1 lap coming up very shortly. Don't forget, after the XLs, they're going to pull up on the start-finish line. And we've also got a promo for Drift West. So if you would like your drifting, stick around for the lunchtime break. A demo and promotion coming up by the Drift West crew here on the start-finish line, and we will throw the gates open, and Demelza and Slim Jim will be down there interviewing some of the drivers as we pick up our leaders, our XL drivers, just making their way down to the dummy grid at the moment. There's a few stragglers. We've got about half the field down here in the dummy grid already as they make their way down. For Retrovision, the XL Cup, next on the circuit here at carco.com.au Raceway, proudly sponsored by Valvoline.
WA XL Cup Racing proudly presented by Retrovision, Tech Mechanical, Racetech, Nexter, and Revolution Race Gear.
We've got a couple of minutes before our XL Cup for Retrovision make their way out onto the circuit. We're going to throw down to Demelza and Slim Jim.
That's right, we are here at Pit Lane for the historic touring cars.
Category, absolutely right.
Yeah, with Trevor Fairs. Trevor, how do you feel you've been so far today, obviously?
Well, I was hoping to have a full race, but a little bit of an accident has red flagged us and we're off the track. So it didn't last more than a lap, but I'm hoping that Conno's car is going to be fixed up. But yeah, a bit of bad luck for him. But I'm looking forward to the next race.
Trevor, tell us a bit about your car. How long have you had the vehicle and how much time and effort do you put into it?
I bought the car from a chap by the name of Paul Girt from Victoria. It cost me about $25,000 and I didn't realise that I'd bought a lemon. And I've had to replace just about everything on the car.
Are you doing all the work yourself?
I do all the work myself, yes, apart from a bit of engineering, but I build the engines myself, and I have learnt that I can make it go a little bit faster in the future, which I'm looking forward to. I'm getting a head built, so but in the meantime, the car always finishes. I'm glad that I'm able to build an engine that lasts the distance.
Well, unlike the Italian mob, where minis were the sort of go, and in that huge chase scene throughout Italy, I mean, why do you prefer driving in a mini, especially when you're in a historic touring car category, and you've got so many other larger vehicles around you? What's the attraction to that vehicle?
Well, I used to race karts, and I used to be a member of the Tiger Kart Club, and I enjoyed racing karts very much, and circuit champion in Coburn back in '94. But the Mini is almost like a kart anyway, so and it's the only car that I can fit down the side of my driveway, so I enjoy racing them. They're front-wheel drive engines, very different to normal. Yeah, so it took a while to learn the front-wheel drive, oversteering and all that sort of thing, but yeah, very enjoyable.
And
thanks, Trevor.
Yeah.
Thanks, Trevor, for the rest of the race today. Good luck for the rest of today.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks for the interview.
Back to you, Vaughan.
Thanks very much to Jamie and Demelza down there with Trevor Fairs, one of our mini drivers in the historic touring cars. Unfortunately for race number 1, declared a non-event due to that incident down there in turn number 1. But we turn our attention to the Retrovision XL Cup, and our top 2 rows are the cream of the cream coming straight out of qualifying this morning. Zane Rhodes, car number 73, able to grab pole position only just from Carlos Ambrosio, the current state champion in car number 1. Second row, Noah Byrne versus the previous champion in Hill in car number 53. Looking forward to this one, Rob. These are the fastest shopping trolleys you'll find anywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. Beautifully presented cars as well. These guys do a brilliant job, and girls do a brilliant job at keeping these cars looking absolutely splendid. And the car that's on pole position, the yellow and blue car of Zane Rhodes, is no exception. That's a beautifully presented car, and a real credit to Zane and his pit crew. Not taking anything away from Carlos Ambrosio's car next to him, another beautifully presented car. But I'm really looking forward to this battle between these two guys. They've been battling all season so far, with Carlos just getting a little bit of the upper hand over Zane in the first few rounds. I believe this is their last round here at carco.com.au for season 25. They've probably got another one down at Collie, but nonetheless, this is one of their last rounds. So Rhodes will be doing everything that he can to try to gather in that slim lead in the championship that Ambrosio's got.
For our live stream customers, we have a onboard camera in car number 12 of Jacob Fisher. He'll be coming from the 3rd row, so we'll get a great view of the 4 cars in front, Rhodes, Ambrosio, Byrne and Hill, as they depart the start line and head down into turn number 1 for the first time. A good sized field, almost back to McCracken House on the exit of turn number 7. And as you said, there's some beautifully presented cars out there.
There are. Look at all those purple-fronted cars of the Cove family there as well, and they're well presented and certainly standing out amongst the crowd. And they're all in line now. We've got the green flag at the back of the field from our grid marshal.
A green flag, and we wait for the red lights to come on here from Motorsport Australia. Not too long. Red lights on. The revs raise here for Retrovision. This is the XL Cup, and a great start from Ambrosio. Rhodes was having tea and scones on the line and just falls back nearly 2 car lengths as they head down into turn number 1 for the first time.
Good start from Byrne as well from the inside of the second row, and he slotted himself into 3rd place, which was where he started, but he certainly made a little bit of ground on Rhodes as well. And then, of course, it's back to Dean Hill in car number 53 as they go line astern up through the S's for the first time towards turn 4. It's our current champion, Carlos Ambrosio, in car number 1, leading the field.
And Jacob Fisher got off to a good start too. He's sitting back in about P6 or 7 at the moment, providing some good onboard footage into turn number 4 for the first time as this big gaggle of XLs for Retrovision come up and across the top of the hill for the first time. It's still Rhodes and Ambrosio. Ambrosio's got in front of Rhodes.
Yeah, Ambrosio was in front of Rhodes, but Rhodes is well and truly starting to trouble the back of that XL that's in front of him at the moment as he gets right into the slipstream as they rise up the top of the back straight and about to crest the top of the hill and come back into sight for the spectators that are here at CARCO. Look at Zane, he's really looking like he wants to get down the inside, but being well covered at the moment by Ambrosio. And 3rd place, Dean Hill, now starting to make his move as he gets down the inside of Byrne.
Yeah, side by side down into the braking zone. Dean Hill slides his car up the inside of Noah Byrne. They're still side by side as the exit of turn number 7. Somebody's going to incur a bit of a penalty there for running the wrong side of that exit ripple strip. But how's this battle out in front? Ambrosio, the current state champion, in the blue car, and Zane Rhodes in the green and blue car. Car number 73, not too far off the bumper bar of Ambrosio.
Yeah, Ambrosio letting the car have a little bit of its head there coming out of turn 1 and letting it run a bit wide and giving lots of the power down onto the ground, and Zane Rhodes just a little bit of a tighter one, but Zane Rhodes is definitely quicker going up through turn 4 and across the turn 5 complex. He gets right onto the back of the tail of Ambrosio and starts to really trouble the back of that car.
I think looks like Noah Byrne looked like he was going to have a crack on Dean Hill, and Dean's just moved over into the middle of the racetrack there to block that line. But what's some great battles here for 1st and 2nd, and also 3rd, 4th and now 5th. So we've got Fisher with our onboard camera, moves himself up into P5 now, looking at the back of Byrne and Dean Hill.
Yeah, and they're really quite close together now, but you can throw a blanket over the 1st and 2nd places. Once again, Zane feigns to the inside but doesn't decide on that move, goes right out wide and takes the widest line that I've seen for a while into turn 7 and comes out right back on the tail again of Ambrosio. Bit of a rabbit jump over the top of the curb there on the exit of turn 6 there from Fisher. But once again, they're like, look at car number 11 of Byrne, looking like he wants to get down the inside of Dean Hill again.
Yeah, I think he's got the speed over Dean Hill. It's just where Dean's positioning 53 at the moment. It's unable to allow Noah Byrne to get past. And behind them is Fisher, who's actually dropped off. He was right into the boot lid of Noah Byrne last time through.
I think he lost a little bit of his straight line speed down the pit straight there by just getting over that curb a little bit too much on the exit of turn 7 and jumping about a bit. But it's still all over the back of Dean Hill is car number 11 of Noah Byrne. And I can see a move coming on there very, very shortly.
Yeah, you can sense that something's brewing here between 53 and 11 of Byrne as they go through the apex of turn 6.
We've got a new leader as well, new leader. So Zane Rhodes has managed to get down the inside of Ambrosio that time, and he's taken the lead as they come over the top of the hill on lap number 3. So here he is with now getting hassled from the back, the same as he was doing to Ambrosio. The positions have now swapped, and Ambrosio's doing that to him. So he'll have his car full of car number 1, his rear vision mirror full of car number 1.
And still Noah Byrne unable to get past 53 of Dean Hill. Then we go back to Fisher and Harrison Burns in car number 333.
Yeah, another change for the lead. Ambrosio back down the inside, and he's going to hang him out to dry there out of turn number 1. So he does exactly that, and Rhodes having to take the long line around the outside and back into 2nd place. So this is an absolutely brilliant little battle between
About a big blow up here on the main straight. We've actually got a fire, fire.
No, it's gone out now, thankfully. Oh,
no, it's still going.
No.
So the driver of that white XL has pulled over onto the shoulder just at the pit exit and has left a fairly significant oil down. It's car number 99, and that is John Schultz. And unfortunately for John there, looks like he may still be in the car, or is he evacuated?
I don't think he's climbed out. He's just climbing out now. I've just seen the door open, so he'll be hopping out of that now. We've got the safety car on the track as expected, and the yellow flags, the safety car boards are out, so that's basically neutralised our race. Hopefully they're all going to be able to see that. Just looking at car number 11 of Byrne, looking a little racy over the top of the hill then, but I think he's seen the flag now. In fact, we do have a couple of them who haven't seen the flag, and we do hold our breath a little bit in this situation, because you get so focused on the bumper bar of the car in front. There goes, I think McGregor at his back there, who's just in the Pedders car. I think that might be McGregor, who's just, but he's redressed as well, but I don't know.
Doesn't matter.
Make very much difference. Clark, of course, tends to take somewhat of a dim view of that sort of thing. But nonetheless, you get so focused on the car in front, and you really do need to make sure that you pick out where the flag points are and check them every time. But look, nonetheless, these guys have all sorted themselves out now, and hopefully we won't have too much of a delay here. But they've got the fire truck down there with the crash crew, and all doing the right thing and making sure that car is neutralised and not going to cause any more problems.
I can see down there on the main straight, look how shiny it is, right on the driver's line.
Yep.
Over towards the pit wall there, so there will be a significant amount of oil down on the circuit at the moment. And as that smoke drifted across here, I thought we'd gone cold again, and there was a bit of frost and a bit of mist happening out there, but it was actual oil smoke. And I wouldn't be surprised if the bottom end of that Hyundai has been spread from one end of the main straight to the other.
Probably there's some debris down here that's just in front of us here. It's probably part of a conrod or something along the lines of that, because just where the shadow ends for the bridge down here, you can see on the track.
I can see some more down here near the fire extinguisher.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, there's bits of Hyundai engine everywhere along the track. So
that's a big blow up.
Yeah, I'll be making sure that I log that into my brain for my next run out there, so that I don't have myself a bit of a problem.
It's kind of good that he didn't make it down to turn number 1, because that would have made things very, very awkward for everybody in the after our lunch break.
What it is going to do, Vaughan, is it's going to make anyone who starts on the outside of the row, so position 2, 4, 6 and back for the next event, pretty compromised on their start. And you're going to be wanting to be on an odd number out of the starting boxes for the next race or two, because you're going to get a lot more grip there, I would suspect, than you will be off the even numbers.
I mean, they will put the kitty litter down and absorb up all of that oil, but it has now compromised the racetrack for probably maybe even the rest of the day.
Yeah, look, the sun will burn a little bit off as well, I guess, but yeah, no, it's a little bit of a shame. And a big bit of a shame, obviously, for Scholz. In his car, he's got a big job to do before the next meeting.
Well, we're still under safety car. We have a minute and a half remaining, so this one is probably just going to be drawn out. But this our feature for our grid walk coming up very shortly. So they will probably run the clock down and get the guys to come back and settle at the start-finish line in preparation for our grid walk with Slim Jim and Demelza.
It's certainly got Ambrosio off the hook.
Yes,
and for that matter, Hill as well, who was under lots of pressure from car number 11 of Noah Byrne. So definitely let those two guys off the hook and allowed them just to cruise to a first and third position.
They were so close. Rhodes has actually got the fastest lap of the race by 1/10 of a second, 8/100ths if you want to get exact. So those guys were going hammer and tong at exactly the same speed.
Yeah, both very talented guys. It makes you wonder what their next step in motorsport's going to be after XLs, because I think that both of them have got a big future if they step up into some of the more exotic categories, you might like to call them, but at the moment doing very, very well in XLs, both of them, and have been for the last couple of seasons.
We're down to 25 seconds, so we've still got yellow flag at the start-finish line here, but that will possibly turn to checkers next time through. And we've still got the stricken car down there of John Scholz.
Yeah, that'll be a flat toe back to the pits, I would imagine, and I don't know they'll be wanting to drag that. It's probably still dripping oil out the bottom of it, so I imagine they'll flat toe that. So just looking to see where the flat toe is. It's not actually...
Yeah, it's down there.
It's just down there. Yep, just down on the back of the V8 pits.
And then our recovery crew have got a fairly significant job to do, not only mopping up all of the oil, but picking up conrods and bits of piston and everything else that we can see visibly here from the commentary box. We can see there is metal debris all down the main straight.
One of the good things about that, of course, is the fact that we're going into our break. So whilst it's not very good for the officials who are having to clean that up during their break, but it means that we won't be losing too much time as far as the race meeting is concerned.
Just having a look at the race record, Zane Rinaldi from Queensland has the lap record. That would have been set back at the Nationals that we had here in 2023. So it was 11.8.
Yeah, about 5/10 of a second.
About half a second away. Yeah. So that's not too bad on a very cold morning here at carco.com.au Raceway.
Very good, 47 hundredths
in
fact. So yeah, very, very close to the lap record. And if this is able to be cleaned up later in the day, you can see that perhaps that lap record might come under a bit more threat.
And safety car doing the right thing now by getting everybody to form up and going down driver's right down the main straight.
The checker flag does come out.
Yep, so that will be it for our Hyundai race. So unfortunately, 2 races this morning have both been declared a non-event. So although this one will be an event because they have gone the distance and the time required. So this one will be actually declared to Carlos Ambrosio over Zane Rhodes and Dean Hill. Well, it's our lunch break here at carco.com.au Raceway. If you are here at the circuit, make your way down towards the start-finish line once the gate is open and come out and have a look through this exciting variety of XL race cars out there. Of course, they were racing this morning and all year for Retrovision, and the XL Cup will be back after our lunch break with 2 more races coming up this afternoon. I'm going to go and get ready for a grid walk with Jamie and Demelza. Please enjoy your lunch, stay out of the sun and some slip, slop, slap. Even though it's freezing cold, that sun will still do some damage to your skin. So look after yourselves, and we will be back after our grid walk with the Retrovision XL Cup drivers here at carco.com.au Raceway. This is round number 4 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championships for 2025, proudly lubricated by Valvoline.
WA XL Cup Racing proudly presented by Retrovision, Tech Mechanical, Race Tech, Nexter, and Revolution Race Gear. Round 4 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship proudly lubricated by Valvoline. the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly lubricated by Valvoline.
Hi. We are down here on the grid walk where you can actually have a chance to come and check out the cars, chat to some of the drivers on your lunch break. I am here with Carlos Ambrosio, part of the XL Cup, thanks to Retrovision. Carlos, how are you going up until the incident we just had?
Yeah, that was a pretty good race with Zane. We made a couple positions for the position changes for the lead, which was pretty cool and pretty close racing. I was just pretty lucky to get in the lead just before the safety car came out. But yeah, looking forward for the rest of the day.
Now, it is quite a chilly day today. How have you found the track to be given past races here?
Yeah, the cool temps are good for these cars and normally quick times. That's why our times are quite quick today. Yeah, it's definitely better than when it's a hot track.
And does that change your strategy going into it, knowing that it could potentially have some sort of impact, especially when you have someone like Zane who's neck and neck with you?
Not too much. We just, head down and we battle hard. So, yeah.
And tell us a little bit about the way the car's driving today. Are you happy with it? Do you think that there's a little bit more, obviously, without giving too much away?
It's not too bad. It's probably about 80% good. So we've just got to fix up a couple corners and should be a little bit better.
Now, you do have some quite stiff competition going into the next race. What are your thoughts heading in for the rest of the day?
Just try and do what we're doing in that race and, just try and stay out in the lead.
And finally, do you have any support here with you today that you'd like to thank and behind the car?
Yeah, definitely my family. They come out to every race meeting. They'll work on the car. And massive thanks to my sponsors, the IFM Group. They chuck in a lot of help for the whole season. And Pete from Peterbilt Race Engines, he builds a rocket of an engine, so we wouldn't be out the front without him.
That's fantastic. Carlos, thank you so much. Good luck for the remainder of today.
Thank you very much.
Jamie, it's now over to you.
Thanks a lot, Demelza. I'm joined now by Zane Rose, who came in second for this race. Zane, you've got to be happy with that great result, but how's the car feeling on a day like today?
Car's feeling quite good. Considering the conditions, I'm quite happy with how the car handles. Just wish there wasn't a safety car and could have kept battling Carlos, but yeah, it's a good race. Look forward to the next one.
So what's it going to take to get over Carlos when it comes to a race at the moment? I know you're pretty much, you're very much up his backside, so to speak, for most of the race. But I mean, what's it going to take to beat someone of that sort of quality?
You just got to plan it out a bit. Maybe a few laps earlier, see where his strong weak spots are, and then choose a spot to make the move and try and make it stick till the end. But you can never always plan around a safety car, so it makes it quite difficult.
So when you're training through the week and so forth for a championship weekend, do you have certain goals in your mind that you're training with to achieve what you ultimately want to be as the winner of the race?
Not necessarily. I try to just work on the car as hard as we can. Massive thanks to Dad and my sponsors. But it's mainly just getting the car set up perfectly, and then I can drive to my best ability.
So are you doing any simulation training or anything like that, or was it pretty much just on the track itself?
Yeah, just on the track. I don't do any sim racing or anything. It's just some good fun on the weekend that me and Dad spend time together with.
Your dad mentioned you're going to Phillip Island soon, and there's a fair bit of wind over there. Obviously today's pretty good, but there's not much wind. So do you feel that any of the elements will have an effect on you when you go and travel over east and so forth for racing?
You never know. We went to Bathurst the other month.
Good experience?
Oh, it was awesome. It's like once in a lifetime. But it's more like once you get on track, you learn it. You can never guess what the weather and conditions are going to be like. So it's just something we're going to have to figure out on the day. But it should be good. Quite excited.
Now, Zane, who inspired you when it came to racing? Who's the person that sort of you look up to and want to sort of achieve what they've achieved in this wonderful sport?
Probably Mum and Dad. They've always been into motorsport and cars, so I've just loved it ever since I was little, and I've just gone up the ranks from go-karts to Hyundai, so it's just been awesome.
Well, mate, wishing you the best of luck for the rest of the day. Hope you compete well and succeed as far as your expectations are concerned. And Demelza's, I think, with Dean Hill right now, aren't you, Demelza? Over to you.
I certainly am with Dean Hill. Dean, now you really weren't happy with your qualifying, but you've picked up quite a few places.
Yeah, got stuck in traffic in the qualifying, so it was fun hard to piece together a good lap. So you qualified fourth.
not bad, but meant I was a little bit behind the front two after the first few laps of the first race. But managed to make up a good position on lap 1.
And how are you finding, obviously, coming behind both Carlos and Zane getting in there? Were you feeling good that potentially you might have headed in there?
They weren't walking away, and I was hoping every time they had a little battle, I would take a step forward, but then we ran out of racing laps to do anything with it. So hopefully, next race, better stick behind them straight away and bring the fight to them.
And how are you finding your car travelling? Obviously, doing great to get you up to the third position with that safety car. Are you happy with it? Do you feel like there's a little bit more that needs to be done ahead of the next few races?
Oh, I'm pretty happy with it, to be honest. It's feeling good. We're definitely in the ballpark with it, so I don't be messing around too much with changing things when I don't need to. So I'll probably leave it as is for the next race and see how we go behind these guys, and maybe make some changes for the last race.
And have you also found the weather to impact the way that you've been driving today, or are you quite happy with it?
Yesterday was interesting. Yesterday felt during practice the track felt a bit slower. I think it's just the recent rain we've had lifted up a lot of the oil, but the track seems to be coming good today, and it seems to be getting better and better. Like with the time seems to be improving, so it's feeling good.
What, in terms of getting in for the remainder of the day, do you have any thoughts in terms of how you're going to approach that, given what you've seen already?
Oh, just to try to get a good start, and don't lose a place off the start, and just try to stick behind them in the toe, and then just wait. Just be patient. Don't be too feisty, wasting time, and just try to stick behind them for a bit. I think, yeah.
And in terms of your sponsors, do you have anyone you'd like to thank for helping you out today?
Yeah, sure. CryptoJet, my main sponsor, use dry ice to surface clean bottoms of cars, engine bays, anything really. Really a good non-chemical way of cleaning cars. So they do great for us. Wrap the car, gives a little spending money. So got to thank CryptoJet. Thank you.
And do you have anyone here backing you today and cheering you on as well you'd like to thank?
My dad, where he is, he's always here helping me. Without him, I wouldn't be able to do it. Mum should be here somewhere. I don't know if she's arrived or not, but she'll be somewhere, and my girlfriend's coming a bit later. So there's always people coming, which is lovely. So, need the spot.
Wonderful, wonderful. And good luck for the remainder of today. There's a couple more races to go.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Jamie, I believe it's over to you.
Actually, to be honest, I've got somebody else here I'd love to have a chat to. I'm joined by Andrew Roberts from Retrovision and Jake Fisher, who's just gone through this last qualifying round with his Excel. Listen, Andrew, thank you very much for being here. Sponsorship is a major part of racing. It's so necessary, and it's great to see Retrovision backing it. So what inspired Retrovision to get involved with car racing?
We believe in grassroots support in the community. Retrovision's been a strong community brand for many years, and obviously, we've got fairly sort of corporate support with Matt Stone Racing this year. So we decided, I floated this idea to the marketing team when WAXL come and spoke to us. And I said, we've really got to support some grassroots stuff. It's really important. So we threw our weight behind the competition this year, and it's amazing to see so many kids. There's a lot of kids that are just finding their way in motorsport here. So it's really, really important.
WAXL Club is an excellent club. It's a real community, isn't it? So really, Andrew, you are looking at the fact that not only are you supporting a great grassroots sports, but you're also dealing with a great community of people as well.
Yeah, and that's a good thing. And not a lot of people know that Retrovision, the head office for Retrovision Australia is in Bunbury. So it's a family-owned brand these days. So and one of our biggest things in our sponsorship stuff that we do is community and places of belonging. So and the XL Club do a fantastic job of that.
Andrew, you ever raced yourself?
But not on the road, on the rally circuit really. So that was a long time ago. But we're doing a bit of work. Jake's a part of our mentoring and scholarship program with Retrovision. So that's why we're supporting him, throwing our weight behind him as well. And he's doing pretty well.
That's great. Jake, talking to you now, I mean, that sort of support must be fantastic at this stage of your racing career.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I can't thank Andrew enough for everything he's done for me, and just want to represent the brands well, and can't thank them enough for coming on board and just backing me.
And with that sort of support, did it give you plenty more opportunity to get on the track and actually train and improve on your skills?
Oh yeah, definitely. It's just helped Mum and Dad out and me out with obviously money and everything, and just being able to go to days and display my car and show their brand. It's awesome. Yeah.
Do you think there's enough support, Andrew, in this state for motorsport? I'm actually feeling that, as time goes on, that I've been here in the last couple of years, I really feel that this probably needs to have a lot more acknowledgement and a lot more recognition when it comes to support, not only from the government, but in the sense of encouraging other sponsors to come on board as well.
Yeah, I do agree. And look, I've been around motorsport a long time, and my community sponsorship role with Retrovision, I channel money from there into motorsport because motorsport brings the community together, and it's very, very family orientated motorsport. You'll often find in motorsport, whether it's black track, speedway or whatever, it's very generational, it's very family orientated. The supercar team we support, Matt Stone, there's often 3 generations in the shed at a race meeting, so
it's very common here at the track, isn't it? Unfortunately, Andrew, we're running short of time. I have to wrap it up. Thank you very much for your support. Great to see you, Jake. And it's back to we're taking a short ad break, and we'll meet with Vaughan just at the and have a review of this morning's racings in just a couple of moments.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate the opportunity. Thank you so much.
joined by Vaughan Brewer down here on the grid, or near the grid anyway, Vaughan. We're going to do a bit of a wrap-up of what's happened this morning. There's been quite a bit that's happened this morning, and most of it's quite alarming.
It certainly has, mate. First off, the cabs this morning was our Formula Vs.
Yep.
And very close qualifying as per...
It always is.
They're so close, those open wheels. They're powered by Volkswagen motors, but they're so close together. Then we had the historic touring cars come out, and we had our 3 Mustangs, 1, 2 and 3 in qualifying, but the top 2 separated by 2 100ths of a second.
And both Mustangs as well, I believe. Is that right? 2 Mustangs vying out for the pole position, which is great.
Yeah, and completely different Mustangs. One's got a 351 in it, and the other one has a 289. So one's a lot heavier car than the other one, but to 2 100ths of a second, that's Formula V splits.
That's incredible, isn't it? Now, so when I was talking to the Formula V drivers earlier, they were mentioning the fact that because the track's been so cold, they can't get the traction out of the tyres they expect to keep their times in check or keep their driving in check. That's a pretty weird sort of problem to have to deal with on a day like today.
Oh, it certainly was. As we've said on the broadcast this morning, it was 3 degrees at 8 o'clock this morning, right. And it was only 8 degrees at about 10:30. So it's really not heating up that much. We've got that cold northeasterly winds coming. The only way the guys can deal with this is to go up a few pounds in pressure, make those tyres harder, they skid across the top of the road and they develop the heat, therefore you get the mechanical grip.
So when it comes to a day like today, when it is clear but it is cold, so how much reworking or how much reconfiguring are these guys doing with their game plan when it comes to be on the track?
Well, like I said, a lot of it comes down to the air pressures that they put in the tyres. That's the part that makes contact with the road. So besides the right foot, you have to drive accordingly to these conditions as well. And unfortunately, we saw a Mini lose it down there in turn 1, first corner. That's right. On cold tyres. So unfortunately, the car gripped up and turned right and went straight into the door of one of the Mustangs that was in third place of Peter Piscaneri.
What were the results like for the time challenge today, mate?
Time challenge, very, very close. We had 2 drivers that scored 1 point and another driver that scored 2 points. So that means they are within 100th of a second of their nominated lap time.
That's incredible, isn't it?
Oh, it's so awesome. The racing and the qualifying so far this morning has been very, very close. Closest all year.
It's really disciplined driving too, isn't it, when it comes to time challenge? I mean, that's one thing I really appreciate about that type of racing is that, you know, the discipline, just sitting in your pocket, sitting in your groove and getting the best out of your car without going too far or too hard.
The master, Peter Brock himself, 9 times Mount Panorama champion. That's how they used to do it in the old days. He'd have a sign held over pit wall saying 2 minutes 20. Brock would do a 2 minute 20 without any aids at all. He just drove by the seat of his pants. Therefore, he is the master who it is, Peter Brock.
With a couple of the incidents we've had on the track this morning, can I ask, does that disrupt the flow of the racer's mentality when it comes to the rest of the day?
Oh, certainly. If you have a look now out on the main straight here, unfortunately for John Schultz, he's left half his Hyundai engine down the main straight here. There was actually pieces of metal debris from the conrods and the pistons and whatever else has been blown out the bottom of that engine.
A lot of smoke, bit of flame too.
There was a bit of flame, but luckily for John, he was able to get out of that car. But that Hyundai is destroyed. That engine needs to be repaired, obviously. But you have a look at the main straight now. There's a long line of kitty litter there to absorb that oil, but it has now compromised the racetrack for the rest of the afternoon. You don't want to run on that. Even though it's been absorbed, it's still slippery.
So with that sort of in hand, do the drivers realise this and just keep away from that zone of the track? Is that the whole idea?
Yep, definitely. They'll see it. They've had their pit crews come down and have a look at it, and particularly the Hyundai guys, they've all seen it. They've driven past it. Before the kitty litter goes down, it's just a shiny line, and you know anything shiny, you stay away from.
Now, as you know, Vaughan, I'm pretty fresh to motorsport, but one thing I'm actually fascinated by is grip racing or drifting.
Drift racing, and we've got a couple of examples right here behind us.
We certainly have, right? Can we ask these gentlemen to come over with us? Richard and Jamie Worrell. Richard, great to meet you. Thanks for joining us. Jamie, great to have you with us as well. Now, tell us a bit about why is drifting or grip racing something that you want to be a party to, Richard? What drew you into the sport?
Oh, it's just an amazing show normally. It's just sportsmanship is great as well in the sort of community.
The camaraderie factor, which is pretty evident with all the clubs here, isn't it?
Exactly right, yeah. And it's just a good outlet for just something fun to do that's not as expensive as what all these guys do here. when the cars sort of get to this level, it does get a bit more expensive, but it didn't. I never intended for it to get this serious, but yeah, it's just awesome fun, basically.
So how long have you been competing in this type of sport?
Competing about 6 years, but I've been doing it for about 11 to 12 on and off.
Incredible. Jamie, how long have you been drifting for?
I've been drifting for 12 years now, maybe even 13, I've lost count. But competing for, 11 years.
And you guys take a bit of time training people up in this sport as well, which is fantastic, or at least giving them an experience in this sport.
Yeah, of course. We always take passengers out when we get the opportunity to. I do a little bit of coaching as well with Drift School. They do in-field events. It's really good to bring people into the sport.
And Jamie, to me, coming from motor racing myself, this form of motorsport looks like it torches everything from the front bumper to the back bumper.
It sure does. Look, these cars get thrown around and beaten to bits, but it's all light contact. There's not really many times we completely ride off a car. It's always light contact, and most of this stuff is probably barriers and just coming off by running a ripple strip because they're not really held together as great as race cars.
If we have a look over here at the white car of Richards, car number 513. There's somebody in the passenger seat, Jamie.
She looks vaguely familiar.
Should we go and have a look and see who is in here? Here she is, Demelza Leonard. You are one game little girl. You are going to go for the ride of your life.
I think so. I'm doing it for the plot, so why not?
You do know that you are not allowed to swear while you're in the car?
Yeah, I have thought about that. I have spoken to the powers that be, and we'll just see how we go. I can't promise anything.
Demelza, turn the filter on because you are about to go for the ride of your life around carco.com.au Raceway. You know you'll be looking at the side fences, don't you? And you'll be doing that at around about 160 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, look, I know there's going to be a lot going on right now. I don't know what I'm going to be like by the end of it. I've got the Apple Watch's, the heart rate is already soaring, so we'll just see how we go.
The one big question I've got for you, Demelza, is how are you going to deal with helmet hair after you finish this racing?
I brought all the hair care products, so we'll see.
So did I.
We'll see how we go. We got the beanies. We've got the beanies.
Look, I really wish you luck. I think you're in great hands with Richard. So without much further ado, I think we'll get this drifting racing underway. All the best, Demelza. I'm praying for you.
Great to catch up with you down here for our morning recap, mate. It's
I really hope you had a great afternoon, mate, of calling. And
same with you guys. I can't wait to see Demelza when she gets out of the car. You've got to be there when she gets out of the car.
I want to see the colour of the face. That's exactly right. What an incredible opportunity, though. This is great. And these things happen on a regular basis, these sort of drifting events. Is that right, these drifting demos?
Yeah, they've got drift schools as well, which are over here on the centre of our CARCO Raceway. Yeah. You can come and learn how to do this in somebody else's car, which is really good because I couldn't do this in my Volkswagen Amarok.
My Hyundai Iolo wouldn't cope with it either. Somehow, I don't think, Vaughan. Incredible. So this afternoon, we're going to be seeing some fairly good racing, obviously, and hopefully without any interruption. But some of the regular faces that we see in the good positions or the pole positions or any position when it comes to the races, they're all doing the same consistent efforts on the track, which is just incredible, isn't it, mate?
Yeah, you always see that the cream of the crop always comes to the top, and if you're having a bad day, you'll see where these top drivers come from the back to the front through the day. But so far today, we've got all of the cream of the crop. They're all at the front. They're all waiting for round 2 and round 3 coming up this afternoon.
We got to get out of here right now. The one's going to get run over. All the best, Demelza.
All the best, Demelza.
Hey?
I haven't got your microphone.
Get your drift on with Drift West. Regular practice events plus drift battle events. Visit wascc.com.au/driftwest for more details.
I can't hear anything. I got no.
Yeah, I have. Okay, Demelza, how was that experience? The first experience of the car drifting. How was that?
That was wild.
How wild?
That was incredibly wild when we were up on those turns and it was just going everywhere. I didn't know what to think. So.
Did you actually imagine how much momentum you could gain in a vehicle when you're in a...
It was phenomenal, and I was looking at the speedometer just to see like how fast we were actually going, and it was just insane. I'm still shaking, but it's a good shaking. It's not a bad shaking.
You made a shake, Richard.
Yeah.
Taking it easy on it.
How fast were you going when you get up to the top end of the track?
At a guess, normally the fastest point is before the first corner. At a guess, 130-ish today. I was taking it quite easy because of the oil spill on the first corner, so we were sort of drifting the main straight and getting off before then. But normally, if it was a competition, you'd be well upwards of 150.
With the track being a bit cold today, did you get enough burn out of the tyre? Is that what you were looking for?
Yeah, the track conditions were fine today. We're only running street tyres. When we're running competition, we run a much stickier tyre, and the speeds get right up there. So, yeah, this was pretty casual for us.
I love how he says it's pretty casual.
Did you feel it was casual?
Absolutely not.
So, as a first-time experience drifting, would you recommend it for people to come down and become part of a drifting demo or drifting
Absolutely.
training?
If you've got that thrill and you love that adrenaline rush, like definitely the adrenaline was rushing. And I think halfway through, I was sitting there, I was like, oh, this isn't as bad as I thought it was. So, it was much better. Thank you for looking after me. It made me feel very comfortable.
comfortable in there.
Richard, bit of honesty here. Was there any screaming coming from your passenger seat?
No, not enough.
Not enough.
There was a lot of giggling, which I'll take that.
Incredible. Richard.
I swore once.
Oh, you
so,
did?
Yeah.
Well,
I missed that bit.
Well, we didn't hear it either. Richard, thank you very much for
My
this
absolute
experience.
pleasure.
I'm sure DeMels is very thankful for this experience.
Anything we can do to grow
Jamie,
the
also,
sport.
big shout out to you too, Jamie, for sorting it out. And I really hope that you guys in this particular part of motorsport really sort of accelerates a bit of interest by having this demonstration
exactly
today.
right, yeah.
That was obviously the whole idea of doing it.
Absolutely. There's nothing beats driving this track during the day, beautiful day,
exactly.
In front of a decent crowd, so couldn't be happier.
Well, we'll let DeMels recover, and we're going to take a short break. We'll hand it back to you.
Round 4 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly lubricated by Valvoline.
To CARCO.com.au Raceway after our eventful grid walk out there, and of course Demelza going for a spin in the Drift West cars out there with Jamie Worrell and Richard, and some great onboard footage for all our live stream customers at the moment. You can see the expressions on Demelza's face. I spoke to Richard afterwards, and he was saying that there was more giggling than screaming, so I take that as a bit of a compliment that maybe you could have gone a bit quicker and made it a little bit more of a frightening ride for Demelza as he comes right out wide, just about onto the concrete apron out of that corner up there. That would have been the short circuit. As we see the car coming down now into turn number 7, taking it nice and easy at the moment, but they get 3/4 the way down the main straight, drop it back a gear and just let the clutch out. And, of course, he goes straight up into wheel spin. These things are high horsepower. Well, they're basically a road car with a few modifications done to it. But some beautiful car control all the way down the main straight from Richard and Jamie. As we go back on board again and have a look at the face of Demelza there.
Blind faith.
I was wondering whether that was a swear word that just came out. We haven't got a microphone on board with her. I did warn her that she wasn't allowed to scream or swear while she was in the cars, but certainly looks like she's having an absolute ball down there. And thanks very much to Drift West for their promo here today during our lunch break. Welcome back, Rob Haggerty. Of course, I'm Vaughan Brewer, and Rob, a fantastic morning of racing. It's been marred by a few incidents, but the actual racing itself, as we saw in qualifying and the time challenge and historic touring cars, so close. One of the closest events for many, many months.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, also that includes the Formula Vs with particularly Moltoni and Lisson out the front of the group there as well. So yeah, we've seen some really, really good racing so far this morning, and looking forward to having the same again for 2 more events for each of the categories this afternoon.
And of course, the next ones will be a bit longer. They go out to 15 minutes plus 1 lap. So all up, they'll probably get around 12 to 13 laps. So that's been a great initiative by the Sporting Car Club and also Motorsport Australia to go to this time sensitive rule. I was a little bit against it to start with, yeah, but I can see that it's actually working now. If the guys behave themselves, get lined up quicker, you're going to benefit by getting more race laps.
Yeah, I was absolutely sceptical at the beginning when I first heard about it, but yeah, I think it's something that's been a big success, and well done to the WA Sporting Car Club and Motorsport Australia for bringing that in. I think we see actually more racing laps now than what we did in the past when the laps were set. So, and it's not about us just seeing it, it's also about the competitors and value for money for racing as well. So great to see that was an initiative that was brought in, and it's worked very, very well.
Yeah, our competitors making their way down to the dummy grid. This is where they get lined up in their racing order. And for this one, unfortunately for Dave Casely in car number 7, he failed to finish in that first race. A flat battery, I believe, on board Dave Casely's car, but this time got a new battery on board, and he has our race cam on board for our live feed.
And I think
viewers.
his misfortune is going to be our fortune, because we get to see Dave coming through from the back, exactly, on the camera. So there's going to be some great overtaking scene as Dave makes his way back, I'm sure, towards the pointy end of the field, and he'll be a big threat in race 3 once he gets a more representative starting position.
Another highlight of this morning's qualifying period was the closeness of the two Mustangs in the historic touring cars. 2 100ths of a second difference between our first two competitors in two vastly different styled Mustangs.
Yeah, different engines, different body shells, different everything, and a little bit sad that I don't get to see that one because I'll be strapped into my car on the grid waiting for my event. But yeah, I'm sure that that's going to be some great racing. Hopefully they can do a little bit better and get through a few more laps than what they did obviously in the first race with that unfortunate incident between, I think it was Piscanieri and Conno Onofaro. But nonetheless, I look forward to seeing how those Mustangs go against each other later on in the afternoon.
And then we had our XLs for Retrovision. They put on some great racing until Johnny Schultz actually left all of his engine down the main straight here. We've had a really big clean-up over the lunchtime break. Track looks okay, although it will still be very slippery, and if, like you said earlier, Rob, if you're starting out of driver's left on the grid, out of position 2, 4, 6, 8, etc., you're going to be compromised big time.
The good news there is that the sun's been shining on it now for pretty much almost an hour, so that'll evaporate some of it, and they've done a very good job, as you mentioned, putting the concrete dust or whatever it is they put on it these days, the kitty litter, and getting that swept up. So well done to our officials. That was during their lunch break they had to do that, so absolutely brilliant.
Formula V Racing, proudly presented by Home Chef, Lytech Systems, EM Graphics and Promotions, Giant Mandra, Arrivo Rentals, Straight Edge Steel Frame Homes, and Perth Motorsport Tyres.
Well, not much longer to go, and we will be back racing for our afternoon sessions. Of course, 2 more events for all of our categories here on Saturday afternoon. And we've still got a good field of Formula Vs down there. I'm just having a look to see whether Stuckenberg was actually out there. I don't believe he is. No, he will be gone. Of course, we'll be joined by Miles Lockett very shortly for this race number 2 over 15 laps. And well, we've got a couple of minutes, mate. We'll talk about your time challenge as well. You were sitting up there in second place until the last lap, and Maddie Galton came from about 6 or 7 and went straight to the top, and she was able to hang on and take a very deserved win.
Isn't it wonderful? Great to see female competitor doing that and getting a good win, and great to see Maddie out there having a great time as well. But yeah, no, a lot of fun, really good fun out there today.
You and Dixon did a 1 demerit point lap, and you did a 2 demerit point lap, so you're within 2 100ths of where you should be. You just need to do it a little bit more often, mate. Might take the cake home.
Well, I'm pretty rusty, I've got to be perfectly honest. I think it's the first time I've been on the track for well over 12 months, but and the car's got very old tyres on it as well. So in qualifying or in the practice session this morning, I didn't really set the sort of time that I think that I could have done, and then of course I went out in the event and went 4/10 faster on every lap. So that's where I went wrong, but that's okay. I'll just try to be a little bit slower on the next one. But look, for me, it's all about having fun. I don't really care where I finish up. It's all just going out there and having a good time.
And that's what it's all about. And it's going to be great to get some feedback from the drivers after this particular round of 3 or 4 races to see if or how much the track has improved with its grip.
Yeah, look, I found it to be reasonably grippy, to be honest with you. I think that it's quite good out there on the track. But then I was out just after that incident with the historic touring cars, and there was a bit of slipperiness on the outside of turn 1. And of course now we've got this big long stripe of oil down the main straight as well. So that's going to change the situation a little bit. And And who knows what else is going to happen out there as the afternoon unfolds. So at this stage, it's definitely a changing stage out there for us all to run on. But look, it is what it is, and it's the same for everybody. So,
well, you're lucky because you have a rolling start, so you'll be able to get over to driver's right and miss the oil, which you can still see. It's quite evident to see on the circuit itself. But once you get down to turn number 1, you can move back over to the left at the ripple strip and take your traditional entry into turn number 1. So really, it shouldn't affect lap times that bad.
It shouldn't do, and I would expect probably by the time the Formula V, and the historic touring cars have been around there, that most of it will probably have been removed off the track anyway. So we'll wait and see what happens. But nonetheless, they're all heading out onto the circuit now. They've got the change of surface flag, the red and yellow flag that says that there's something different about the track, and there certainly is with that oil on the track. So they're all being shown that as they leave the grid area, being led out by Paul Multoney in car number 6, the winner of our very first Formula V race earlier on in the day.
And our Formula Vs this morning, or this afternoon, running for the Perth Motorsport Tyres Cup. And I'm going to take a very short break, and I'm going to pass over to Miles Lockett and Rob Haggerty to call this one.
Okay, so second on the grid next to Multoney will be Rod Lisson in car number 71. And then on the inside of the second row, and he's had an up and down day, that's for sure, that's Kenny White. He's had a few offs and had been buried in the sand. And
yeah, qualifying, yep, absolutely.
He certainly has. But
he did a Bradbury and got through to third in race number 1. Then it's followed by Kathy Lisson. Kathy's been having a few issues with her one of her right rear wheel. It's sort of been a little bit out of balance with the bearing. I think they've hopefully got on top of that, and also she's been complaining of the car backfiring, and again hopefully they've done a change to that as well, which might make that go a little bit quicker. Renan Block, a great position for him in P number 5. Then it's back to our first of our 1200 competitors, Danny Chero. Then it's Jonathan Scarey, Campbell Gow, Alan Yeo, Sammy Casely, Ben Wilkins, and it's Isaac Scarey, Dave Casely, obviously coming from the back. And as Rob mentioned before, yes, he had a flat battery. He runs a lithium battery in that car, and as soon as it got to 12 volts, it went.
Yep.
So he's made sure he's got plenty of charge in it for this one, but I think probably next round he'll go back to a normal battery in that car. Obviously, we saw Dave Stuckenberg lose a wheel. It actually sheared the centre of the wheel out of that. It's a 3-piece wheel on those cars, the Makos. They're made out of Kleinik Engineering over in New South Wales. So he's had to put it on the trailer because it's taken out the disc, it's taken out the caliper, everything, so that's now gone. And Michael Lloyd, the reason why he pulled off at turn number 1, the isolator just cut out, so it just totally lost all power. He's now got that fixed, so he's going to be coming from the back of the field as well. So we've got 2 very, very fast cars coming from the back of the field, and as we mentioned, Dave Casely's got the on-board camera car, so this is going to be some amazing footage of him slicing through the field. And as you mentioned, he needs to probably get up to 3rd, 4th, but before race 3. Knowing Dave, he's out for the win. He will be going for it.
Yep, no, I've got no doubt whatsoever that he's going to be at the pointy end by the end of this one.
Yeah, watch car number 7. He'll be coming through at a rapid rate of knots in that car. But the 2 front guys line up on the front row, Paul Multoney and Rod Lisson. Rod's got a new motor in that car and basically going probably the best it's been in a long time. But as you mentioned, you can see his left wheels are right on the oil line drop from the Hyundai. So between himself, Kathy, and then back to Danny Chero, they're the ones who are going to have to probably, as straight as the light goes out, shuffle a little bit over to the right to avoid that oil going down into turn number 1.
Yep.
Green flag at the back. We're waiting for the red light to come on, which it is now, waiting for it to be extinguished. And we're underway, and a good start right down through the field. Rod Lisson has got a car length just ahead of Multoney as they head into turn number 1, but it's going to be Multoney. He'll get down the inside and take the race lead. Ken White's got down the inside as well of Kathy Lisson. Then we've got Renan Block, Danny Chero, the first of the 1200s. He's now starting to get rounded up by Jonathan Scarey. And look at Dave Casely. He's going right around the outside, 3 wide through the S's. That normally doesn't happen, or M well. So he's already made up 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 positions just in half a lap. He's just going underneath Renan Block.
I don't think it's going to be number 5. It's not going to be the end of the race that he's up at the front of the field. It's going to be halfway through it, even if it's that.
2 laps and he'll be with the leading pack. We've just seen Michael Lloyd as well starting to make his way back through the pack 2, going down the inside of Sammy Casely as they run down into turn 6. But our leaders out of turn number 6 and over the top of the hill for the first time, and it's still Multoney from Lisson. And then it looked like Kathy Lisson was having a run, on Kenny White.
Having a great run on Kenny White.
Dave Casey, look at him. He's already coming down the inside of Kenny White, already already down the inside of Kathy Lisson down into 7. He's already up to P3 and it's not even lap 1.
Yeah, big lock up there also going into turn 7 there by Paul Moltoni, but he's managed to gather it all up again. Kathy Lisson up into 3rd place in front of Kenny White, so she got him coming down the back straight, and really, really good move. Fastest person on the track from the standing start was, of course, Moltoni, and he has done the best lap there, and he's starting to make a little bit of a gap between himself and Rod Lisson at the front of the field.
Yeah, about 4 or 5 car lengths. Dave Casely, though, he's now into 3rd as they've run into turn number 4, so he'll be right with Lisson probably by the end of this lap. Kathy Lisson doing very well, actually. She looks like that car's really on song now, heading off from Ken White. Battle of the 1200 is still on between Chero and Jonathan Scare. It looks like Jonathan's transmitter isn't working on our timing monitors, but he is definitely in front of Danny Chero. Then it's back to Campbell Gow, he's 3rd in the Elfin, and then Michael Lloyd in the GAC making his way up to 9th position from Isaac Scarry, Sammy Casely, Alan Yeo and Ben Wilkins, as we see the leaders over the top, and this top 3 are now starting to get a little bit closer together. Look at Casely ranging up on the back of Lisson here into turn 7, so he'll probably try and make the move down into turn 1. That car's got a serious amount of pace on it. Kathy Lisson doing a great job in front of Kenny White as well. Yeah, and Lisson's car still putting a little bit of smoke out the back of it as well, as it did in the previous race, I believe. But what that actually was, the oil filler nozzle at the front of the motor had actually come away from the block, so it was just popping oil. They've put some thread tape. They've locked it down. So hopefully now that is sorted. So that shouldn't be an issue for this one. Have a look here at Casely on the back of the race leader, Moltoni, as they come up out of turn 4 and across turn 5. He's looking pretty seriously like he's going to take the lead on lap 3. And here we were saying he was going to get to about 30. He's going for the race lead now, and it's only lap number 3. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. And he's lining him up for a quick exit here. He's taken a wide exit into turn 6, and he's going to get a fast exit out. He's got him in his sights for the bottom of the hill here, I'd suggest. Yeah, a bit of slipstream is going to come to the fore here. Look at him ranging up on the back of the gearbox of the Jason 99 as they crest the hill, and then down into turn 7, pulls out of the draft, and he's now going to make the run down into turn number 7 and take the lead. Goodness me, that is an outstanding effort from the rear of the grid virtually into the lead of the race after 3 laps. Absolutely fantastic. Let's have a look at what sort of lap times these guys are doing as they cross the line now. And Casely's in the lead with the fastest lap of a 67.54, and that's 1.1 seconds faster on that last lap than Moltoni. Yeah, I mean, obviously Dave holds the lap record currently of a 7 flat, so he's half a second off that. But this morning they were only in the mid-8s. So you were talking before with Vaughan about the track evolution during the day, and it looks like it's actually starting to ramp up. Even though we do have that issue on the start-finish straight of the oil down, the track has certainly got a little bit more speed in it now. The temperature is starting to come up. So we've got a replay coming up in a few moments of an incident, or certainly of maybe the overtaking pass that we saw for the lead. But just looking back a little bit further in the field, we've still got Jonathan Scarry just in front of Danny Chero for the 1200s, and they're doing a great job a little bit further back with the race within the race. Yeah, he is. Obviously, both of those cars came off at turn number 4 in race number 1. So Jonathan's sporting a new nose cone. His Dorian timer went out of the car during the incident, unfortunately, so he's running a backup Dorian, and that's why we might be having an issue with timing at the moment. But Danny now ranging up on the back of Jojo as they crest the top of the hill, and looking to possibly, he might just be thinking about sitting there in the draft and maybe thinking about making the move towards the end of the race. We've still got 6 minutes and 50 seconds to go in this one, so plenty of time. That's probably at least another 6 laps actually. So you know, they're getting a good lot of laps during this 15-minute plus 1 lap. Yeah, and we've always said that that's the position you want to be in on the last lap, is in the second place. Absolutely. Or just behind, so you can get that slingshot down into turn 7. That's the gameplay that you want to do. So he's actually just slipped back a little bit off the back of Jonathan's gearbox at the moment. Yeah. Looks like Kathy Lisson has possibly run into some issues. Kenny White's gone past her to take 4th position, and Michael Lloyd doing a great job. He's now ranging up on the back of Kathy to take that position, so there might be some issues here. So replay of the start, and you can see how Rod Lisson had angled that car in towards the driver's right, and to get away from that oil, and he did actually initially make the best start, but of course, being on the inside, Moltoni was able to swing across and make sure that he took the advantage of that pole position. I was just watching the replay of Dave Casely. He took about 6 cars just from the lights going out to turn number 1. He was zigging and zagging right through the field. A great piece of driving. Almost a change for second place down. In fact, this is the replay, of the first lap. So this is Moltoni having a lock-up down into turn 1. Yep.
So not sure about the compound of these tyres. How much of a flat stripe do you reckon that would have put on that?
Oh, look, not a lot. I mean, these are, as say, an all-weather tyre, and they're pretty hardy. So, I wouldn't think there'd be too much of an issue with that little lock-up.
Yep, absolutely brilliant. Alrighty, so looking at the back at the challenge there with Jonathan Scarey and also Denny Chero there again, but now we're swinging back to the front to car number 7, Dave Casely, as he makes his way down into turn 6 once more, and he's got himself a good gap now, around about 0.6 of a second between himself and second place Paul Multoney, and then back to Lisson, Wyatt, Lloyd and Kathy Lisson in car 11 back in 6th place.
Yeah, I bet you Dave is looking down at that voltmeter on that dash saying, please stay above 12, please stay above 12. I don't want to have to do this again in race number 3.
No,
but as soon as he got it back to the pits, he plugged the battery charger in and made sure there was plenty in there for this one. Paul Multoney, though, is actually still hanging with him. He's actually not doing too bad. He's not losing a lot of ground. The person who is losing a lot of ground at the moment is Rod Lisson. So he's fallen well and truly into third position, a very lonely third position, as we focus back on our battle for fourth. And it's Michael Lloyd coming down the inside of Kenny White into turn number 7, as we're just about to see them pick up on the camera. There they are.
There they are.
And Kenny's trying the over and under trick and trying to get down the inside of him, but Michael's awake to that and gets the car length ahead and pulls back across and gains that position. So a great drive there from Michael, coming from the back of the grid in the GAC after having those ignition issues in race number 1.
Yeah, that extra 400cc is well and truly working well for him down the pit straight that time, and he's got himself well and truly clear now of Kenny White as they head up towards turn number 4. And good to see a recovery also for car number 5 of Michael Lloyd.
Yeah, the battle for the 1200 is still on. Jonathan Scarey is still in front of Danny Chero as we look out from our vantage point in the commentary box. Brennan Block is next, followed by Isaac Scarey, and then it's Campbell Gow. Back to Alan Yeo, and then we've got Ben Wilkins and Sammy Casely in the Jacer. And as we see our leader once more just come past us on the start-finish straight, but we're focusing on Michael Lloyd currently at the moment in the GAC, with Kenny White still hanging around there. He may have a little bit of a benefit of a tow, but Michael's getting that car humming at the moment. It's been a bit of a slow burn for Michael. That car has been sitting out for quite a while. Obviously, Michael, an ex-South Australian, did move over here for work, and once he moved over here, he started to focus getting this car on track, and he's been slowly chipping away, and that car's getting quicker and quicker with every time he gets out here at carco.com.au.
Yeah, he's
Raceway.
a really smooth driver, and you can see
Absolutely.
it almost looks like fluid going around the track. He's very, very smooth, and it's lovely to see that sort of driving. And of course, that's what you need to be in these cars that are relatively underpowered, and you want to keep the speed up everywhere that you can by being smooth and not washing speed off. So
yeah, certainly underpowered, but you're only talking 60, 70 horsepower in a 1600, only about 50 odd in a 50, 54 in a 1200. But coming down the hill, they're still topping 165 to 180 kilometres an hour, so they're certainly not slow.
Oh, the lap times are definitely there. You're looking at 67-second lap times. That's not hanging around. That's a very, very quick lap time, and for little cars like this, it's outstanding.
Yeah, very compatible with other categories, say like saloon cars and all that sort of stuff. Very, very similar lap times. So yes, they may be small and underpowered, but as you said, where we make up our time is the corner speed, because
Absolutely.
we just have to keep the corner speed up.
Yeah, it's that smoothness and not washing off speed into corners and that sort of thing. So, so we're back looking at the battle, believe it or not, with 1200. So it looks to me like Chero's right on the gearbox once again of
shadowing him,
Jonathan.
Isn't he? Yep, absolutely. Yep, just under 2 minutes to go now, so we'll probably have maybe 3 laps to go on, probably estimating from when they go across the stripe, possibly. Maybe one more. So, but I think this is what Danny's doing. I think he's just playing the shadow game here, and probably going to wait to make his move on the final lap.
Yeah, I think so. And looking at the lap times once again, Casey's brought that lap time down again by a couple of tenths in the last few laps, and he's now within
7.3. Wow.
Yeah, now within 3 tenths of the lap record. So I don't think he's necessarily going for the lap record, but he's certainly showing second place Paul Multoney that he means business, and he's not going to relinquish that lead anytime soon.
No, unfortunately, we've got Isaac Scarey's just pulled into the pits now. He was complaining with clutch issues in race number 1, so I'm not sure whether that's a reissue of that same problem, but he's got off the track and now into pit lane and getting himself out of the car. So it's a bit of a shame for Isaac, because he's been having a couple of great rounds and actually took out the last round here only a few weeks ago.
Yeah, absolutely. So car 32 of Campbell Gow, he's the third place sitter at the moment for the 1200s, and he's got quite a gap between himself and the battle for the 1200 lead. He's back there in 10th place, and then we've got Alan Yole in car 77 behind him, who's another 1200. So that says the 1200 stands for the top 4 at the moment, and just watching the cars making their way through. That's car number 8.
That's Ben Wilkins,
Ben
in
Wilkins.
the Polar, and he stepped up from 1200 to 1600. He used to run the Williams, which has now moved to South Australia, and that was the ex-Mason leg car that he took over at the end of last year. And again, slowly but surely chipping away and getting quicker and quicker in that car, which is good to see. Back to the battle now for the 1200, and it's still Danny Chero. Actually, Danny Chero is now taking over the lead from Jonathan Scarry, so we actually missed that from our vantage point. So he may have possibly made the move a little bit too early, because we're now down to 15 seconds. So where's the leader? The leader's just come across the line now, so we're going to have at least 2 more laps to go.
Jonathan's not going to be too upset about that, I don't think.
No, he'll now play the shadow game to Danny, absolutely.
Yep, and he's actually all over his gearbox, so he doesn't want to make the mistake of being a bit too early either. So down into turn 6 they go, and there's about a car's length between them, and they've been having a great battle for the whole time. Lots to talk about after the event between these two, that's for sure, as they make their way out of turn 6 and up over the top of the hill. And as you mentioned, we've gone 15 seconds overtime now, so this last lap, I would imagine.
The last lap order's about to go out by the looks of it, as soon as we see our race leader Dave Casely come into view, as we're still focusing on the battle pack between Jonathan Scarry, who's now retaken the position from Danny Chero on turn number 7, moves straight to the inside to block any advances from Danny down the inside. So they've still got 2 laps to go. They're still on their second last lap as our race leader comes down the hill now into turn number 7. So the last lap board should be swinging out to him as he just rounds turn number 7 now on our TV screen. Slide in the car, crashes over the curb, and now the last lap board should be swung out. Yes, it is. So last lap board is now on display for car number 7, Dave Casely from Paul Multoney, and that gap has certainly increased probably a good couple of seconds now. Back to Rod Lisson, back to Lloyd, then it's White. Kathy Lisson is the running order. Sammy Casely just coming into turn number 7 now. And again, her first year, doing a great job in Dave's previous car. And again, getting quicker and quicker again with every time she gets out there. What's she done this time? A 15.7. So that's certainly good numbers for Sammy. Getting quicker and quicker, as I said, as she goes out. As the focus on Paul Multoney going down into turn number 6, and we're now back to our race leader Dave Casely as he comes out of turn number 7. Now we're back to the battle of the 1200s with Jonathan Scarry still ahead of Danny Chero. Now Danny's going to get a great last lap board on behind. Okay, now it's time to use the toe and see how we go into turn number 1. But no, he's just going to sit right behind him for the duration of this lap as our race leader and winner comes through turn number 7 for the final time, and it's going to be Dave Casely in the AJ who will take race number 2. Great effort from back of the field to the front of the field within 3 laps. Was just quite an amazing drive. Paul Multoney picks up P number 2 in the Jace 99, and then it's back to Rod Lisson in the Sabre 02. Comes across the line, car number 71 in 3rd position. As we then focus back to our cars coming across the line, we've got Benny Wilkins just taking the checkered flag now, 1 lap down. Sammy Casely will be next through over the line with Michael Lloyd, position number 4, and in the 1600s. Great drive from Michael to get all the way through to 4th position. Then it's back to Kenny Wyatt and Kathy Lisson. Now the focus is going to be on the battle for the 1200s. Here we go. Yep, side by side, and Brennan Block has just blasted past them all in the 1600. So Danny Chero is now in front of Jonathan Scarry. Jonathan's pushing the envelope into turn number 7, and he makes the move. Great move into turn 7, so he is going to come across the line. Is he or not? Yes, he is. Half a car length from Danny Chero in terms of the 1200 battle. And then further back will be Campbell Gow, and he should be the final person across the line.
Yeah, absolutely. So yet another absolutely brilliant Formula V race here at carco.com.au, as we've come to expect every year and every race meeting. Thank you very much to Miles Lockett for commentating that with me. I enjoyed that very much.
Pleasure, mate. We must thank Perth Motorsport Tyres for who are our tyre supplier and sponsoring this event for us.
Absolutely. So thank you very much for them. Great to see them on board with the Formula V. So we're going to take a break fairly shortly, and we'll get our good commentator. Oh, we've got a replay coming up first of all, so we'll have a look at that first of all. We wait for that to come up. We've got Vaughan Brewer back next to me on the microphone.
What a great race, as per usual with our Formula Vs. And all the action was happening in the 1200s rather than the 1600s. as we go to our replay now for our live screen viewers, and this will be of the start. And how smart was Rod Lisson to angle the car like that?
Exactly. It's where he's angled the car straight away to get out of that oil slick that's down the side of the track, and I noticed that straight away as well. And he got the better start of the two of them. Absolutely streeted the field as they headed down to turn one, but with Moltoni on the inside, he didn't have very much he could do with that great lead. So
another 5 horsepower, and Rod Lisson would have been first into turn number 1.
Have a look at car 7 there also, of our eventual race leader, just absolutely getting through the field as well down there. Big lock-up coming up down here for car 6, Paul Moltoni, as they come into turn 7 for the first time. And he's just starting to pull away a bit, but at that time of the race, nowhere in sight was our race leader, Dave Casely. He was yet to make his appearance felt.
So it looks like one of the scary cars going up through the bus stop.
Maybe Jonathan, I think, at that point.
And that was 31, I think.
Yeah, I think that might have been, 31.
21, Darren.
Yeah, hard to tell, really.
Yeah. So we wait for our screen to catch up down in there into turn number 7. And here comes our eventual winner, Dave Casely. Just jumps it up and over the top of the ripple strip. Paul Moltoni unable to just bridge that gap. It looks like we've got some few more laps to go here, but Moltoni seemed to drift away towards the end of that, and as you said, Rod Lisson just drifted away. He was 1.2 seconds slower on that last lap than what Casely and Moltoni were.
Yeah, and that was car number 21, so that's Samantha Casely. And car 7 is, of course, Dave Casely. So that's Dad just going past Samantha there into turn 1 on his merry way towards the checkered flag, which eventually fell in his favour. And absolutely brilliant run from Dave Casely. If he was a racehorse, they'd definitely be testing him at the pits at the end of the event.
There's a good pass there, the final corner pass, as we've come to be accustomed to with the Formula Vs, from Jonathan Scarey there on Danny Chero. And I thought once that other faster 1600 had got past, it may have stopped any opportunity, but no, Jonathan saw a way through there and just drove the car up the inside and took over first place for our 1200s. You see Danny Chero now into the gearbox of young Jonathan as they head down into turn number 4, and this was the move that was being put on. Meanwhile, across the line goes our winner in Dave Casely, and then back towards turn number 4. They were nearly a whole lap behind were the 1200s, which is a little bit unusual. There's nobody out there to really draft with. So there were big gaps in between them. And now we can see that faster car on driver's right goes blasting past Scarey and Chero. And then Jonathan just pulls to the inside and drives straight under Danny Chero. And really, the 1600 gets right out of the way and allows these two to battle for the lead. Not too much longer, and our historic touring cars will be on display.
Historic touring car racing proudly presented by Axis Hire, Boylan Grain Silos, Perth Brake Parts, and iWrite Signs.
Ready for race number 2. Unfortunately, race number 1 was a non-event due to an incident down there in turn number 1. We've got Martin Dennis from the Historic Touring Car Club of Western Australia back with us again to commentate this one. Oh, you might be able to see if you can get a better run in this one, Martin.
Yeah.
Car number 79 has our camera on board for this one.
Yep, the 69 Fastback, the blue one. Yep, he's got the camera. It'll be good. Brian Edhouse.
Did you happen to catch up with Kenny Waller?
Yeah.
And what's he think of this new GTR XU1 Tirana he's bought down from Darwin?
Yeah, he's impressed. He likes it. His comment was, geez, it uses a lot more fuel.
It's a lot quicker than the Volvo that he'd be used to.
Oh, absolutely. So it'll take a little while to get used to the speed that things happen. But yeah, no, he's happy.
So looking at our scoreboard, Brian Edhouse, who has our live camera on board, he's going to start from about 3/4 the way down the field. So he's got some very quick cars in front of him, but I'm sure Brian, and this is a very quick fastback Mustang, I'm sure Brian will be able to carve way and maybe get up to 4th or maybe even 3rd.
Yeah, well, Conno's not in there, of course, because he's got dented. So yeah, I think Brian will work through those cars. It'll take him a little while. It's not as easy as you may think sometimes. But yeah, certainly he should be up in that. I reckon 4 or 5 spot reasonably soon.
How much damage was there done to Conno Club? The
Mini?
Yeah, the Cooper S.
Yeah, basically panel work. It didn't look too structural from the look I had, so I'm hoping, yeah, it's just panel work. It obviously it still takes a big job to fix, but yeah, it doesn't look structural, so that's good.
It's Ian Brown on screen at the moment in the Lotus Cortina. He had a few issues earlier on this morning with a fuel problem.
Yep, fuel supply to one of the carbies was not playing the game, but he sorted that and it's running back on 4 cylinders properly, so he's now happy.
So as we have a look down the grid there, and I can see Piscaneri's car, and that definitely came off better than Conno Onofaro's Cooper S. Slight damage on the front quarter panel towards the passenger door, but nothing structural that's going to keep him out of this one. As we wait for the green flag at the rear of the grid. On the front row, it's Mark Cates and Graham Woolhouse. Second row was Piscaneri by himself, then Stuart Young and Randall Beavis on the third row. Red lights on. We're about to go racing for Access Hire. These are the historic touring cars, and a great start from Graham Woolhouse. But Cates looks like he's bogged it down, goes into massive wheel spin into second gear, and that's allowed Piscaneri to get all over the back of Mark Cates in the green fastback.
Yep, I was watching Mark there, and certainly he rotated the tyres a fair bit. He's trying to juggle the starts of that car. He's struggling. It's either one extreme or the other, unfortunately.
So Brian Edhouse right behind Simon Northey in the orange and black BMW as they come up through turn number 4 and across the top of the hill. Now we go on board and have a look at Brian Edhouse right in the boot lid of the 2002 car of Simon Northey. He's been able to clean him up. Now he gets onto the back of the GTR XU1. Of Stuart Young.
Into turn 6, yep.
And is that Waller? No, that's not Waller, that's Randall.
Randall's in front there. Now, I think Ken's further back.
3 wide as they crest over the top of the hill. Stuart Young to driver's right.
Yep, and there comes Cates past Woolhouse coming down into turn 7.
So Cates back to the lead in car number 69 from 86. And here comes Brian Edhouse now, straight up the inside of Stuart Young and takes over 4th position.
Yeah, horsepower counts.
So out of the, we got the top 4 cars, they're all different Mustangs.
Yes.
4 Mustangs.
Yeah, 2 69s, 64 and a 68.
And then we go back to the Holden, or the Holden product of Stewie Young. Back to a Cooper S, Capri, a BMW. Then we go another XU1 of Kenny Waller, another Cooper S of Malcolm Bowden, then the first of the Vandenrijk cars.
Yep, Jag of Mike Gallagher.
And another Cooper S, Trevor Fairs. Yes. And
second of Vandenrijk.
That's Mike, I think, in the second car.
Yeah, I can never remember which one drives who drives which car.
But there's a bit of a challenge happening now as the cars crest over the top of the hill, and Woolhouse getting very, very close and is starting to get a little bit racy. Looks up the inside. I don't think he's going to throw it from back there.
Yep,
yes, he is.
Straight down the inside.
And a good move.
Yep, well done.
But let's wait for Cates to see whether he fights back on driver's right.
Yes, that'll be interesting to see how we go here.
He won't be able to. Woolhouse moves across.
Covers it off nicely.
I suppose in that situation, you're just hoping that Mark Cates doesn't lock the fronts and drive straight into the driver's door.
Well, yeah, with everybody, it's the same. You just go, let's hope it keeps it clean. This will be good. I mean, if Mark actually even follows Graham around, it won't do any harm. It's good laps. And
they've got to try and protect the temperature of the tyres because, as we know, the longer the race goes, they start to wobble over the blocks.
Yep. Those guys are running Hoosiers and they move around a lot anyway. It's a driving style that you've got to like to get the best out of them. But yeah, these guys they'll push along. It'll be interesting to see how the lap times go as they get through the event. See Brian Edhouse there, 105. He's nailing it along nicely. The other guys are doing 106, 107s.
It's Graham Woolhouse out onto the carco.com.au main straight. It's not very often that we see 4 Mustangs in the first 4 positions, and then we go back to the Holden product. And yeah, there's that damage on Piscaneri's car, just on the rear of the front left quarter panel.
Yep.
He looks like he's got away without any sill damage there. It looks more or less like it's just punched the door in.
Yeah, the back of the front of the front fender and the doors copped it. It didn't look like it was any lower than that.
Just had a bit of a brake lock-up going into turn 4, did car 18 of Peter Piscaneri, so we'll keep an eye on that and see whether that may have damaged the tyre, or he's already running a damaged tyre on board. Gets through turn number 6, they get right down on driver's right and then let the car flow out to the right-hand side. And Piscaneri's come out with a very different line. He more or less came out of turn 6 right in the middle of the racetrack, and now that's allowed Ed House to just drive straight on past. Oh, you can see Piscaneri just about pushing. Losing. He's definitely pushing hard, runs it right out wide. There'll be nothing out there for him, and Ed House now just blows away by 3 or 4 car lengths down into turn number 1.
Yep. Yeah, look at the lap times. You know, the boys have really sharpened it up. 105s at the front there.
Isn't it incredible to think we're still 3 full seconds away from Paul Stubber's race record in the number 3169 Camaro?
Yeah, that's one quick car, and you know Paul's a well-seasoned driver, yeah, that's. He holds lap records in most tracks around Australia, actually.
He certainly does. I saw him at Island Magic about October last year, and he was very quick there. He had no competition all weekend, just drove away and did whatever he pleased. But as we pick up on our leaders as they head up and over the top of the hill, and it's very, very close now. Mark Cates looking to put a move up the inside of Graham Woolhouse. Graham drives all protective and runs it wide and gets it very sideways. Now this will be the opportunity for Mark Cates to drive down the inside.
Yep, he'll be up inside enough there that Graham won't be able to come across. And
he outbraked him.
Yeah, Graham flowed through that high corner a bit. That is the problem with being down on the curb. You've got to be a bit tighter on your brakes. So yeah, Graham kept that flowing. That's some good driving.
You sacrifice a bit of speed if you're on driver's right on the entry into turn number 1.
Yep.
As Woolhouse's car starting to wander a bit over the racetrack, and Piscaneri now dropped down to 4th. So I reckon there's a problem on board there for Peter Piscaneri.
No, I'm looking at Peter's times. No, he's on his number. Pete, he's not into the 105s yet. He only ever does the 106s, so that's not unusual. But yeah, he's sticking with it. That's what matters.
Got 5 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this one. Let's see whether Mark Cates can get a little bit closer to Woolhouse before he tries another move. As Graham runs right around the outside of turn number 7 and accelerates down over the start-finish line. And we go back a good 100 metres now to Brian Edhouse in 3rd place, and then Peter Piscaneri in 4th. 5th coming across the line now is Stuart Young.
Yeah, I'd say that Graham got a much better run out of turn 6 that time up over the hill, because he actually had some gap on Cates at the turn 7.
But look at Cates close in up through the S's there.
Yes.
He's within 1 car length now, so definitely got the power down, and he's going to try and go on with this down towards turn number 6.
Yep, let's see how it all transpires.
Randall Beavers coming under attack from the second of the Onofaro cars.
Yep, young Paul, he's only been driving for a short period of time really, and he is quick. He's doing it very well. Obviously taught well, what can you say? Just on it.
They've come up behind the EH, the slower car of Wendy. And she moves over and lets the faster cars go through, so that battle will hopefully recommence. We've got somebody off big time, and it's Mark Cates.
Yeah, he's put her in the sand trap somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh, right into turn 7. I didn't even see that coming.
So yeah, we saw him pushing very hard on that previous lap where he made up a lot of ground up through the S's and managed to just cook the brakes a bit, and definitely just didn't come to a stop.
No, bit push a bit, in a bit deep, and it doesn't take much. It's a pretty fine line.
So now we've got
Woolhouse out front.
Yeah.
Edhouse in second.
Starting to drive through the lap traffic now.
work their way through.
And there's this battle between Paul Onofaro and Randall Beavis.
Yep. Simon's not too far back there either.
Goes Simon. Paul throws it up the inside. Not enough room. Randall cuts the nose of the Little Cooper S off.
Yeah, tightens up the corner a bit. Yes. The Minis actually need to flow because of the smaller engines. Obviously, they flow the car a lot more mid-trackish. So if you can, when you're racing against them, if you can tighten them up a bit, that slows them down. Keep them to the curb.
You can see he's all over the back of Randall at this particular part of the racetrack, but now the Capri will stretch its legs.
And the hill. Yeah.
Down into turn number 6, but coming up and over the hill, I think you'd think that the Capri would have it all over. It's a 3-litre V6 on board Randall's beautiful number 58.
Yep.
And a little 1275.
Yep. Well, 1300 Mini. Yep. And it's certainly. You just lack the grunt going up the hill, but certainly under brakes again will be the interesting part here.
Simon Northey starting to get onto the back of this battle as well, so we'll have a 3-way battle for a 4th and 5th place.
Yep, the Mini gets to brake a lot later, and that sort of into the corner stuff, so it'll be interesting to see. And while them guys are racing each other, that's giving Simon a chance to just nip on the back, because of when you're actually racing someone, you're not faster.
Wendy Cover just coming through the yellow flag down there in turn number 7. Great to see that it's just a single yellow flag down there, so no passing until they get through turn number 7 and through the pit entry. At that flag point there, we have a green one waving, and Graham Woolhouse just rockets past it. And this, hopefully, maybe, if Graham can get held up here by the little Cortina, that'll give Brian Edhouse a chance to maybe get up there and get into this race. We haven't got long to go, a minute and a half. So probably another 2 laps.
I'm just looking at the lap times, and Brian's certainly putting quicker laps in. But I think it takes a lot to catch.
And then you've got to get past, which is the other 50%.
Yeah, absolutely. So
Onofaro's been able to get past Randall Beavis in the Capri.
Yep.
And Simon Northey will be next to have a crack at Randall Beavis in the 3-litre V6 Capri.
57 seconds remaining. Come on, yep. The boys will be enjoying their foray. You can just see the legs of the Capri there stretch. The 3 litres against the 2 litres of the Beamer. Then once you get to the corners again, the Beamer is a bit quicker.
Here comes Graham Woolhouse across the line. Still 34 seconds remaining, so we'll get another 2 laps out of this one. Go time certain at the end of this race, and then at the end of this lap. Then we go plus 1 lap. 15 minutes plus 1 lap total duration for this one as Stuart Young comes past. But this is a great battle over the back of the track at the moment as they crest the top of the hill. Randall Beavis coming under increasing pressure now from Simon Northey in the BMW 2002. It looks like a door strip or something hanging off the side of Paul Onofaro's car as well.
That's the moulding by the look of it, one of the aluminium mouldings that goes around the wheel arch or something like that. I noticed it a bit earlier on, and actually I think it's gone. It's probably left behind now. Oh no,
she's still there.
Still there. Yep, just a.
And you can see the difference. Like Paul Onofaro uses the old traditional line here with you stay out left as long as you can and then come across.
Yep.
So he's trying to keep his momentum up through the corner, and then the Capri went in mid-corner and pretty much held that radius all the way around the corner. As our leader, Graham Woolhouse, comes out onto the main straight, lights it up, gets it sideways on the exit of turn number 7. He crosses the line and receives the last lap board as he comes past Malcolm Bowden in car number 23.
Well, almost. Malcolm's still holding the front edge on him in through turn 1.
Now the acceleration of the Mustang. Yep. See you later.
That's gone. Yep, see you later, boys.
I don't think there's anything that Edhouse is going to do, but look at Piscaneri now starting to make a move onto the back of 79 of Brian Edhouse.
Yep, that's good.
So he's come back. Maybe just resting those tyres for a while, letting them cool down a bit before a last lap charge on Brian Edhouse.
Yep, well, this will be interesting to see how Pete goes with this. He's tuning, his fastest lap time is late in the event, so in the race. So you never know, he might have something just left to grab the 69 fastback.
So Ed House a little bit sideways on the exit out of turn number 7. You can't take it away from this guy. He had a great battle there with Mark Cates early until Mark threw it into the sandpit. But it's Graham Woolhouse, car number 86, comes out onto the main straight here and takes a well-deserved win in race number 2.
That was absolute great drive by Graham. That was you couldn't knock that one back.
So Ed House for second, only just over Piscaneri. He made a last lap dash up the inside of the circuit. And then a great battle back here with the
Martinez and the
two Vandenrights ganging up on Wendy Cover. The EH stays nice and wide.
Yeah, out of the way. Wendy's awesome. She knows what the mirrors are for. And just keeps an eye on everything.
And she's having a great time while she's doing it.
Absolutely having a ball. She loves it. You never seen anybody with such a big smile.
Oh, there was a great battle here. Can the Capri get over the top of Onofaro? We'll have to watch that one. No, it looks like Onofaro has taken that by 7/100ths of a second. No, 6/100ths of a second over Randall Beavis and Simon Northey.
Yeah, wow. That's...
It's very close.
And Simon's was that 3 100ths behind Randall.
Yes.
Yeah, that's...
There's been some really
tight,
close
that's
racing.
Awesome. You know, when you talk about racing and lap times and then race time, that's not a bad effort for the that distance of event.
And it's funny how certain cars will do it at a certain time of the race. Some will go hard early and set those fast laps, although some of them, like Peter Piscaneri, you could see he was getting quicker and quicker as the race progressed.
Yep, absolutely. Peter was reasonable going early, and then he just eased out a bit and then came back at the end, how to run on. You refresh yourself with a couple of laps of just thinking about it, and then he's got into it and certainly made it work for him.
Well, Brian Edhouse, we were just having a look at the scoreboard, he set the fastest lap on that last lap, 12-lap journey, and a 65.4. He's half a second quicker than Graham Woolhouse.
Yeah, it's crazy, but half a second it's a lot. It's
100 mile an hour and half a second is probably 50-60 metres.
Yeah, but when you're trying to gain several hundred metres, it's amazing. You go, well, he's quicker on the lap. He should be there, but to actually catch someone up and then overtake them, that's a big mission.
Thanks very much, Martin Dennis. We're going to throw down to Demelza and Slim Jim down in the pits.
Championship day here at CARCO Raceway, proudly lubricated by Valvoline. I'm joined by Kathy Lisson, who's been running in the Formula V category. You're doing really well this year, Kathy, but we've got issues with your car today.
We do have issues, yes. It's chugging like towards the end of the race, so not sure why, but they're madly looking for the answer.
So when you go on the track, obviously it's something you experience while you're in the middle of the race. So how do you sort of like recalibrate in the race to try and get through it and get to the finish line?
Think about points and like I've just got to finish. And I hope the flag comes out quickly.
Yeah, because obviously the longer you stay on the track, the worse it's probably going to get.
Getting worse, yeah. So.
Okay. Well, with the situation of today's race sort of maybe interrupting the consistency you've had, but at least the position of being in second position is going to keep you in good stead for the rest of the championship.
Hope so, yeah. I think hang in there and get points and see how I go.
So, Kathy, how long have you been racing for? I believe it's been quite some time.
I think it's 13 years now.
And what made you get into racing in the first place?
Well, Rod was racing and I was on the sidelines and I thought, I can do that. Give me a go.
Now, I also believe when you do race, a slipstream can actually help your strategy quite significantly for the Formula Vs. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Well, slipstream's important and cornering, we corner flat out. So the more cars in front of you, it is better for slipstream.
So when it comes to competing, not only here in WA, but you've got now a bit of your blood's up and you want to sort of travel to the other states of Australia to sort of spread the love of what you have for motor racing, basically, Kathy. So what's the experiences like when you leave like something you're familiar with and go to a track that you've got no idea what you're going to be running on?
It's been tough, like to get going and learn the track quickly, and so you got to have the car running 100% so you can do your best. But it's good. Like we love going to other tracks and checking everything out.
What are some of your favourite tracks that you've raced on that you're very comfortable with, or you felt you had a pretty good opportunity of getting your best out of your car on?
Morgan Park, I did okay. Baskerville, I like Baskerville a lot. That was fun.
And what were your results like in basketball?
I think I was still fifth. Oh no, actually further back.
Listen, you've got someone working on your car almost relentlessly to make sure you're going to be up for the next race. So who's in your support team? I mean, obviously you've got a pretty close-knit unit and they've been looking after you for a fair while, but who can we give credit to?
Anthony Lees is our mechanic. He's our hero. Yeah. And my husband, Rod, has been trying very hard to get me going and be fast. So.
Kathy, thank you so much and good luck for the rest of today.
Thank you.
All the best, Kath. Thank you.
Vaughan, it's now back to you.
Thank you very much down there. Still rocking those Valvoline beanies, Slim Jim and Demelza Leonard. Thanks very much, guys. Doing a sterling job down there, meeting all of our drivers and finding out what's been happening down there. And also out on the racetrack. Not too long to go now. We've just had the 1 minute siren blow for our time challenge event, and hopefully this will be as close as race number 1 earlier on today. We had 2 drivers that were within 100th of their allocated lap time, and another 2 drivers that popped in with 2 demerit points, which is 2 100ths of a second slower than what they actually nominated. So very, very close, and we'll be keeping an eye on car number 6 of Rob Haggerty this time. First time out for this Mazda MX-5. And able to get a 3rd place in race number 1 this morning, but it was taken out by Matty Galton in the Ford Focus. And that's where I'm going wrong. I've got it down as a Golf R wagon. So I'll just make a change to that. It's definitely a Ford Focus. And, of course, their Beetle is up for sale too, sponsored by Optimum Mechanical. Jamie Scott also had a great run. He's just coming out of the pits now in car number 51, the Mark II Escort from about 1977. And he had a great run, and he's a very competitive competitor. And always does well wherever he runs, whether it's here at CARCO or down at Northam or down at Albany every year for the Vintage Sports Car Club and the Albany Classic. Good field of cars out there, and I can see the Malu is the first car out on the circuit. and then followed by Neville Zockerly in the Chevrolet Camaro. Just trying to work out where our camera is, and it looks like it must be on Jamie Scott. That's 51, and that's the little Mark II Escort that we were just talking about. So this will be great because Jamie is a very, very quick little car, the Mark II. And we'll just see who was in front of him. Though it doesn't really matter at the moment because, as we said earlier today, this is not door handle to door handle. These guys have gone and done a 10-minute practice session earlier on today. They found out what the cars and what the conditions were like, and then they've had to go to the timekeepers and nominate a lap time. And now the idea is to hit that lap time. And the funny thing with regularity is once that you've locked your time in, you cannot change it. So if it was to rain later on this afternoon, they're still out there trying to get that allocated lap time that they put in earlier today. So everybody is going to be at a disadvantage, but it's the same rules, the same racetrack for everybody. As our safety car works its way down outside McCracken House, the rest of the field still coming up and over the top of the hill at the moment as Tom Mickelson in 157, the HSV Marlou. He will be first to greet the green flag, Neville Zockerly in the Camaro. And then we go back to this huge, big gaggle of cars. I can see Gary Utterson out there in the Holden Tirana. And there's Matty Galton out there in the Ford Focus. Joe Douglas in the BRZ Subaru. And having to look to see where Rob Haggerty is, and there he is there behind Peter Dybel and the Pertec Tribute livery on the Ford Falcon. So they're just making their way down to turn number 7. Another guy to keep an eye on in this one is car number 15 of Justin Chaffee, the Winfield Racing, the Fred Gibson Tribute logo, just heading over the start-finish line now and down into turn number 1. Then we go back to Dybel and Haggerty. So they are all taking the green light, and we are away for this one. 5 laps. See what happens here. Is everybody going across the line? No representative times at the moment. There's Matty Galton in that Ford Focus. Tries to hunt down Tom Mickelson in this HSV Marlou as he exits turn number 6 and comes up and over the top of the hill. Very quick, but a very heavy car compared to the little Ford Focus of Matty Galton. But Tom, at the moment, got nobody in front of him for at least half the racetrack. So if he can just hold his nominated lap time, he should do well in this one. But because there's nobody in front, the temptation is to try and go quicker. And particularly when you look in the rear vision mirror and you see that Chevrolet Corvette of Neville Zockerly, you'll want to try and put your foot down. And yeah, that's where things go pear-shaped in regularity. So Joe Douglas has come across the line on 94 points. Matty Galton, 106. So only 12 points there. Rob Haggerty now goes to the front on 84. And he's just been eclipsed by King on 44. So a 13.5 second nominated lap, and King has just gone a 13.9. So he's accrued 44 points. Haggerty on 84. Joe Douglas on 94. Matty Galton on 106. Peter Dybel on 116. And then Mick Moylan in the big 7-litre Ford Galaxy peels off lap number 1 with 166 demerit points. He's nominated a 1 minute 16 and just did a 1 minute 15.1, so he's a little bit under where he should be at the moment. The car's starting to come across the line already to reel off lap number 2. As on the circuit itself, it's still Tom Mickelson in the HSV. As we go on board and have a look at carco.com.au Raceway with the Mark II Escort, the pale blue and white Mark II Escort of Jamie Scott. Just coming up and over the top of the hill, down the roller coaster into the hardest braking area on a racetrack, except for Mount Panorama, of course. And Jamie Scott, just a mid-track entry there as he comes across over the start line. So let's have a look now. We're still waiting for a couple of our runners to come across the line. And it's still King on 55. He only scored 11 points that time through. Haggerty still hanging on for second. Matty Galton moves up to third. Dybel moves up to fourth. And Mick Moylan in the big 7-litre Ford Galaxy finds himself in fifth at the moment. Loser out of that lap was Joe Douglas. Moved all the way down to 6. Peter Towie is up into 7. McGavigan in car number 99 in 8. Justin Chaffee now just sitting inside the top 10. And Knox rounds out our top 10 on lap number 3. So some impressive scores. Mick Moylan only scored 9 points. Peter Towie only scored 10 points for that last one. And King in car number 5 scored 11. So they're all starting to update again now as it comes through. Matty Galton now moves up into P2. We're waiting for King to come across the line. He's just done that. He's now 3 points in front of Matty Galton. 135 to 138. Haggerty on 167. Dybel on 195. Mick Moylan still hanging on for 5th on 296. He got 1 point over Peter Towie in 6th. And 316 to Joe Douglas. And he has just been kicked out of there. Knox moves up now, 8 demerit points. That's a good run for him. Anytime you get a single figure for a demerit point is a very, very good lap. There's Tom Mickelson just making his way through. So we pick up on Rob Haggerty now. First time out for this MX-5. And as he's told us this morning, a very old set of hard tyres on board. As we now go back to Matty Galton, just heading up through the S's and into the left-hander. And she's got a perfect piece of real estate right now. Nobody in front to worry about, nobody behind. She can really put her head down and try and be consistent. We said car number 51 of Jamie Scott has the camera on board, the little Mark II Escort. There's Utterson coming across the line. And here's Matty Galton again in this Ford Focus. So it's still King. Dybel now in the Pertec livery, the tribute livery in the AU Falcon. He's up into 2nd. Matty Galton into 3rd. Peter Towie up to 4. Joe Douglas in 5. Rob Haggerty down to 6. Malkin 7. And as I say that, Chaffee's just moved up to 7. Knox is 8. Malkin 9. And Dixon, who did very well in race number 1, he's just inside the top 10 at the moment. Only 6 points last time through for Peter Dybel. King only scored 10. And Ross in car number 98 scored 11. So again, very, very close time challenge racing as the checkered flag comes out for all of our runners. So we have to wait for everybody to come across the line, and then there'll be some calculations, final calculations done by our scoreboard. As it stands at the moment, it's King over Dybel and Matty Galton. Towie for 4th, and Rob Haggerty rounds out our top 5. We'll just have to wait and see. There's still some alterations being done. It looks like everybody has completed the 5 laps. So Jamie Scott in the Mark II Escort coming across the line. Where did Jamie finish? Not a good run there for Jamie. He's right down into position 16. But that could be the result of just one bad lap. That's all it takes. King looking good on 167. 228 to Dybel, and Galton on 298. We go back a long way then to Towie, who's tied on 477 with Rob Haggerty. So that's 4th and 5th. And then Douglas in the BRZ Subaru on 596. 629 for Knox. Tom Mickelson in the HSV Marlow. He'll finish in 8th place. Dixon in 9, and Justin Chaffee in the Gibson Motorsport Commodore. Car number 15 looks like he's going to take out position 10.
This broadcast supported by Turn 7 Media. Streamer. Real Human Photos. Unlabeled Photography. Top Step Designs. And New Start Finance Group.
As while we wait for our Retrovision XL Cup runners to come out on the circuit, let's go down and speak with Demelza and Slim Jim.
Demelza and Slim Jim.
Thanks, Vaughan. We are here with the historic touring car category thanks to Access Hire and Peter Piscaneri. Peter, how have you felt you've gone today so far?
Actually, I was thinking that I was going to do okay. There was a small incident out there that's just a racing incident, unfortunately. But yeah, the car's going well. Unfortunately, everyone around me is going real well as well. So, yeah, I'm just hanging in there.
Now, the incident on the track, actually, Peter, was pretty dramatic, and obviously you got a bit of panel work to be worked on over the next week or so. But, you know, when you're out there, did you actually see it coming, or were you a bit surprised when it happened?
Actually, it was a total surprise. Conno's a very, very good driver, and he can handle that car very well. But I had the feeling that that part of the track was a little slippery early on, and I actually had a small incident in there as well. So I can't blame Conno for that. I think there was something there that created that problem.
Now, Ford Mustangs are one of my favourite cars of all time. So why did you pick a Mustang to race in? What's the attraction to the car for you?
A bit like you, I just love the Mustangs, and also they have got a nice weight and size about them for motor racing. So, you know, you can have a reasonable size engine. They're not too heavy. They're quite nimble if you get them right. And, yeah, I just like the history that goes with them as well.
Do you have a support crew for yourself, Peter, or are you a pretty hands-on sort of guy?
Actually, I'm pretty hands-on. Usually my son comes and helps, and he's looking after his kids today, so I'm on my own. But I can handle that. That's good, yeah.
Leading into the final race, how are you feeling and what are your thoughts going into it?
I'm feeling good. There's a couple of guys that are much faster than me here today, but I'm just hanging in there. You just got to assess the track and drive accordingly. You know, you don't push it too hard.
So, Peter, when you say don't push too hard, I mean, obviously you've got a game plan yourself that you try and stick to because you know what you can get out of the vehicle. So is that what you're trying to achieve every time you hit the track here at CARCO?
Oh, absolutely. You give it 100%, but that's all based on what the track can give you. If you don't have enough traction, don't push it because you'll be in the kiddie litter.
Yeah. Well, Peter, wishing you the best for the rest of the championship day. Demelza, I think we're going to an ad. Thanks very much for your time, Peter. Look forward to that. Back with you right after this break.
Thank you.
Thanks, Peter.
WA XL Cup Racing proudly presented by Retrovision, Tech Mechanical, Race Tech, Nexter, and Revolution Race Gear.
So just to round out our time challenge, final result was King on 167 from Peter Dybel in the AU Falcon on 228, and in third in the Ford Focus RS was Matty Galton on 298. In fourth place, a tie for Peter Toey on 477, and he ties with Rob Haggerty. So a tie for fourth position there for our co-commentator, who's just bolted quickly all the way from the other end of the pit area up to here. Well done, mate. A fourth in that one. So you've had a third and a fourth today. One more to go.
Yeah, 3 over 4, which is a 3/4, which is about how much I feel like my driving ability is at the moment. But that's okay. That was a lot of fun. That was great fun with that Volkswagen that I had out there. And trouble is, my gearbox is starting to fall apart. So I was finding difficulty getting fourth going up through past the Valvoline sign there in the S's, and then it started to not want to go into fifth as well. So interesting. So not to worry.
And you have to drive that vehicle home, so you might be going home in third gear or fifth.
Yeah, I actually sell a sticker that says, look after it, don't forget you've got to drive it home. So I might have to put that on the back of my car.
Next on the circuit, we've just seen the 1 minute siren go, is for Retrovision, the XL Cup. And hopefully we can get right the way through this one. A 15 minutes plus one lap. And also brought to you by Retrovision. It'll be Ambrosio and Rhodes on the front row. And then the second row is really quick as well, with Dean Hill in 53 and Noah Byrne. Then we've got Fisher and Harrison Burns. And then Hasty and Will Panizza. The second of the Burns cars, the car number 3, and Clamp in 13. Lachlan Cove in 36. Stephen McGregor, car number 2. and Ward and Stuart McGregor in car number 8. Hewitt Wesley Lahair in 27, and then Cove in 17, Cooper in 55, Ashley Cove in car 111, Wagner de Souza in car number 25, Craig Ferreira in car number 84, and I don't think we'll be seeing John Schultz. He was last seen picking up some conrods off our main straight here at carco.com.au Raceway.
No, I don't think so, unfortunately for him, and he'll be going home with his tail between his legs, unfortunately, but hopefully he's got some bits and pieces at home. I don't think there's a hell of a lot in these XL engines that they need to worry too much about as far as high-performance equipment goes.
There's not much left in John Schultz's little Hyundai XL engine. It all got spat out down the main straight here. The car trailer will be very light on the way home. It's lost its oil, its coolant, and a lot of the internal components.
Yeah, big shame, big shame.
Yeah.
You don't want to take a race car home that's not in the same condition as you brought it in. It's very, very sad. But no doubt he'll put his best foot forward, and he'll get that back here again for the next meeting for the XLs. So looking forward, as always, to this one. Let's see how we go this time with Ambrosio and Rhodes. They were all over each other in the last one, and I'm really keen to see whether or not Zane Rhodes can get back in front and finish in front to make it one each at the end of this one.
And the second battle was for third place with Dean Hill and Noah Byrne. They were going for it for the entirety of race number 1 as well.
Yeah, they certainly were, and that was well and truly not resolved in the favour of either of them really at the end of the last one either. So they're going to be having a good battle as well. And of course, they're going to line up in the same positions as same finishing positions as they did for the last one. So it's going to be a resumption of battle immediately.
They're all definitely don't have to worry about the oil down now. You can't even see any of the topping that was put on. It's all gone now.
No, the circuit's actually reasonably good again. So that's the good news for everybody. So I don't think there's any disadvantage for starting in the even numbers on this side of the track on the starting grid. So
our V's were down to 0.3 of a second away from the lap record. Dave Casely.
That speaks volumes about the condition of the track then.
Certainly does, and Moltoni was only 0.5, half a second away from that lap record as well. Set right back in 2020.
Yeah, a long time ago. That would have been just about a year after the circuit was resurfaced with its lovely new surface that we've got. But it just goes to show it's not lost any of its grip and it's not lost any of its speed. And it was good to see actually the supercar guys mentioning that this year for a change in their telecast, saying that it isn't the grip that it used to be. It isn't the degradation on the tyres that it used to be. And I think they've finally gotten on board with that.
There we go. We should see a green flag being waved very shortly from our officials down at the back of the field. There's the green light. So now we wait for the red light. We're now in starters orders for Retrovision. This is race number 2 over 15 minutes plus 1 lap. And it's a really good start from Carlos Ambrosio over Rhodes. And Dean Hill looks like he's going to try and go up the inside of Rhodes as well as they go down into turn number 1 for the first time.
He's going to do it. Yeah, he was a rabbit out of the position 3 there that time. He made as good a start as what Carlos Ambrosio did. Absolutely flew out of that third position, and he's made his way up into second past Zane Rhodes. So he's got it all to do in front of him. And of course behind him, knocking on his door, is going to be Noah Byrne in car number 11 as well, as they all make their way line of stern, except a little bit further back in the field. That's one of the Cove family going around the outside there. I think that might be
Lachlan, I think.
Yeah,
in the
Lachlan
green car.
Cove. Yep, I think so. I can't quite make out who the orange car is, but they've got McGregor, I think, behind them. But they're all safely around turn 5 and down into turn 6 for the first time. We've got the in-car camera at the moment as we head down to turn 6. That's in car number 33. Yep, so
I don't have a listing for that one.
No, that one's not on our list.
It's car 333, and that's Harrison Burns.
Harrison Burns, okay.
So, yeah.
He's back there in 5th position or 6th position. So that's great to see that we've got the camera in that car as they come over the top of the hill and down towards turn 7 for the first time. And there's a battle for the lead, and it's actually Dean Hill who gets down underneath Carlos Ambrosio and takes the lead. And that's let Dean Hill out wide, and that's given the opportunity for Zane Rhodes to get down the inside. He's got about a nose of the car down the inside as they head down into turn number 1 for the second time. And I think that he's just about going to get his nose down. They're going to be side by side as they head around the corner, and that's Dean Hill going to be washed out wide. I think that Zane's going to just about get this, although Hill will have the inside again as they head up into turn 4, as he just puts a couple of those left-hand wheels into the dirt across the first S. Ooh. But look at Rhodes. He's really late under brakes around there, and he's taken that second position away from Hill.
Yeah, that's Carlos Ambrosio into 3rd place with Noah Byrne right in the 4th place now as they come across the top of the hill. It's Hill, Rhodes, Ambrosio and Byrne, and they're starting to drive away now from Fisher in 5 and Will Panizza in 6. Fastest guy on the racetrack at the moment, as you would expect, Dean Hill in car number 53. How's this juicy battle?
Yeah, Ambrosio back down the inside of Zane. Sorry for calling that incorrectly earlier. The cars look very similar to me, but nonetheless, it is Ambrosio back into second position with Zane Hill now. Zane Rhodes back into third place. Look at Ambrosio trying to get his nose down the inside of Hill. Is he going to be able to do it? I think he is.
Yes, he's just driven straight underneath Dean Hill, who now comes under trouble from Rhodes and Noah Byrne as well. And Fisher, he's going to throw his hat in the ring here very shortly.
Yeah, he certainly is. Have a look at Zane that's trying to get down the inside once again here and get his nose down the inside of Ambrosio, who's going to lose the lead to Hill, I think, down here once again. It's going to be very similar as it was with him and Zane Rhodes last lap as they come out side by side out of turn one. It's Ambrosio who's got the better of that up through the horses.
I think there was a rollover down there in turn number one.
That's the white car that's down there in the standstill. We've still got a white car down there in the Bernies, and that's car number, that's hard to tell,
135. We got 135 of Adam Hasty for Hasty Mechanical, and he has backed it in there and ripped off the front spoiler.
That's going to be a safety car for sure.
Yeah, I thought that had actually gone upside down, but it was good that it hasn't. And car number 40, right down towards turn number 6 as all the field come up and over the top. Well, that's destroyed what was really turning out to be a juicy race there with our top 5.
Absolutely. And the fast man on the track actually was car number 12 of Fisher. Jacob Fisher, exactly. And he got into the 12, so 12.9.
Well, he's got a 4-car tow in front of him as well. So they've been breaking a big hole in the atmosphere and allowing Jacob Fisher to really get onto the back of these guys. So hopefully it won't take too long to get this car out. It should be a fairly simple tow to the infield.
Yep, and we're still 7 minutes and 17 seconds to go in this event, so plus 1 lap. So I think that we'll get that car out probably before they've done another lap, probably another 2 laps, I'd say, out behind the safety car, and we'll be back to racing conditions.
Oh, it's always disappointing when you get a race like that and it gets interrupted and polluted by a safety car, but that is motorsport, isn't it?
And this is a classic example where a safety car is actually required, because I wouldn't want to be out there with that car dead set in front of me in the braking area into turn 1. We've seen some pretty nasty incidents down there over the years, so it's a good decision by Motorsport Australia Race Control, led by a couple of very senior guys that are in there this weekend, so well done to them. Big pat on the back, and we'll be back to racing hopefully very shortly.
Yeah, we saw that in the historic touring car race as well. Mark Cates went right off and was 3/4 of the way through the sand trap, and they just put a single yellow flag down there on the entry into turn number 7. So that was good. It was like touch ball play on, as the Manitou has actually been required for this one, probably because it's got a broken spoiler on the front.
They'll end up pulling the whole front of the car off otherwise, probably. They'll give it a bit of a lift and pull it out maybe. But nonetheless, it gives us an opportunity once again, as we always like to do, to give a shout out to our hard-working officials here at the WASCC and at carco.com.au. Always, every single meeting, they're out there working very, very hard for us, and we really appreciate the work they do. And it's great to see that that these guys are so quick on the scene. And if you want to be an official, just give the WA Sporting Car Club a call during the week, and they'll be more than happy to sign you up. And it really is a great opportunity to get close to the action, and you make a lot of good friends as well. And it's a great opportunity in general.
As we have a replay happening at the moment for our live stream customers, and what a gaggle of cars as they come up and over turn number 5 for the first time, and then it all kicked off. Dean Hill right up the inside of a very aggressive Carlos Ambrosio, who drove him right over to driver's right on the entry into turn number 7, but still left a hole, and Dean Hill just straight underneath. It was a great piece of driving. Rhodes is not out of this one either, as we see a take there on Ambrosio. Here's the one that we were just talking about. Right down, just about put him out onto the grass there on the entry into turn number 7.
Absolutely no grip there either, so he did an outstanding job at pulling that car up and getting that car turned into the corner. Lots of rubble and marbles out there on that part of the circuit. And of course, then we saw them side by side out of the corner just as he had the yellow flag come out for the car that was in the sand trap down at turn number 1.
Safety car still on the circuit, and looks like they've got the rope connected now to the car. What did we say it was? 135 of Adam Hasty for Hasty Mechanical.
Yeah, used to seeing Hasty family up here in a Nissan Pulsar.
Wayne, Wayne from the southwest.
Yep. So seeing the Hasties now out in the XL. I'm not 100% sure what what the connection is there, but I'm sure they're from the same family. Very big Southwest supporters of motorsport of the Hasty family.
And Adam's up and running out there, so we hopefully might get lights off the safety car this time through. Still just entering into turn number 6 at the moment over the back of the circuit.
Doing the right thing, staying offline and getting the sand out of the bottom of the car. That's what you need to do to make sure that you don't pollute the surface of the circuit. And well done to Hasty for doing that. Good thinking and good situational awareness.
We wait and see whether the lights are out on the safety car, and yes they are, and he accelerates away.
So this is going to be absolutely brilliant to see what's going to happen here as they come down, and you can well and truly see Dean Hill's intentions as he pulls up along the side of the driver's door of Carlos Ambrosio as they come over the top of the hill. Of course, they have to start line astern, and it's when the green flag waves, it's under the control of the leader as to when he makes his start. And this is going to be very interesting as they come onto the pit straight at the moment. And they've got 3 minutes and 46 seconds as the green flag waves. And look at Dean Hill. He can't pass to the start-finishing line, but he just manages not to do that. And he gets down the inside. So it's going to be side-by-side, back down. Look at Zane as well. He's Zane Rhodes is looking to the inside move as well. And he's got his nose once again up the side of Carlos Ambrosio. Side-by-side for second place out of the corner. And they're going to go side-by-side the whole way up here. Can Rhodes do the similar thing that he did a couple of laps ago and outbrake them and go around the outside? No, he can't do that to Carlos Ambrosio. He's awake up to that one. And he's going to have to slip into third position.
So Noah Byrne hanging on for 4th at the moment, so he will have a crack at Zane Rhodes in 73 very, very shortly as they come up and across the top of the hill here and down towards turn number 6. A large field of Retrovision XL Cup drivers here this weekend. It's great to see this category just going from strength to strength as we pick up with our leaders down there in turn number 6, and it's Ambrosio up the inside of Dean Hill, who moves straight across to driver's right to block Zane Rhodes. Zane Rhodes is starting to get very, very racy.
Yeah, he's getting a bit antsy, isn't he? This is a championship changing situation in this race at the moment. Rhodes definitely needs to get past Hill and get back on the back of Ambrosio to keep his championship hopes alive. There is grip on the outside of turn 7 there, but you don't want to go the wrong side of that curb or you'll get a slap on the wrist from the race control. But I think he probably just got away with it then. But Ambrosio on the inside with Zane Rhodes right down the inside of him, and he's going to outbrake him into the corner almost. Not quite, but he does get his nose up there and making his intentions well and truly clear on the back of Ambrosio's car.
Cigarette paper between both of those cars on the entry into turn number 1.
Look at Hill once again down the inside of Zane Rhodes into turn 4, and he's going to take that second place, or he's certainly going to try to, but there's definitely some grip on the outside of there as well. Rhodes well and truly making the best of that as he goes once again across turn 5 in second place.
And yeah, he's going to hang on to second as they crest the top of turn 5 and down the hill now in towards turn number 6 at around about 140, 150 kilometres an hour in one of these Hyundai XLs. Front wheel drive, and they are not far away from the normal road car that you would see on the road. There's not many modifications done to these cars at all, but look at the lead now that Ambrosio has moved out. He's probably got 2 or 3 tenths of a second now over Zane Rhodes.
And have a look at Byrne on the back of Hill as well. He's starting to be getting pretty serious as well. He's going tap on the back.
Hill
pulls out to get down the inside of Zane Rhodes, pulls that move off. Once again, I'll mention there's a lot of grip on the outside of that corner, but this time Zane Rhodes goes well and truly wrong side of that curve, so that's going to reduce his opportunities in race control, that's for sure. But Carlos Ambrosio now starting to get a 2 or 3 car length lead from Zane Rhodes, and then back to Hill, and then of course there's Noah Byrne just behind them.
And Carlos will be looking in the rear vision mirror saying, keep fighting, you guys keep fighting, because I'm driving away from you while you're having your own battle for second. I'm just going to take a leisurely drive around the 2.41 kilometre CARCO Raceway and drive away from you as big sideways there.
Yeah.
That was Lachlan Cove. Has he been able to hang on to it? No, he hasn't. He's gone bush over there in turn number 4.
Yeah, so he'll rejoin just after turn 5 at the old pit entrance. So that was a bit of fun for him to be able to do that. But yeah, I'm really interested with whether or not Zane Rhodes, who's got the fastest sector of the race so far in the first sector on this lap, whether he can get himself back onto the back of Ambrosio, because he's got a bit of free air now as the battle between Byrne and Hill is well and truly alive, as Byrne takes to the outside of the track and Hill defending the inside as they come down into turn 7 once more. And looks like Hill's probably going to be able to do that. Is the over and under on? Not quite. So line astern out of that corner, and this is also sucking Fisher and Burns into this battle as well.
Yeah, Burns in car number 333, now getting onto the tail of Jacob Fisher for fourth and fifth place. So now it's Ambrosio. He's got 3 or 4 car lengths over Zane Rhodes. Then we go back about 10 car lengths to Dean Hill, who's got 3 car lengths over Noah Byrne, another 3 back to Fisher, and then Burns. That's the way that they're going to be. We are now down into time positive, and a 5-second penalty for car number 53 of Dean Hill. A safety car infringement for Dean Hill, currently running in 3rd place.
That's a big penalty for him. 5 seconds will put him probably down behind
7th.
Yeah, but behind Burns, just in front of Steve McGregor. So that's a big penalty for him. As we watch the cars come out of turn 6 once more. Whether this will be the last time or the second last time, I'm not 100% sure. But still Zane Rhodes is starting to draw onto the back of the race leader as they come down towards turn 7. Look at Burns on the outside of Dean Hill. And, of course, that's not for a position anymore with Hill having that penalty. So, but he's going to take that 3rd place from him. And we've got a big...
the boot up.
Yeah, the boot up in the Petters car. I think, is that Steve McGregor's car, the Petters car?
No, that's the other McGregor.
Ah, that's the other McGregor. Okay, so yeah, the boot's up on that. So luckily he'll be happy to get one more lap through. He won't get the meatball flag.
So we're on the last lap now as we pick up with our leaders, and a big field coming across the start-finish line. But it's Ambrosio still holding by 4 car lengths over Zane Rhodes. Then we go back a long way to Noah Byrne, who's taken over 3rd place. Don't worry about Dean Hill. He's not going to finish in 4th. He'll be right back at about 7th or 8th at the moment. And then we've got Fisher and Burns in car 333 as up and over the top of the hill for the last time. And it is a big last lap effort, big lunge from Zane Rhodes down on Carlos Ambrosio. He's not going to be able to do it, I don't think, Rob.
Not there, he's not, no, but he's going to get that slipstream up the back straight, and he's in a very good position to maybe be able to dive down the outside. And as I've already mentioned, there's a bit of grip on the outside of turn 7, provided he doesn't go over the wrong side of that curb. But he's right into the boot lid of Carlos Ambrosio, down towards turn 7 for the very last time. Ambrosio feigning to the inside of the circuit, stopping him from being able to get the dose down the inside. So he goes for the over and under. Is he going to be able to get around the outside here? He's gone 2nd time for the wrong side of the curb. That's not going to make him very popular in race control, but it's going to be Carlos Ambrosio finishing just in front of Zane Rhodes once again. And then it's going to be back to Byrne and Hill, then Fisher and Burns, and then a bit of a gap then back to the battle between Steve McGregor. And in fact, it was D'Souza who managed to get in front of McGregor on that last lap. He did that at turn 4. Then it's Clamp and Cooper, and then car number 3 of Shane Burns. And then we're back to Panizza, Ward, Stuart McGregor, Ferreira, Lair, Hewitt, and then the Coves.
A 1:12.8 for Dean Hill. And then you add 5 seconds, a 1:17.8. So I'm going to put him down into about position 12 or 13 for the unfortunate Dean Hill for a safety car infringement. And we've also had a 5-second penalty applied to car 9 and 25 as well. So that's Wagner D'Souza in 25.
William Panizza in car 9.
And young Will Panizza as well. So more safety car infringements. So I'm not sure whether somebody jumped in front of somebody else before they got to the control line. Not sure.
I think it's an overlapping thing. I don't. Perhaps you're not able to even overlap before you get to the start finishing line, because I did notice that Hill did overlap with Ambrosio. He hadn't passed him, but he was overlapping. So perhaps that's the rule that's been broken. I'm not 100% sure, but it suggests that may be the case.
Yeah, what a race. They always put on some fantastic racing to these little Hyundai XLs, and a very cheap and economical way of getting your motorsport career a start up here at carco.com.au Raceway. As I said, these cars are not far off what you would normally drive on the road. They have a brake and suspension package. There are very minimal engine modifications allowed to these Hyundai XLs. A race car, a roll cage, a fire extinguisher, all of your personal safety equipment, and time to go racing. So you can buy these cars for under $10,000. And what a way to start. A great progression out of karting over the hill there at the Tiger Kart Club. And when your karting days are done, come and race Hyundai XL. It's the next logical step for the youngsters learning how to drive and learning how to race. We're going to take a very short break while we throw down to Demelza and Jamie. Slim Jim and Demelza.
Thanks a lot, Vaughan. I really appreciate it. We're joined by Hayden King, who just came first place in the time trial with his Nissan Skyline. Hayden, congratulations. Driving really well, but you've told me a fair bit about your car. It's pretty fresh on the track from the last, for the work you've done the last couple of years.
It is. This is only the second time doing fast laps around here.
And you came out with the first place, which is fantastic. So what have you done to the car to improve it, to actually keep the consistency of calling the time and then bringing it home?
It's more about the driver, just getting used to the new power level I got. Getting used to it and maximising it.
So you obviously got used to it pretty quickly, obviously, Hayden, because you've obviously come out at first place.
Yeah, bit of a surprise, but I'll take it.
Now, you were telling us that you have actually come into this from a drifting background. What made you decide to change?
I just didn't want to end up with the car getting beaten up because it was starting to get pretty competitive and the car was still pretty straight. So I sort of just stepped back and then just started doing time attack events and sprint events.
And how long have you had your car for? Tell us a little bit about it.
About 15 years. When I rung it in drifting, it was a pretty basic spec and a low power level. And I've rung it in that power level for probably 12 years and only managed to up the power in it in the last couple of years.
You're obviously a big fan of motorsport, mate. You came from rallying, you went into drifting, and now you're into time trialling with the Skyline. So has it always been a love of yours, a passion for yours, motorsport?
Yep, right since the days of the Nissan Mobile 500 in Wellington, when they used to run that.
And that sort of inspired you, did it? Which races in particular, which drivers in particular inspired you?
Peter Brock, Dick Johnson, Jim.
All the legends.
All the legends.
So with the car being rebooted for this competition, and you're obviously getting good results out of it, is there anything more you want to do with it? You told me there might have been an issue between the power of the engine you put in and your braking.
Yeah, get some bigger brakes and get some better suspension.
So you reckon you come out on number one position again with the next time trial?
We'll give it a good go.
I'm glad to hear it.
Heading into the final race, how are you feeling? Obviously, you had a very good time challenge just before. How are you feeling heading into that final round?
Well, I'm just going to keep the same lap time and try and repeat what I just did.
Well, Hayden, good luck, mate. Hope you have a great day and enjoy the next time trial. I'm sure you'll smash it like you did the last one.
Absolutely.
Thanks for that.
We're going to head to a break, but stay with us. There's lots more to come, and Vaughan very shortly.
Formula V Racing, proudly presented by Home Chef, Lytech Systems, EM Graphics and Promotions, Giant Mandra, Arrivo Rentals, Straight Edge Steel Frame Homes, and Perth Motorsport Tyres. Round 4 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly lubricated by Valvoline.
Welcome back to Miles Lockett, who's got all the goss after race number 2, and a great win for Dave Casely there, coming from the back of the field and really streaking him in the end.
Yeah, he just loves this car. He's at one. He just says he cannot believe how he can just put it into a corner and it just drives through it. Compared to, because this obviously car runs a dual rear shock suspension, compared to what he's used to run in the old Joseph, which is a monoshock suspension. So he just says the difference is night and day, and he can just put it wherever he wants. And he says it's actually quite boring to drive, to be honest, compared to his old car. He'd like to actually get back in his old car and have a bit of a go. But in terms of news from the Formula V pits from race 2 and race 3, unfortunately we've lost Paul Maltoni in this one. He's got a gearbox issue. He thinks that it's in neutral, but it's actually locked in gear, so something's gone inside the gearbox selector or something like that. So unfortunately he's out, which is a shame because he's leading the points so far today. And also we've lost Isaac Scary. We saw Isaac pull into the pit lane in the previous race. That slow-mo, as they used to call it, the engine in that car has finally cried enough and it's making some horrible noises down there, so he's out of this one. So that'll be off to the shop to be stripped down and rebuilt, and he'll be back out ready to fire again come the next round down in Collie. But apart from that, not really a lot has happened in the Formula V paddock during the break. Just a little bit of tweaking, fine-tuning, tyre pressure adjusting. They're still trying to chase this issue with Kathy Lisson's car. We really don't know what's going on with it.
Is it electrical?
They've pretty much changed everything electrical they can in it, but it just has some sort of... it goes all right for the first few laps and then just suddenly develops this misfire and loss of power. So Anthony Lees has pulled everything apart, put everything back together again, and they keep trying stuff, which is really not the ideal time to be trying stuff at a race meeting, to be honest. But hopefully, fingers crossed, it's working this time. If not, it's back to the drawing board and try and figure out what's going wrong with it. But just looking at the points on our up above us here, as I said, Moltoni was currently leading the day from Rod Lisson and Kenny Wyatt in terms of the 1600s. In the 1200s, it all comes down to this one. Jonathan Skerry and Danny Chero are tied on points, 45. They've had a win apiece and a second apiece. Campbell Gow is in third position with Alan Yeo in fourth. As we mentioned, we've already lost, unfortunately, Dave Stuckerberg with that issue with the wheel parting company. So that's on the trailer and heading home. But still, it should hopefully be a good battle out the front. We'll see whether Rod has managed to tune the Sabre up to have anything to fight with against Dave Casely.
Was there any feedback on track conditions?
They didn't really mention track conditions. I mean, obviously the main oil down was on the start-finish straight, which I think by the time we actually got racing was pretty much clear. But we saw the lap times that Dave Casey was doing that last race, 7.3 and
0.3 away.
Yeah, and that's sort of the times that the Eastern States guys were doing last September at the National Challenge. So the track, I think, is actually pretty good. So look, let's see what sort of lap times. I'm sure Dave will be trying pretty hard to see if he can try and get close to that lap record of his.
Now, the Perth Motorsport Cup is their third and final race for this one. Is that going to go on overall point scores for the day?
Correct. Yep. Yeah, overall points for the day for this one. So, yeah, we thank Stewie Senior and Junior down there at Perth Motorsport Tyres for coming on board and supporting this event for us. So, yes, this is the second year that it has been run for the Perth Motorsport Tyre Cup, and we really do appreciate them. Obviously, that's where we get all our Dunlop rubber from, and very reliable Dunlop rubber that we run on these Formula Vs year in, year out.
So that would mean it's all up to Rod Lisson on 38 points from Ken Wyatt on 34, and then 32 for Kathy Lisson, who's having a shocking day, but she's still up there.
That's right. Well, again, I'm trying to do some numbers in my head at the moment. I'm sort of thinking, okay, well, if Dave Casely wins it, he's up to 50, and then obviously if Rod comes second, well, he'll jump him. He'll go to 58.
I shorted
and then it's sort of a case of where do we end up with Ken and Kathy, because obviously, so I'm trying to do some mental numbers in my head. That's going to disappear on me, which won't help. But that's all right. It's, we're in for a cracker regardless.
I was doing the same thing, and I just short fused itself. It's just not going to happen. I'll wait till the end of the race, and we'll be able to give you an accurate going over of who's done what as the cars are leaving the dummy grid now. How's Sam Casely getting on out there in car number 21?
Look, she's doing well. She's getting quicker and quicker every time she gets out there. It's a massive task to jump in one of these cars because they're just so unique to drive, as you are well aware. One thing which actually Sammy is actually doing for us today, she's actually got a don't know whether I should say this, but she's got the Formula V Association Australia are trying to develop a new control manifold for the 1600s. The 1200s have got a control manifold, so Sammy's actually got this trial part on her car today, and gathering data, etc., to sort of see how it performs. And so far, all the information that we've been getting from people who've run it in the eastern states and over here, I think even Dave's had a bit of a drive with it on. He actually says it's a good thing and it's going in the right direction. As we go through the grid now, so Casely on pole position, we're losing Paul Maltoni, obviously back to Rod Lisson, Michael Lloyd, then it's Ken Wyatt, Kathy Lisson, Reynold Block and Jonathan Skerry, the first of the 1200s, then it's back to Danny Chera, Campbell Gow. Then on the next row of the grid, Alan Yeo, Ben Wilkins in the Polar. And then behind that, we've got Sammy Casely, and unfortunately, as I say, the non-starters being Isaac Skerry and Dave Stuckenberg.
Yeah, so unfortunately, therefore, Dave Stuckerberg, who had that incident in turn number 1 earlier on this morning. But we'll get him back, and he'll be back racing very, very soon.
Yeah, it was, I mean, as usually, the club tried to see what they could do, but there was unfortunately just too much damage. There was a massive gouge in the brake drum or the brake disc, and obviously it had broken the bracket which holds the calipers, and the caliper had gone as well. So it was just unfortunately too much to repair, and we just didn't have the spare parts available to do it. But we've already got plans in place to get that all sorted and get him back on the track as soon as we can.
Awesome. So we've still got a very good sized field, and we know it's going to be competitive, but it's all going to be Dave Casely sitting on the front row all by himself in car number 7, and then the second row will be Rod Lisson on the inside.
Yep.
And on the outside of him is car number 5 of Lloyd.
Yep, and with the camera car on this one is going to be on car 55, which is Kenny White on the third row alongside Kathy Lisson, then Runa Block in the Stinger, and Jonathan Scarry, the first of the 1200 competitors. So just waiting for the green flag at the back. Official is now waving it vigorously and off the racetrack, and now in starters' hands.
Jonathan Scarry's got a good gap already over Campbell Gow and Danny Chero, but he's got to maintain that.
It's getting off the start. That's the main thing, and he's got a great start.
He's got a ripper.
Yep, absolute beauty. First
so did
second.
Campbell Gow. He's got a good start, but now starts to fall backwards.
Yeah, Reynold Block was the one who got the worst of the starts there, who's drifted right back to the tail of the field, as we see Dave Casely taking the race lead from Rod Lisson, Bennett back to Lloyd, then it's back to Kenny White, Kathy Lisson, then the first of the 1200s being Jonathan Scarry, Danny Chero, and then Campbell Gow doing a great job. Then it's back to Block from Wilkins, then Sammy Casely and Alan Yeo rounding out the field.
Let's see what can happen with Rod Lisson, whether he can stay with Dave Casely this time. So far, so good. He's only 1 or 2 car lengths off the back of Dave Casely as they disappear out of sight.
Yep.
But a great battle there with Chero and Campbell Gow.
Yeah, side by side through turn 5 is really not the great place to be side by side in a Formula V. You run out of road very, very quickly.
Lisson's overtaken Dave Casely already and has got 5 or 6 car lengths on him already. Lloyd now starting to close in on the back of Dave Casely, so there's something wrong with car number 7 as Lloyd lines him up for a run-down driver's right. Oh, Dave Casely
He's so
really
deep
late.
on the brakes. Oh, look at him. He actually outbroke himself, but managed to get around the corner. So look, whether he's missed a gear or something, I'm not sure, out of turn 6, but the car is going. He's waving as he's going across the start-finish line, so not sure what that gesture's all about yet. But he looks like he's back on song now, trying to go for an inside pass on to Lisson in turn number 1.
And Jonathan Scarry's bolted away from these other 2, which would be...
Yeah, that's Danny Chero and Campbell Gow. They've actually got Reynold Block in the 1600 in front of them. So look, they could actually use Reynold here, and if Reynold is quick enough to get onto the back of Jonathan, then there's no reason why Danny and Campbell can't go with him and get dragged back onto the tail. But this is obviously a shortened race, this one, 10 minutes plus 1 lap. We're already down to 7 minutes. So let's see what happens in the 1200 battle as this race unfolds.
They're down into turn number 6 at the moment. It's still Rod Lisson who uses all of the concrete apron on the exit. 3 wheels out there. And Lloyd in car number 5 doing a great job as he's currently sitting in 3rd place. As now we go on board with Ken Wyatt in car number 55 and watch the action unfolding in front.
Yeah, Kathy Lisson down the outside. Look at this. Wow. Last of the late breakers is Kathy Lisson, and gives him plenty of racing room. Sliding the car, but no, just managed to get back in front of Ken as they exit turn number 7.
You can see how close they are, wheel-to-wheel action here.
So I just caught a massive brake lock-up from Dave Casely going into turn number 1. He had the the right rear totally locked up and the car was skating. I thought he was going to end up with the sand trap, but great recovery. So not sure what's going on with that AJ out there. I thought he may have just been thinking, I'll make a bit of a race of it, but you don't want to give Rod Lisson half a sniff, because he'll quite gladly take it and run.
Ken Wyatt doing a great job using all of the racing lines as he tries to get onto the back of Kathy Lisson. Is too far back, I think. I think Kathy's car's got a bit of horsepower now.
It does, and turn 6 isn't really a great place you want to dive down the inside, because it just totally wrecks your momentum going up out of here and up over the hill. So she's certainly Ken's done the right thing and sitting behind. Now let's see whether he's got any benefit of the toe, but that Sabre of Kathy Lisson certainly got a lot of grunt in a straight line.
So both the Lisson cars have come good for this race number 3 for the Perth Motorsport Tyres Cup.
Yeah, well, as I mentioned, Rod is it's a new engine in this car, so again, it's going to take a little bit of time. But look how much ground that Dave Casely has just made up in turn number 1. He absolutely is the last of the late breakers and throws the car into the corner. So far, he's the quickest man, a 68.5, which again is obviously a lot slower than what they were in race number 2. But he's now climbing all over the back of Rod Lisson as they journey up through turn number 4 and through the very fast turn 5 sweeper heading down into Kolb Corner.
There's an attack coming up very, very shortly here from Dave Casely. He's right into the gearbox now of Rod Lisson as they tilt the cars into turn number 6, come right down to the grate on the inside of driver's right, and then let the cars flow right out to driver's left on the exit. And now the slipstream is working for Dave Casely as they come over the hill. They're side by side, and it's car number 7 that's going to get the good run on 71 of Rod Lisson.
Yeah, you could sort of see Rod looking left and right in the mirrors and go, oh, here he is, he's back again. I thought I had a decent margin, but no, it's all gone awry.
Still blowing a bit of smoke as Rod listens.
Yeah, a little bit there, but nothing too. It seems to be coming out sort of like the left-hand side of the motor. The battle for 4th and 5th, though, still on between Kathy Lisson and Ken White as they go into turn number 1, just the bottom of our camera screens. Kathy still maintaining 4th position. Back to the 1200 battle, and still Jonathan Scarey with a massive margin. He's got Reynolds Block in the Stinger 1600 ranging up on the back of him, and then it's further back. We've still got this battle for 2nd and 3rd between Danny Chero and Campbell Gow. Then it's Ben Wilkins in the pole up behind them, and it's Alan Yeo next, followed by Sammy Casely.
It's good that Jonathan's been able to hang on to that advantage from the start there and been able to drive away a bit now. And as you said, you've got a 1600 stuck in between Jonathan Scarey and Danny Chero. So
yeah, I thought Danny and Campbell may have had a bit of more of a benefit, to be honest, from Reynolds as when he got in front, but not this time. Fastest man on the track, a 67.4911 is Dave Casely that time through. So that car is getting quicker and quicker.
And we're only 4/10 away from a new track record here, set right back in 2020, which is a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, probably not long after the track may have had a bit of a resurface back then. As I mentioned, the guys from the Eastern States were pretty close last year, but we thought that the lap record was going to be taken by one of them, but no, we've managed to hold on to it, which is great for obviously us local drivers.
Certainly is, as our field finding their way through turn number 1, and Ken Wyatt still all over the back of Kathy Lisson here on the exit of turn number 1 through turn 2 up through the bus stop here. And there'll be some great onboard video happening from Ken Wyatt's car right now as we could look at the gearbox of Kathy Lisson's car. And now he's going to try the move here, the over and under, try to get the run over to driver's right of Kathy Lisson. He's going to carry momentum here, but I don't think it's enough to get down the inside.
Yeah, no, they're running around, both set their fastest lap the last time through, and they're only in the 70.4, 70.3 margin now.
Whoop, that's going to cost her.
Yeah, both Ken and Kathy have been sort of in the 68s before, so the cars probably just aren't quite at their peak at the moment, but look, they're still having a great run.
Kathy got a little bit sideways on the exit of turn number 6, and I thought this was going to be Ken Wyatt's opportunity, but then Kathy's pulled out in front again.
Yeah.
So she's still got this one car advantage over Ken Wyatt, and how's the footage from on board? Ken Wyatt's trying everything he can to try and get over or around car number 11 of Kathy Lisson.
Yeah, no, if you want to know what it's like sitting in a Formula B in a heated battle, this is certainly great footage to go by. Dave Casely now down to a 67.23, so he's only 2/10. Wow. He's actually less than 2/10 now from the lap record. So he's chasing it. Let's see what happens in the final. We've got a minute and 15 seconds, so probably a couple laps. Side by side up through the top of the hill, I'm seeing Ken White, yes, and Kathy Lisson. Kathy gives him plenty of racing room as they head through turn 5. The camera pans around and follows them down into turn number 6, and Ken White's actually made the move. He's now in front of Kathy Lisson. Now let's see what happens with Kathy and the toe.
He tried that on the last lap.
Yep.
And see whether Kathy, she's got a little bit more horsepower, I think, and she ranges up alongside Ken Wyatt in car number 55 and drives past him.
Yeah, got a great run out of turn number 6 and immediately pulled to driver's right and made the move very, very easily.
Now, can Ken Wyatt He's too far away to do anything on this occasion, but he's trying. Let's see whether he gets a good slipstream down here. I still don't think he's got enough in the tank to be able to get down the inside of Kathy Lisson into turn number 1. He's just playing cats and mouse, I think. He's going to wait. We're down to 20 seconds to go, so another this lap and then one more afterwards, and there's the move on. Kathy's run very wide, and that's allowed Ken Wyatt to drive straight past.
Yeah, just obviously picked up a little bit of understeer in turn number 1, and that sent Kathy wide and allowed Ken to get back through, but by the time they pull out of turn number 6, Kathy will be right on the gearbox again.
Just trying to see whether Dave Casely is going to come up on any of the slower cars because that will give him a tow.
Yeah, he's
and
already
might be that 0.2 we're looking for.
Yeah, he's already gone past Alan Yeo, and also he's just rounded up his wife Sammy Casely as they come into turn number 7. So Dave Casely sliding the car through, and he's about to take the last lap board.
Is this going to be a lap record this time through?
Not quite. No. It was a bit of a slower lap time there. He had a bit of traffic to be involved with him, but let's see how he goes on the final lap. This battle still for 4th and 5th is still on between Wyatt and Kathy Lisson. Kenny Wyatt's still in front there, as we see a very slow Alan Yeo touring into the pit lane, so there must be an issue again with Alan's AJ, and he's not going to be finishing this one. The 1200s though, back to the 1200, can't forget them, and it's still Jonathan Scarey out in front. He's still covering off Renault Block in the 1600. Danny Chero's managed to shake off Campbell Gow for 2nd and 3rd. So that should be probably the finishing order in terms of the day and the round for the 1200s once they get around for this final lap.
Oh, look at Dave Casely. He's got all 4 wheels on the concrete apron on the exit of turn number 6. Now he comes up and over the top of the hill for the last time. There's no traffic in front of him, so if he is going to break the lap record on this lap, it's going to be through his driver's skill only. As he lets the car come out, that's a lot better exit out of turn number 7. The winner for race number 3 goes to car 7 of Dave Casely, and we just wait for the time.
Yep.
7.8, so he backed off by 0.6 of a second.
Not quite there, but Rod Lisson in 2nd place. Great drive from Michael Lloyd in the GAC. He gets across for 3rd position. Then it's back to the battle of Kenny Wyatt and Kathy Lisson. And it looks like it's going to go possibly in the event of on the way of Ken. Yes, it is. Just by 3/4 of a car length. So great driving there between Ken and Kathy. They would have had an absolute ball out there today. And not forgetting our 1200 winner, which is going to be Jonathan Scarey, coming through turn number 7 now to take the checkered flag and take out the round win for the day. Salutes the Scarey Racing team on the infield, and then it's back to Danny Chero, followed by Campbell Gow. And then the next cross the line will be Ben Wilkins in the Polar 1600, and that will actually round out the field.
Another exciting race for our Formula Vs. They always turn it on. Doesn't matter whether it's here or down at the Collie Motorplex, wherever these guys and girls go, you're guaranteed of some fantastic wheel-to-wheel racing, and it's even better because they very rarely make contact.
Absolutely, and we can't thank enough our series sponsor, obviously Home Chef, and our sponsor for the day being Perth Motorsport Tyres.
Well, before you take off, mate, we are just going to grab a replay of the highlights of that particular race. And it was a great getaway early from Dave Casely. He really made it down into turn number 1. Look at sideways, a bit of torque steer.
There, wow.
And still managed to get away really well. So when the cars do go into a wheel spin like that, crack second gear straight away and try and stop that.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, you don't hold first gear very, very long in these cars before you flick it into second. It just doesn't work. These cars don't like wheel spin. You need a lot more forward momentum. But certainly a good race. We're seeing some, as I say, we saw Dave Casely just fall back a little bit. Not sure exactly what's happened there. Big brake lock up there from Rod Lisson into turn number 7. So that would have not helped his momentum there. But then suddenly Dave seemed to find the rhythm again. So again, look, sometimes if Dave likes to drop back and just make a bit of a race of it and have a bit of fun, etc. So that's possibly what he was doing. But once he got out in front, I mean, to get down to a 7.2393 is very, very close to taking that very, very old lap record of his.
The move around the outside from Kathy Lisson had a great turn of speed coming up and over the top of the hill.
Yeah, good heads-up driving there from Kenny. Gave Kathy plenty of room on the outside, and that's what it's all about. Giving each driver, plenty of racing room. As we keep talking about, these cars are not cars that you want to be interlocking wheels, banging wheels themselves, because as we've seen recently in a couple of race meetings over at the Bend, it can turn out pretty nasty in a Formula V.
And we saw that here at the Nationals as well, where we lost that car in a big rollover.
Ryan Stott. Yeah, we lost Ryan and Rod Lisson up there at turn number 4. So, we certainly don't like that happening, and that's why very much racing room is a given when it comes to these open wheel class categories.
Thank you very much for joining us here today, Miles, and look forward to seeing you at the next race meeting we have up here at carco.com.au Raceway. We're going to take a short break before our historic touring cars come out. We're going to throw down to Demelza and Slim Jim.
Welcome back. We are here down at pit lane, this time for the Excel Cup, thanks to Retrovision, and I am joined by two members of the same family that have just started this year racing. Shane and Harry Burns, welcome. What made you guys decide to get into it this year?
Well, originally Harry run a Apex Challenge, and he got a drive through the Apex Academy. I've sort of followed on board because I had a test session and thought this is just too fun just to watch. So now I'm in the grid with Harry and having a blast. It's such an awesome sport, an awesome community to be a part of, and yeah, we've just really enjoyed the time here.
And the Excel category is such a great way to get into racing. You've come in with quite a very competitive group of racers. How are you finding that as a first time into the championships?
Yeah, they are very competitive out here, but also very friendly. I mean, look, it's been an easy transition. I mean, we're originally from go-karting. Everyone here has been so helpful for us, very welcoming. The XL community has basically made us feel very, very welcome. So I think the transition was pretty easy. Yep.
No, 100% agree.
So you're obviously having great success when you're just starting out. I mean, really being in the middle of a pack, really, between 5th and 10th place. That's pretty positive. So are you sort of like learning the trade together? Is that how it feels?
Oh, look, yeah, it feels pretty good. Like, we've been sort of giving each other tips. And yeah, no, it's been great fun to learn together, and especially this year. We've never raced cars before, and I think we're doing sort of all right, but for our first time.
You're doing better than fine, no argument about that.
Yeah. And it's also been very good having Harry's data. Like, we compare data on the laptop after each race. Like, Harry is obviously the quicker driver out of the two of us, but I can see where we're lacking or where I'm lacking and where I'm able to sort of focus on. And
guys, good luck for the rest of the day. We've got to wrap up. It's back to you.
Historic Touring Car Racing, proudly presented by Axis Hire, Moylan Grain Silos, Perth Brake Parts, and iWrite Signs.
And Graham Woolhouse will be on pole position for race number 3 for our historic touring cars. 12 minutes plus 1 lap coming up. And alongside Graham Woolhouse is the fastback, car number 79 of Brian Edhouse. Piscaneri out of 3, Stuart Young out of 32. And you may be asking, where is Mark Cates? And Mark Cates is probably halfway home by now, as we're joined by Martin Dennis. What is the go with Mark Cates?
Yeah, Mark had issues with gearbox downshifting into turn 7, and brakes alone wasn't enough. So when he buried it in the sand, he actually filled everything with sand, and a bit of discretion there to get it cleaned out properly for you, turn another wheel, rather than do some damage.
And these are fairly precious cars, aren't they? You want to try and minimise the amount of damage that gets done to these historic touring cars.
Yeah, not a lot of stuff's off the shelf for them, that's for sure.
And definitely Brian Edhouse. I don't know whether he's actually forward of his grid line. He certainly looks like he was. So we'll leave that one up to Motorsport Australia. But he's got the best of the starts over Woolhouse. Piscaneri up into 3. That'll be Stewie Young in the purple Tirana into 4th, and then Paul Onofaro.
Yep.
And behind him will be car 58, the Ford Capri of Randall Beavis. Then Simon Northey in the BMW. Back to Kenny Waller, debuting the new GTR XU1 Tirana. Then Malcolm Bowden. And then the Vandenrights in the blue and the white TC Cortinas. And back to Trevor Fairs. And it looks like Ian Brown is not going to keep going in this one. No, that may be the fuel problem back again.
Yep. he certainly is going a bit slow, isn't he? We'll obviously get an update on that a bit later on.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. He's had problems down there in qualifying earlier this morning. Didn't set a representative time at all, so started from the back of the field. He struggled through race number 2, and then this one will be a DNF, unfortunately.
Yep.
As we've got a 5-second penalty for car number 79. As I said, for the start procedure, he was well forward of where he should have been. So 5 seconds on Brian Edhouse, who currently has about half a second over Graham Woolhouse in 86, and then Piscaneri in 18. Stuart Young with the 6-cylinder Tirana trying to stay with these V8s in front.
Yeah, Stewie does a pretty good job of keeping the tyre there. It's a very competitive car, and better on its tyres than the bigger cars. So as time goes on, it'll be within call still.
It'll still be a lot kinder to its tyres than what these 3 Mustangs out in front are going to be to their Hoosiers, definitely.
Absolutely, better on its tyres, and obviously brakes as well. It's a lighter car in the whole picture. That's why the Tiranas were so popular in the day.
I don't know, with our race radio that we now run in the historic touring cars, Brian Edhouse wouldn't be aware of his 5-second penalty?
No.
Doesn't get those type of information?
No, you only get track critical type information, which is really great. It's made a hell of a difference to the way...
Yeah, and it's a great initiative by the WA branch of the Historic Touring Car Club. It's the only state in Australia that currently runs the one-way receiver.
They actually do run them in Victoria, but we've sort of made it compulsory within our club on a state level, and obviously we try to encourage others because it actually does help the efficiency of an event as well, from a race management point of view. You can keep everybody stays informed of what's going on, and so on.
Woolhouse doing a great job right on that inside curb on the way into turn number 4. He hangs on to that curb on driver's left all the way around and then flip the car over to the right-hander. And there's nothing you can do at the moment about Edhouse, although Edhouse won't finish where he is at the moment. He's currently looking at about a 5th or 6th place finish for this one once the 5 seconds has been applied.
Yeah, that's going to pull him back a bit. I was just looking at lap times here. Graham's done a quick lap. In that last one, that lap 2, the boys are on it. They're going well.
So Edhouse was fastest across the top of the hill, 29.2, and Woolhouse at 29.7, 29.5 for Peter Piscaneri, and 29.7 for Stuart Young. So that top 4, they are running at about the same speed.
Yep. See, Edhouse has just done fast lap 105s. 105.58, so he's on the money again. He's got the thing wound up. Drives very well, got a lot of experience, and it shows.
The 2 Vandenrijk Cortinas coming side by side over the start line here. Yep. The blue car number 111.
That's Mike.
And
Paul, sorry.
Paul. And Mike in 101, the white car at the back.
Yep, son and father, if you want to put it that way.
Are these running the 6-cylinder?
No, these are the 2 litres.
Okay.
The 6 cylinders didn't race in the period, so therefore can't race now.
Yep. So there's the 2-litre Pinto motors.
Yep, that's it.
Renowned for leaking oil, as most Fords do.
Don't be like that. The 2 litres. That's their limit. But they're tuned up pretty well. They go well for what they are. Wendy's just pulling in off the track. She's obviously got an issue.
Yeah, remember when Bob O'Neill was driving this car, he had quite a few issues, mainly gearbox related from memory.
Yeah, Bobby had all sorts of problems with the car, gave him some serious grief. Wendy's sort of having a better run, although at the moment you wouldn't say that.
No.
They've been, Wendy and her crew have gone right over the car and made it a lot better. But unfortunately,
not in this one.
Not in this one. We're still going. That's the important thing.
We've got 3.5 minutes remaining here, plus 1 lap. As we try and pick up. We were actually on board with Wendy Cover in that race as well. So we've lost our live race cam, unfortunately.
Got pit cam.
Yeah, we got pit cam. She trundles back to her pit bay behind our administration and commentary box here. But a good battle again with Northey, and that's Bandit Racing with Randall Beavers.
Yes.
And Kenny Waller's not far off the back of these guys either.
Yeah, I think you find Kenny will, as he's getting closer to that, he'll get the bug. He'll get his foot into it a bit harder with that new car. It'll bring him right up onto them. And I think the car's got plenty of potential to be well and truly there, and it's just getting used to it.
You keep driving it nice and straight as well. I haven't seen him the back end step out on him at all. So you're doing a great job behind the wheel. But this is a great battle. Four cars here now involved, and they will be looking for fifth position. 4 cars fighting for fifth.
Yep. They're all close enough to sort of at any given time to make it happen. Obviously with racing room.
Ken just got that corner wrong there in turn number 4, so that'll cost him a couple of car lengths. But Simon Northey's getting closer to the back of Randall Beavis in this Ford Capri.
Yeah, in the break I went and asked Simon if he had a problem with the brakes, like they're stuck on or something. And he was quick to comment that he had his foot buried deep.
Trying.
Yeah.
Well, he's got a good run here. The back end of the BM just steps out a bit on the exit of turn number 6. So that may cost him any chance of a run down the inside of Randall this time into turn number 7.
I think, under brakes is probably going to be his biggest bonus here, if you can get just enough on it to get there.
So Onofaro runs really wide and comes straight over to driver's right. And Randall Beaver still hanging on in... there's a lock up there from Paul Onofaro and just ran it very, very straight, almost off the end of the racetrack.
Yeah, that's what you call turning in very late.
Yeah. Smoke billowing from the front end. There's a brake lock up too from Brian Edhouse as well.
That was mid-corner. That was a bit odd. He'd already turned in there. But, anyway, he's still powering away. 105s, he's certainly got the laps going on. Graham's down in the 105s with the 64 Mustang. Piscaneri 106s. So, the boys. Stewie's on 107 in the Toronto, the GTR. The Flying Brick, the Mini 109s. They're incredible.
Peter Piscaneri in the background there. The 2 wheels up on the ripple strip on the exit of turn number 7 and got it very sideways. Bit of a tank slapper there for Peter Piscaneri. Brian Edhouse in this fastback Mustang, been probably the most fastest and consistent car all day, although you wouldn't see it on the scoreboard, but he is definitely the fastest car out there in this one.
Certainly.
Woolhouse sideways.
Sliding it a bit, pushing hard. Graham's trying to make up that couple of car lengths to see if he can stir up Brian a little bit.
Only 0.3 of a second difference between the fastest laps between Edhouse and Woolhouse. As Brian's getting it very sideways there in the exit of turn number 6. So maybe starting to push a little bit too hard, and both of these front-running cars, their tyres are saying, I've had enough. And they're starting to get very, very loose.
Yep, they certainly, yes, they'll certainly do be part of it, and you've got to drive them straight and to get the best out of them. And as they go past the Vanderrights there, they no problems at all.
You've got 25 seconds remaining, so they will get through for another 2 laps. And it's Brian Edhouse by maybe 4 car lengths.
2.
Yeah, that closed
snuck up on him. Yes,
that certainly closed up in a hell of a hurry.
Yeah, Graham's sort of hanging on to it pretty hard there. It's sliding.
I don't know whether you missed a gear there coming out of turn number 2, but Edhouse has fallen back a little bit. There's only 1 or 2 car lengths now between himself. Graham Woolhouse.
Off the ripple strip.
That ripple strip. That's a killer up there. That's enough to shake the fillings out of your face.
Yeah,
it's
teeth, absolutely.
Got the car very, very unstable, and this has been called last lap. And Woolhouse is really starting to struggle now. We're on the last lap, so up and over the hill for the first time. So unfortunately for Brian Edhouse, he's going to lead the race all the way from start to finish, but he won't be credited with the win. It will go to car number 86, the silver and black Ford Mustang of Graham Woolhouse. Peter Piscaneri will come across the line, possibly in 3rd place. I reckon that's probably 5 seconds. Edhouse is maybe going to score 2nd.
These guys aren't actually using the mirrors very well.
So Edhouse, I'm just trying to see total lap time, 106.6, 106.69. So only 1/100th of a second difference in that last lap time between them both. But once you apply the 5-second penalty to Edhouse, let's see where that's going to put him. Just waiting for our timing board to update. It's not showing our race time at the moment, only fastest laps. But he definitely will not finish in first place. But a great run for Graham Woolhouse, Peter Piscaneri, Stuart Young in fourth across the line. Randall Beavis able to get in front of Paul Onofaro in the end, in the Capri.
Well
Simon Northey for seventh. Kenny Waller, he'd be fairly happy with today, inside the top 10. Malcolm Bowden in the Mini in ninth, and Paul Vandenright takes out position 10.
Yeah, it's a good effort. It's what the cars are, what they are, and it's the fun of it all. And we see the two lead cars coming down side by side on the cool down lap, which down into 7. Great effort.
Another great day of historic touring car racing. One of the favourites for a lot of people up here at carco.com.au Raceway as we catch some of the race highlights there. And it was a ripper start from Brian Edhouse in the fastback Mustang over Woolhouse. Piscaneri hung on for third out of turn number 1 for the first time. And then the dicing started. Graham Woolhouse was trying everything. The family were right into it here with the two Vandenrights, Mike and Paul. And they were still going at it as they came over the hill on the next lap after that previous lap.
Yeah, it's great.
It is. It's
just an awesome thing to see the cars. I mean, okay, the cars are the same, and they're keeping the laps right.
And that's where Paul Onofaro went to the driver's left of the ripple strip on the exit of 7.
He might get a knuckle wrap for that, actually.
Well, it depends how many times he did it. And that was the brake lock up into turn number 1 as well, also from Onofaro. And Edhouse rounding up Trevor Fairs now. You can see Trevor putting the hand out the window saying, please go right, boys.
That side.
I've only got a little car and I'll make as much room as I can for you as Woolhouse gets it all sideways out of turn number 6 on the last occasion. Around the last corner for the last time, it was Brian Edhouse across the line in first, but unfortunately scored a 5-second penalty. Martin, thanks very much for your help up here today. Hope you've enjoyed the racing and your commentary experience.
Yeah, thanks very much, Vaughan. Certainly out of my comfort zone, but it's good. Thank you very much.
We'll see you at the next race meeting. Martin Dennis for the West Australian Historic Touring Car Club. We'll be back very shortly here at carco.com.au Raceway.
This broadcast supported by Turn 7 Media, Streamer, Real Human Photos, Unlabeled Photography, Top Step Designs, and New Start Finance Group. Round 4 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly lubricated by Valvoline.
Welcome back to carco.com.au Raceway. This one, now round 4 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championships for 2025, proudly supported by Valvoline. And for all of our drivers that are lucky enough to score a first, second or third overall for the day, our friends at Valvoline giving away some product down there at the trophy presentation held in McCracken House around about 30 minutes after the conclusion of the last race. So we would hope that everybody could come down and enjoy our trophy presentation and some hospitality by the West Australian Sporting Car Club down there at McCracken House and Valvoline. Our friends, thank you very much for all of the products and the support that you have given the West Australian Sporting Car Club in presenting this round. Of course, they'll be back again tomorrow, and hopefully you'll be able to come up here and join us again tomorrow. Qualifying kicking off around about 8:30, and that's going to be a big day. Some more open wheel action with Formula Classic, Formula Ford. We've got the HQs, we've got saloon cars, including a saloon car enduro to round out what is going to be a ripper weekend of racing here at carco.com.au. So we check on our live stream now and just see what everybody's up to on the warm-up lap. Of course, they only have this lap, and once they hit the control line, the timing starts. We're on board with car number 6, which is the new Mazda MX-5. sponsored by Track Snap Photography, and that is our co-commentator this weekend in Rob Haggerty, making a return to competitive racing after some 12 months off. He's had a third and a equal fourth on the day, so he's right up there as far as the overall points. That it's Maddie Galton that's actually got the lead of the day in car number 24, the Ford Focus RS. She's sitting up there on 43 points. Looks like we're tied for second with Dybel and Haggerty on 34 points. And then you can throw about 10 names in. There's not very much in this for the final place on the dais this afternoon down there at the trophy giving. As on screen for our live stream customers, we can see Neville Zockerly in the Chevrolet Corvette coming up and over the top of the hill, being chased by a Holden Commodore. So let's see what happens now as they turn out onto the main straight, and now we'll start to get some demerit points happening and see who has done what. Knox in car number 77 goes across with only 84 points, 185 for Zockerly, and Matty Galton straight away up into second, 133 points. Peter Toey does better, goes straight to the top on 50, and only to be eclipsed by Joe Douglas in the blue Subaru BRZ. And as soon as I reeled off his name, Justin Chaffee now goes to the top on 11 points. Douglas on 35, Haggerty on 47, and Toey round out our four on 50. So 39 points covers first to fourth at the moment after lap number one here of event number 3 for our time challenge competitors. And this would have to be one of the closest events, not only for time challenge, but for many of the other categories that we've seen here in quite a while at carco.com.au Raceway. Our leaders coming across the line. These are the leaders on the circuit only. It's Neville Zockerly. He's currently in 12th position at the moment. Knox going across the line in 8th. And Gary Utterson down there in 13th, and the Holden Tirana just going into turn number 1. Maddie Galton's just gone through, and what has she done this time through? She's dropped down to position 9 at the moment. So still waiting for Chaffee, Haggerty and Jamie Scott to come through. Jamie's moved up into 4th. Chaffee goes through. He's going to stay on 45 points. So now we've got 47 for Douglas and a 47 for Haggerty. And 61 now for Jamie Scott. 74 for Mick Moylan. And 78 for Peter Toey. So this top 5, Moylan's just moved up into P3 now. And as soon as I say that, he has gone out of there. He's dropped from P3 right the way down to 11th. So it's Chaffee, Douglas, Toey, Scott and Haggerty are the top 5. And there's a 1-pointer for Neville Zockerly in the Chevrolet Camaro within 1/100th of his allocated lap time. So can we get some snake eyes? A perfect score, a 00. It's still Chaffee from Douglas, Toey, Scott and Haggerty. We are on lap 3 of 5 in this one. Race number 3 for our time challenge. And Maddie Galton coming up behind car number 98 of Ross. And Ross does the right thing, moves right over and allows Maddie Galton in the Ford Focus to drive straight underneath him. Hopefully that hasn't inflicted too much damage to her overall point score. It's Joe Douglas now that takes the lead in the BRZ Subaru. And Haggerty now moves up into 2nd, Chaffee into 3rd, Maddie Galton in 4th, and Jamie Scott in 5. As we pick up with Maddie Galton coming over the top of the hill and down towards turn number 7. Currently on lap number 4, so running out of time now, but it's still Joe Douglas from Rob Haggerty, Justin Chaffee, Maddie Galton and Jamie Scott. And at the moment, Joe Douglas would win the day by 1 point from Rob Haggerty on 54, and then Justin Chaffee in 3rd on 46 points. So this is far from finished, and these last 2 laps are super critical now. as Joe Douglas goes across the line. 17 points that time through. Currently sitting on a total of 83. Rob Haggerty with a total of 136. And Jamie Scott now moves up to second on 191. Haggerty down to third now on 227. And Justin Chaffee only 6 points behind Haggerty in P4. Matty Galton on 261. So we're on lap number 5 now, I believe. Still haven't seen any zeros. We've seen a 1 and a 2. Joe Douglas doing a great job. He's a previous winner here at carco.com.au Raceway in his beautifully presented road car, the Subaru BRZ. As he comes into turn number 7 now. That's Joe Douglas, checkered flag on display. So this is it, the critical lap. Has he been able to hang on and take the win? 68 points last time through. There's only 8 points difference between Haggerty and Chaffee for second and third at the moment. Jamie Scott's fallen to 275, and as I say that, we've had an update. And it is Joe Douglas on 151. Justin Chaffee on 239. Jamie Scott in third on 275. 357 for Matty Galton. And it's all gone wrong for Rob Haggerty at the moment. It's up into fourth place. Douglas, Chaffee. Galton has made the move up into third. Haggerty into fourth. And Jamie Scott. So waiting on the final calculations and final competitors to cross the line before we can call this one official. But it certainly looked like Joe Douglas may take the win here on 151 points. Justin Chaffee finished off well with only 6 demerit points on that final lap. Haggerty blew it out with 142 on that last lap, although he was having some gearbox issues in the previous race. So they may have snuck back into it again. He was having difficulty selecting third and fourth gear. So there's a bit of a breakage occurring inside the gearbox. Joe Douglas, Justin Chaffee and Matty Galton look like they're going to be first, second and third. And if it stays like this, it looks like Matty Galton will take out the day on 61 points. From Joe Douglas in second on 55. There it is, that's final. So Joe Douglas takes the win from Justin Chaffee and Matty Galton. And as far as the day, it's 61 to Matty Galton, 55 to Joe Douglas, and then 48 to Peter Dybel on 49. All right, we're going to take a short break here and throw down to Demelza and Slim Jim.
Thanks a lot, Vaughan. I really appreciate it. We're joined by Wendy Cover, who just raced in the historical touring cars with, would you believe, an E.H. Holden, no less. Wendy, congratulations. How did you feel about the race?
Well, the racing today has been awesome. I've had the best racing I think I've had since I started in the category, apart from the last one, but that's fine. You know, yeah, I'm getting used to it.
So you had a little bit of issues with your oil pressure, I believe, in the last race.
Yeah.
So have you got an idea what it is, or it's going to sort of impede you for the rest of the day?
No, we're finished now, so we'll go home. We'll pull it apart and have a look.
Good, I'm glad.
Absolutely fine.
So what inspired you to be looking at racing a car that was produced in 1963, the year that I was born, Wendy? The year that I was born. 61-year-old vehicle flying around CARCO Raceway. Where did you get the idea for that?
Well, I've always been a rev head.
Have you?
Yes, even since I was a wee girl that, you know, we used to watch, my sister and I used to watch Bathurst on the telly, and we were going to be the first all-girl team to win. So I'm still doing it.
And dreams come true.
They really do.
Now, Wendy, in terms of support, who have you got as part of your support crew?
I have an all-girl crew, as you can see here. The two girls, my niece Jodie and my best mate Mandy. And my sister is involved at home. She feeds us all and does it all. So all girls. girls, and we love it. We wouldn't have it any other way, and we're quite capable. So any girls that are out there, come on.
Well, that's the thing, though, isn't it, when you're trying to encourage women to be a part of motorsport, and it seems to be growing. I mean, there's evidence that some of the young girls, like the Cove sisters, for example, are getting involved in racing, but it really needs to be encouraged because it is a great sport to participate with.
It really is. You know, girls are quite capable. Women are quite capable. And if you've always wanted to have a go, come and have a tryout day. It is just so much fun. The boys are fabulous. They don't ever say, oh, yeah, but you're just a girl. Well, you know, we're not just a girl, we're a competitor.
Exactly. And depending on the machine that you're driving, and that makes you more of a competitor.
Absolutely. My brother's actually going to let me have a run in his V8 HQ, so that'll be fun.
Look out.
Yes, very much so.
So when you see your upbringing was a very sort of proactive when it came to loving motorsport, but did you come through the go-kart system and that type of thing? So you've done all the orthodox things that everybody else would do when it comes to motorsport?
Yes, I raced go-karts for quite a while. Absolutely loved it. We were very lucky. We had good gear and we were front runners, so, you know, raced all over Australia. So, and this just topped it off.
Yeah. And the fundamental skills obviously you acquired through go-karting have obviously left you in good stead throughout your life.
Yeah, absolutely. But those skills can be taught. So, you know, if girls want to get into it, come along. I love mentoring. So, you know, any girl wants a hand on lines and all of that sort of stuff, I am more than happy to help.
You can't teach, you can teach driving, but you can't teach passion, can you?
Well, no, you can't. But a lot of girls really love racing, but they just don't think they can do it. But they can.
That's fantastic. And we are seeing programs like Girls on Track that are really getting behind and really supporting. We saw it just a few weeks, if not just over a month ago, a real push and some panels to showcase. How do you find that in terms of supporting both yourself as well as future generation?
Well, it doesn't really support me all that much now. But when I was younger, if we had that, oh my gosh, the world would have been the limit. You know, I could have raced all over the world, but I've had an absolute ball in my racing career. I love to still be involved. You know, it is just so much fun.
You know, there's a lot of family lineage amongst the clubs, the car clubs here, and it impresses me, you with your sister and your love of motorsport. And do you think it needs to be, you have to create the idea of community around you to be able to support you when you're participating in motorsport? You need more than just yourself. You need a team of people, and family seems to be the ones that always seem to be relied upon the most to give you the most support.
Yes, well, I also have two brothers, and we were all rev heads. I'm not sure where that came from, but we all loved racing. We all raced karts. But, you know, I don't think you have to have girls or people not sure that they have the ability, but they can have a course and we can teach that.
Yeah.
So, you know...
But even the fact you offer to mentor drivers, especially in a car like yours, I mean, that would blow their minds. What an experience to have for the first time.
Yeah, it'd be awesome. Yeah, and I love it. I still go to the go-karts and, you know, I try and help the young ones because it's just fabulous. It really is. And it makes me feel good that I can give back.
And how long have you been racing for now?
A few years.
Well, but you got a car that was built in '63. We shouldn't be worried about talking about ages or dates.
Yeah, I'd had about 20 years off, and I've been back for just on 2 years now.
And you love it as much as ever?
I absolutely love it. Yeah, very much love it.
Wendy, thank you so much for today, and congrats on today and everything that you've done in your career. It just sounds absolutely fantastic.
Well, it's been awesome. It really has. No one has to thank me. I've had fun.
No, we're going to thank you, Wendy. Thank you very much. It's been great to meet you, and you're a real example of exactly what the spirit is like here at CARCO Raceway between the club members.
Especially in the historic car club. You know, like, we just have so much fun together, and that's what it's all about. With these cars, that's what it's all about.
Well done indeed.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Vaughan, it's now back to you.
WA XL Cup Racing proudly presented by Retrovision, Tech Mechanical, Race Tech, Nexter, and Revolution Racing. Get trackside for the 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship, featuring 6 rounds of racing over 10 days. For information about the categories racing, results and upcoming rounds plus more, visit wascc.com.au/championship.
Well, for the last time today, we welcome back to the microphone Rob Haggerty, and you're having a good run there in the time challenge, and unfortunately it all went pear-shaped for you on the last race, on the last lap, and it cost you any chance on the podium, unfortunately.
Yeah, but I still got an enormous smile on my face.
Exactly,
I had an absolute ball. It's such a fun car to drive. If ever you guys want to get out on the circuit, buy yourself an MX-5 Mazda. They're so much fun. But no, that was great. And it was really good to see all of my other competitors out there playing ball and being sensible. And it was just a great day. So well done to all the time challenge guys today. I really enjoyed being out there with you.
And it was very, very close. Another category that has been outstandingly close. We saw that right from the kick-off this morning with the Formula Vs, then backed it up straight away in qualifying with the historic touring cars. And these XLs, they turned on an absolute ripper in that last race with the top 4 or 5. And let's see whether they can turn it on again. In pole position will be the current state champion in Carlos Ambrosio from Zane Rhodes, who's had a ripper day. He's been snitching at the heels of Ambrosio all day. Noah Byrne has had an outstanding run as well in the top 5 all day. Dean Hill, unfortunately, got a penalty in that last one. Jacob Fisher as well. Harrison Burns in car 333, then Clamp, and then the second of the Burns cars, car number 3. Steve McGregor in car 2. Will Panizza in 9. Ward and Cooper. Adam Hasty in 135 that had that off in that previous race, so we'll have to wait and see whether that car comes back out again. Stuart McGregor, Lachlan Cove, Wagner de Souza, Wesley Lahaye, Hewitt Craig Ferreira, and then Ashley Cove and the other Cove car number 17. And unfortunately, we've lost John Schultz. Looks like we've lost Harrison Beres as well, and car number 21. Yes, that was a name that we missed in race number 2, was Harrison Beres.
Yes, it was. It was, absolutely. And yeah, so look, this is going to be magnificent, this race, as long as they all stay on the black stuff.
Yeah.
And we can go the whole distance without a safety car or a red flag. That'd be absolutely magnificent because, gee, we had a good dice going on in that last race and it was just unfortunately split apart a little bit by that safety car. But yeah, look at these guys at the front of this field. They've just been there all day. Ambrosio, Rhodes, Byrne, Hill, and Fisher jumping on the back of that train as well.
Yep, definitely. They've been the top 5 all day. And it's just going to work out who is going to come to the top for this one in their final race for the day, and indeed the final race for our Super Saturday here at carco.com.au Raceway. Hopefully you can join us again tomorrow. We'll be kicking off qualifying around about 8:30 tomorrow morning. HQ's Formula Classic. We've got the saloon car enduro to finish off tomorrow afternoon as well. That's going to be another great day of racing up here at carco.com.au Raceway. Hopefully you can join us, and hopefully everybody has had a splendid day out there in the beautiful sunshine. A bit chilly this morning, but weather conditions tomorrow, Rob, going to be completely opposite to what we've had today.
Absolutely. We've certainly picked the right day to be competitors today, that's for sure, because tomorrow is going to be rainy and windy and pretty awful apparently. So yeah, if you're coming up, don't forget to bring your brolly and your raincoat, because I think we're going to get a little wet in the afternoon, and that's going to make that saloon car enduro very, very interesting.
Very wet weather racing always throws the cat amongst the pigeons up here, or any racetrack really across the world. I believe at Spa it's raining over there as well for the Grand Prix this weekend as well.
Yeah, and of course we've got the sprint race this tonight. So with our Oscar Piastri, Australia's Oscar Piastri on pole position by some margin, and that's absolutely magnificent to see as well. So that's something to tune into later this evening. But let's turn our focus back to these XLs as they come lining up down here. Absolutely splendid field of XLs, all beautifully painted up and presented, and what a great field. This This is a group of drivers and a category that really do a lot of hard work behind the scenes to get all these cars out there, and they've done a magnificent job.
They certainly have. In the presentation of these cars, we keep harping on about how well these cars are presented. Look at these two on the first row there, and even the second row. And I don't actually have a favourite, because it's unfair to pick a favourite when they all look like that.
They are all beautiful. And when you consider how closely these guys have been racing, not just today, but all through the season, and yet their cars are virtually spotless every single time they roll out on the track at the start of the next round. So a lot of work goes on in the background to get to that point. And yeah, my hat's off for them, that's for sure.
Bit of a mystery as to what's happening down the back there at the pit entry. We've got 4 in a straight line with nobody on their driver's left.
Grid marshal seems to be happy with it.
Yeah.
They've waved their green flag, so we're waiting for a red light to come on, and when that extinguishes, we're underway. The red light's on.
Last race
and we're
of the
away.
day.
Carlos Ambrosio quick out of the stocks there, and he's away. He's already got himself a car length in front of Zane Rhodes as they head down into turn 1 for the first time. Then it's Dean Hill, and then it looks like it might be back to Byrne.
Yep, Noah Byrne in 4th, and then Fisher in 5. So that have been our top 5 for the whole day. And somebody runs very wide out on the concrete apron there. I think that might be Wagner de Souza in the little grey and black car, as they go too wide up through the bus stop and up and over the top of the hill for the first time. Turn number 4. Left-hander, sweeping left-hander here. Front-wheel drive cars on very low temperature tyres at the moment. Always a pretty daunting task to go into turn number 4, full bore on the first lap.
Yeah, balancing them on their front wheels basically, and the back wheels are just there to hold the back of the car up. That's about all they're for in a front-wheel drive racing car. A little lightweight car like this with a short wheelbase, but it's definitely Carlos Ambrosio still with that 1 car length over Rhodes, and then it's about a 5 or 6 car length back to the battle between Byrne and Hill, and they're all over each other like cheap suits as well as they come down towards turn 7 for the first time, and look at Zane Rhodes. He's right into the back bumper bar of that car.
And if I think Hill and Byrne need to just stop the fighting and just work together at the moment, a bit like the Formula Vs, and try and gang up on these 2 that are out in front. If they stop squabbling, they may actually move forward.
Yeah, absolutely dead right. As soon as you get yourself involved in the battle and you're defending, you start washing off speed. And that's and you don't think that you are either. You still think you're going 1 billion miles an hour, but you're actually losing speed with every lap. So as it stands at the moment, it looks a little bit like what Zane Rhodes is doing. It looks like he's sizing up Carlos Ambrosio and having a look at whereabouts on the circuit he might have an advantage, and whereabouts he might be able to get a slingshot down the inside. Very close across turn 5. He's looking at turn 6, I'd say, this time as they head over the top of the hill. And hopefully we'll get a camera angle fairly shortly of what's happening down in turn 6 as we look back through the field. Little battles happening everywhere as we look back through the field. But for the lead at the moment, it's still Carlos Ambrosio, and that move wasn't made down there as we see them back into sight on the screen as they come back over the top of the hill. And yeah, it looks to me like Zane is just not quite able to get enough of a slingshot down there into turn 6.
Now, it's a bit early to kick off at the moment. It's got a long way to go in this one. We're only on lap number 2 at the moment as our leaders down into turn number 7. It's still Ambrosio, only just from Zane Rhodes in 73. And we go back 4 or 5 car lengths now to Dean Hill in car number 53. 11 is Noah Burns, and then Jacob Fisher. They're our top group of cars as they tilt into turn number 1 to reel off another lap here at CARCO Raceway. And,
good battle back there between Burns and Steve McGregor and Cooper and Ward and Hasty as well. Good to see Hasty back out on the track after his little off in the turn 1 in the last event. But yeah, good little battle back there between all of those guys, and they're all heading up through the S's and up into turn 4 at the moment, and just coming into sight. But yeah, once again, we've got car number 73 of Zane Rhodes right on that bumper bar of Carlos Ambrosio. And he's going to make a move shortly. You can tell he's just got that body language.
Yeah, this is that big gaggle of cars coming down, and there it is. The move's been made on the entry into turn number 6, but Ambrosio not going to just sit there and take that one lying down. He's trying to get to driver's right of Zane Rhodes, but it is Rhodes as they come up and over the top of the hill. 5 minutes and 15 seconds remaining plus 1 lap, and there'll be a move on here for sure from Carlos Ambrosio.
Yeah, I'd say so. He's not going to lay down and let this the yellow car in front of him just drive away, that's for sure. Carlos hasn't got that sort of in whatsoever. So as they cross the line once more to complete their third lap, fast man on the track at the moment, not surprising, is Zane Rhodes with a 1:11.80. So that's getting down towards the lap record time, about half a second away from the lap record time. Have a look at this group a little bit further back though. We've got almost three lots of two wide cars going down into turn one together.
Burns, Clamp, McGregor, Ward, Cooper, Lachlan Cove and Wagner de Souza. Three lots of two in there as they go side by side. That's Lachlan Cove in the green and purple car at the back there. Where's Wagner? Wagner's just trying to get onto the back of those group of six as they turn into turn number 4. Great battle back there. Shows you, doesn't matter whether you're up the front, in the middle or down the back, there's always somebody to race with.
There's always somewhere to race with and something to see as well. And they've got a little bit of a gap then back to Hasty and then Stuart McGregor in the Napa car just behind those guys. As we watch the guys now down into turn 6 and they're grouped together still with Stephen McGregor just on the inside there of the orange car, which is car number 31. So that will be Brad Ward, as they approach the top of the hill once more.
Well, Lachlan Cove's made a couple of positions down there in turn number 6.
Yeah, and Hasty's got on too. Yeah, 3 wide as they come down into turn 7 this time.
A big one, a big throw from McGregor. Locks the brakes up. Can he try and keep it off? A bit sideways there. And I think that was Cove that's had to run wide to avoid that.
Yeah, it was. It was car 13 of Tristan Clamp, I think, that was the guy who ran wide down there and almost put it into the sand trap. But they're all over each other once again. 3 lots of 2 wide all the way down into turn 1. And car 13 just swinging across there in front of, I think that might be one of the Coves.
Yep, Lachlan.
Yep, Lachlan in car 36. And so these guys are having an absolute ball. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, we've still got a great battle happening between Rhodes and Ambrosio. They're still covered by a blanket and then back to
sideways there. That I think that was that's a big
McGregor,
impact.
I think.
Yep, that looked like there was impact there.
That's Stuart McGregor in car number 2 that was involved in that. And I can't quite
55,
make it out.
I think it was Paul Cooper. It looks like it was 55 of Paul Cooper, and it looks like we've got one in the sand down in there at 6 as well.
Yeah, we've got a safety car again, which is a shame because we've just seen Ambrosio retake the lead of this event.
Yep, there's one backwards down there in 6.
Yep, so this is going to spoil the race once more as the yellow flag and the safety car boards come out. Let's hope that they all see those and act accordingly.
That's Will Panizza that's backwards down there in turn number 6, and we've got the car of McGregor, the Napa Autos car, missing the front spoiler. So, wow, we knew it was going to kick off, but we've still got like 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap.
Yeah, I don't know that they're going to get them all out in that time. I think we may see this finishing under the safety car, unfortunately. But Carlos Ambrosio, he knows when in the race to take the lead, doesn't he?
He does. He certainly does. And because they don't stop the race and count back 1 lap, it looks like he's going to take another win here this afternoon. Our safety car boards and flags are on display. So we've got 2 cars that need to be extricated, and we have 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining. So what a way to finish. And it was just starting to get really, really interesting with these battles up the front and in the middle there. And Clamp, Cove, Ward, Hasty, Stu McGregor and Wagner de Souza, they were all involved in that. And unfortunately for Steve McGregor, come out second best.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know, Zane Rhodes must think that he walked under some ladders or broken some mirrors or something, because he's been so competitive and right on the tail of Ambrosio. But Ambrosio's just had the good luck all day today. Every time the safety cars come out, he's just taken the lead back again. And then there's no chance for Rhodes to do anything about it.
Yeah. Yep. So 2 cars to be extricated. One over there in turn number 4 that looks like it's already on the back of the recovery vehicle. And unfortunately for Will Panizza, we're going to take a little while to get to his car. He's actually gone off backwards. He only just off the concrete apron down there, but he's definitely gone in backwards.
Yeah, it's a shame being a front-wheel drive. He probably only just missed out on being able to get a bit of grip on that concrete apron and to get the car back out again. But
there we go, car number 53 exceeding track limits.
Dean Hill.
That's Dean Hill again. So that's only a black sportsmanship flag, or bad sportsmanship flag.
So warning number 1.
That's warning, yep. So obviously trying to do the best he could to maintain that lead in front of Noah Byrne, who's been closing on the back of 53 for this entire race. And it looks like that is Paul Cooper, car number 55, who'll be credited with 20th position at the moment, as he is tied up behind the recovery vehicle and being towed out of turn number 4. Well, we've got another break. Another big shout out to all of our officials today, our recovery teams, our medical crew over there in the paddock area, and of course our Motorsport Australia officials and our flaggies. They've been out there all day so that we can provide the entertainment to you from carco.com.au Raceway. Don't forget, action kicks off again tomorrow morning at 8:30 with HQ Holden's Saloon Cars, Formula Classic, Formula Ford, which I'm looking forward to. Rob, that's another one of our categories that have put on some exceptional racing, not only this year but the last couple of years up here at Carco.
Absolutely, probably the last 10 years I would suggest, if not 15 years, because it goes right the way back to the Peter Major and young Mitchell
Chris
as well.
Mitchell,
so
yep.
That's 15 years ago. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it is, and the racing's been brilliant ever since then.
There was the big wide exit out of turn number 7. Now this is where it might have kicked off here. It'll be this car around the outside that's lost it on the entry into turn number 4 and then come straight across in front of Steve McGregor in the Napa Autos car number 2. And that is Paul Cooper, car number 55. He's just hooked up and over the curb there, and it's unsettled the car and turned it right.
Yeah, and you pull your boot out of a front-wheel drive car when you've got load on it, and it's just going to snap back as well. It's just going to spin on its own axis. So unfortunate that that's happened and come across the front of car number 2.
Incidents at turn number 4 and turn 6 are both under review at the moment from Motorsport Australia stewards and officials. So we are coming down into the last lap, I believe.
Yeah, I think they're going to throw the checkered
off.
flag. They usually throw the checkered flag once they come past, so is they going to do that? No, they're not. They're green flag. So Zane Rhodes does have an opportunity here, and he's making the most of it. He's got the nose down the inside, and he's going to take the lead here.
He's going to do it. Hangs Ambrosio out wide.
Look at Dean Hill.
And he's still coming under attack from Noah Byrne in car 11, and Fisher's right up there as well. Look at us side by side as they go up through the bus stop. Dean Hill on driver's right. Ambrosio on the preferred line on the way into turn number 4.
Oh, he gets a clout there from Byrne as he goes into the corner.
Oh, he does his sideways and off.
Yeah, that's a shame. He's just misjudged that a little bit as Byrne as they went into the corner. He's just caught the rear left of the car of Hill and given him a spin. So that's taken those two out as we watch them now heading back over the top of turn 5. Car number 11, another beautifully presented car out there with Noah Byrne. But look at this. It's Zane Rhodes well and truly out the front this time, and it's all the work to do this time for Carlos Ambrosio as they approach the top of the hill.
If I'm not wrong, I just saw a big spoiler sitting right in the middle of the racetrack on the way down into turn number 6. So they come out of the blind corner at 5 and they're presented with a spoiler on the side of the road.
Have a look at this. Ambrosio looking this way and looking that, but well and truly covered by Rhodes as they come out line and stern, and it's going to be Rhodes that takes it.
Oh, just about run Ambrosio off into the grass across the start-finish line.
Good finish for third as well between Burns in car 333 and Fisher. Burns just taking that position, and then back to car number 3, the other Burns car of Shane Burns, and then we've got Lachlan Cove and D'Souza making his way up into 7th place, and then Stuart McGregor in 8th. Dean Hill recovering for 9th place, and the top 10 then rounded out by Steve McGregor in car number 2.
Incident at turn number 4, no further action taken by Motorsport Australia, so that has been deemed a racing incident. Touch ball, play on.
Yep, fair enough. And that's their decision, and they make the right ones on 99.9% of the time, so well done to them.
So here we go. We've got a replay coming up for all of our live stream customers, and I was correct. I did see a spoiler sitting in the middle of the road there as they come out of the blind right-hander at the top of the hill there, and then look down towards turn 6. There's a spoiler sitting right in the middle of the road. That'll be off McGregor's car, the Napa Autos car.
Gee, that was a good move by Zane Rhodes. He really took advantage of that restart. But just have a look here as Byrne just gets his nose just down to the inside here of car 53 of Dean Hill and just clips him around.
Oh, Dean was lucky he didn't take out those other 2 cars there as well, because he kept his foot into it to try and straighten the car up. This would be a great angle. It would be sideways from Dean Hill in 53. There we go.
And they're both well and truly disadvantaged from that, so you can understand why race controllers perhaps allowed it to be just status quo, because neither of them ended up winning out of that action.
No, that related to Paul Cooper coming off.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So that one, I don't know whether that'll be reviewed or not, but yeah, looks like Ambrosio is going to take the day. And also, we've car at turn 6, car number 9, no investigation required. So he's done that. Will Panizza has backed it off all by himself down there, according to race control. So turn number 6, car number 9, no investigation required. I'm just trying to see whether we get the overall points for the day, but you'd have to say that Ambrosio would take the day out.
Well, he's got 2 firsts and Rhodes has got 2 seconds and a first. So.
Yep. So as we jump back into our live stream and have a look at everybody for the last time today. It's been great to have your company here at carco.com.au Raceway. This has been day number 1, our Super Saturday of round number 4 of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Championships for 2025, presented and lubricated by our friends at Valvoline. Thank you very much. We've got our trophy presentation coming up in around about half an hour, and I'll be back with Jamie and Demelza very, very shortly to do a roundup of what has been an exceptional day of motor racing here at carco.com.au Raceway. Thanks very much to Miles Lockett, Martin Dennis, and of course old mate Rob Haggerty for joining us up here in the commentary box today. We'll be back again tomorrow. 8:30 is kickoff time. Hope you can join us here at carco.com.au Raceway. Good night. Hang on, mate. And just before we go, we're going to throw down one more time to Demelza and Jamie McCanty down there in pit lane.
Thanks, Vaughan. We are down here in pit lane for part of the time challenge category with Maddie Galton, who has taken out the category for today. Maddie, congratulations. Obviously you did incredibly well. What were your thoughts for today?
I just wanted to come here and try and beat another PB, which I did get, and then just see if I could continue getting the same number. So, yeah.
Maddie, you haven't been in this car very long competing, so what was it like going in there with a time challenge where you really have to have a great understanding of the car to make sure that you're going to commit to a time and be able to pull it off? So how do you do it when you haven't had that much association with this vehicle?
I do a lot of seat time in the car. And just try and aim for times and just stick there. But it does take a lot to remember what times you're doing because you don't have any timing device in the car. So you're kind of guessing what you're doing. So you just go off by your drivability and what the car's doing under you.
Yeah, but you must be very familiar with the way that the car is responding to you to actually make that commitment on time. I'm finding it incredible. So do you have a mental time clock that you're working on regarding the way you're approaching the track and then sort of commit to that per lap?
Yeah, I just try and push myself to try and go faster, but I will stick to certain lines and feel the pressures of feel the tyres as well and see how we're going underneath. So, yeah.
And in terms of your car, I believe you do have quite a significant range of cars to choose from. What made you decide to go with this one?
I've wanted an RS for years, and I finally had the money to buy one, so I decided to buy one, and it was probably the best purchase I've ever made.
Is it because of its power and it's also its manoeuvrability?
I love rally and I love all-wheel drive, and I already have a Subaru, so I didn't want another one, so I thought I'd go with the Ford RS rally spec. So.
And all-wheel drive for time challenges, does it work?
It just dominates.
It does?
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. There we go. And you're also a mechanic by trade, but even though you may not be performing as a mechanic or working as a mechanic now, so you're doing all the work on the vehicles as well, or you have a great support team with you?
I have a great support team. I do a lot of work on my own, but when I do need people, they are there to help.
Yeah, great. Well done.
And speaking of that, you do, in terms of your support, do you have anyone today that you'd like to thank to helping you get to where you went?
I want to thank my dad, because without him, this wouldn't be possible. So thanks, Dad.
That's a great thing about this. So family support is almost everything when it comes to car sport, isn't it, really?
Yeah, definitely. You need that support behind you, just to be there and be with your highs and your lows and everything.
So you won today. Consistency is going to be the thing when it comes to time challenge every time you get on the track. So you're looking forward to the rest of the season and being able to sort of hold this reign of being a number one spot?
Yeah, I'm currently sitting first outright for time challenge. So I'll try and hold it for one more round for the year and we'll see how we go.
Fantastic, Maddie. Congratulations and good luck for the remainder of the year.
Cool. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Maddie. Good to see you.
It's back to you, Vaughan.
Actually, no, we're going to a few messages.
Get trackside for the 2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship, featuring 6 rounds of racing over 10 days. For information about the categories racing, results and upcoming rounds plus more, visit wascc.com.au/championship. Interested in competitive motorsport but not quite wanting to go door-to-door racing? The Tarmac Sportz Series features events such as Hill Climb, Time Attack, Point to Point and Time Challenge. Find out more at wascc.com.au/Tarmac Sportz. the WA Sporting Car Club Championship, proudly lubricated by Valvoline.
And welcome back to round 4 of the WASCC Racing Championship for 2025. I'm joined by Demelza and Vaughan. Vaughan in particular, you've been commentating all day. What have you seen today that you thought was exceptional? Because it's been a pretty disrupted day of racing, hasn't it?
I mean, where do we start, mate? It kicked off with the Formula V, some very close qualifying, backed it up with the historic touring cars who were within 2/100ths of a second for the first two. Then we got onto the racing itself, and the racing, particularly the XLs, they've been my highlight today. 4, 5, 6 cars. You did not know who was going to win until the checkered flag.
But the thing about XLs, it seems to be the same way every time they get on the track. They are absolute lunatics in those buzz boxes, and they throw them around the track like there's no tomorrow.
Yeah, certainly do. They're like the Formula V with a roof on. The Formula Vs were outstanding again today, as we come to expect from our Formula Vs. So close, open wheels, but they very rarely make contact, which is great because somebody gets hurt when those things go upside down.
Exactly right. I also think with Formula Vs that you're in a situation where they all seem to sit in their lane and they're approaching the race in a more strategic or tactical way. It's not like a punch out like they do with XLs, for example.
No, that's right. It's a game of like mobile chess. You sit behind somebody and then with 1 or 2 laps to go, that's when you put the move on. We've seen the guys go early in that last one and it unfortunately didn't pay off. So, you've got to keep your powder dry and then pull the trigger at exactly the right time.
And time challenges, the time challenges produced some great results. Obviously, we just spoke to Maddie just a couple of moments ago. She came out with pole position for the winning the day, which is great. So, regards to the time challenge, I find that fascinating too. The discipline of sitting in your lane and working to a strategy to make sure that you're going to come in on the time that you've actually predicted.
Yeah, you do that in that 10-minute session that we had this morning. You then go and notify the timekeepers as to what you expect to run for the rest of the day, rain, hail or shine. If it rained this afternoon, this object is still to hit that time that you set this morning under sunny skies. So it's a very hard discipline, and as we talked about at lunchtime, Peter Brock, the master of regularity, he was told to do a lap time and he could do that lap time without any wristwatches or timers. He was just driving by the sheer seat of his pants.
Demelza, Vaughan, I'm really interested about this. Actually, I'll just give it to that B because I think that might become an issue if we don't get rid of it just quickly. Demelza and Vaughan, I'm interested in talking about women that are participating in motorsport, especially here at CARCO for our championship days.
Absolutely.
They are really making their presence felt when it comes to their success, no matter what category we're talking about. They're doing extremely well. What are your feelings about that, Demelza?
Look, I think it is fantastic to see the girls doing what they're doing and showing that they can do it just as good as the boys. Because and the fact that we do have programs, I did mention when we were talking to Wendy Cover, like Girls on Track, which is helping to support them, helping to give them guidance, helping to give them that mentoring to show that they can do it. And then we're seeing what's happening on the international level, and the fact that we're doing it at the local level as well, it's just so great to see. And we're seeing that with the women who are getting behind the wheel here at CARCO as well.
Vaughan, you've been here for a long time, mate, so you've obviously seen a lot of women come through the categories over the years, but more so now than ever.
Yeah, a lot of youngsters coming through, but saying that the older participants, they're still here. They've been racing like Kathy Lisson, 13, 14 years now in a Formula V. She has been one of our outstanding female drivers over the year, and now that we've got Wendy Cover in the historic touring cars, I believe that's a first for the WA historic touring cars. Yep, so Wendy's putting her best foot forward for females in motorsport, and as Demelza said, the Women on Track program, a great initiative to get kids out of karting or just come straight in. Grab yourself an XL or a Formula V, come up to CARCO Raceway and have some fun.
I have to say, there's a lot to say about karting coming into this sport, obviously, because it gives you the foundation and all the basics you probably need to be successful. But I have to also say that we've also met people like Maddie Galton, who had no relationship with go-karting. She went straight into a vehicle and was competitive almost from the outset.
Yeah, well, she's taken out today, so it proves that you don't have to have that grounding. I know a couple of people that have come out of simulator racing straight into a race car, and they've been in the top 3 or 4 straight off the bat. So yeah, you don't have to have that previous motorsport experience. Come up and have some fun with us up here at CARCO Raceway.
It's fantastic.
I have to say another thing too. I'm really amazed about this competition between the top three in the Excel category. For example, Ambrosio, Rose, and Hill. I think it is, isn't it, Dean Hill? I mean, that seems to be the shootout. But the mid-pack now seem to be catching up to the leaders.
Yeah, and as we say with the XLs, it doesn't matter whether you're up the front, in the middle or down the back. There's always somebody to race with. It's probably one of the tightest competitive classes that we have here at CARCO Raceway, and as you've seen, the racing is outstanding. It's so close, and everybody goes home in the afternoon.
And even you just have to look, we spoke to Shane and Harry Burns first year in with that Excel category, and Harry was doing incredible. He's top 5 today.
Fifth today, and his father came 10th, which is extraordinary.
Absolutely phenomenal.
Now, so we've got plenty to look forward to tomorrow for the second day of championship racing up here. So we've got the HQ Holdens on deck. We've got Formula Ford, Formula Classic, production cars, improved productions and street cars combined, saloons. This is a great day of racing expected tomorrow. Big cars on a big track.
Yeah, it's going to be a great day. Unfortunately, the weather doesn't look too good, but, with motorsport, you throw in a bit of water, anything can happen.
Well, how do you contend with that when you know there's going to be a wet day expected?
Well, you'll notice tomorrow that our traditional lines into the corners, they will all change tomorrow. You will go in entry into a corner where you don't normally go in, because that's where the sand and the rubbish is, and that's actually what is slowing down your car. If you go into a corner on a normal line, it's full of rubber, water, slip straight off the racetrack.
So we're going to be seeing some pretty spectacular action tomorrow, no doubt about it.
Yep, definitely for sure, Jamie. Hope everybody can make it up here. We're going to kick off at 8:30 tomorrow morning. It's going to be a ripper day.
I really hope you can join us. It's only $10 a car to get in here to the WASCC here at CARCO Raceway. So $10 a vehicle, no matter how many people you're going to stack in the back of the car. Come down illegally and enjoy a wonderful day of racing here at CARCO.
That's it. Now, stay with us. We have some thrills, spills, and a whole lot of action from today for you to enjoy. But until then, have a great evening, and we will catch you tomorrow on the live stream.
Thanks a lot to Melissa, Vaughan. Look forward to your company again tomorrow. Thank you. Good night.